Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber, Part 1, in which we make the acquaintance of Steeple Bob. During the summer months of 1900, what blazing hot months to be sure, people on Lower Broadway were constantly coming upon other people with chins in the air, staring up and exclaiming, "Dear me, isn't it wonderful?" or, "There's that fellow again, I'm sure he'll break his neck." Then they would pass on and give place to other wonderers. The occasion of this general surprise and apprehension was a tall man dressed entirely in white, who appeared day after day swinging on a little seat far up the side of this or that church steeple, or right at top, hugging the gold cross or weather vane, and still higher, working his way with a queer kicking, hitching movement up various 100-foot flagpoles that rise from the heaven-challenging office buildings down near Wall Street. At these perilous altitudes he would hang for hours, shifting his ropes occasionally, raising his swing or lowering it, but not doing anything that his sidewalk audience could see very well or clearly understand. Yet thousands watched him with fascination, and a Kodak army descended upon neighboring housetops, and newspapers followed the movements of Steeple Bob in thrilling chronicles. That is what he was called in large black letters at the head of columns, Steeple Bob. But I came to know him at his modest quarters on Lexington Avenue, where he was plain Mr. Merrill, a serious-mannered and unpretentious young man, very fond of his wife and his dog, very fond of spending evenings over books of adventure, and quite indifferent to his daytime notoriety. I call him a young man, yet in years of service, not in age, he is the oldest steeple climber in the business. Ever since his teacher, Steeple Charlie, fell from his swing some years ago in New Bedford, Massachusetts, and died the steeple climber's death. I often saw books of the sea on Merrill's table, and accounts of whaling voyages, and he told me one evening, while through an open door came the snores of his weary partner, about his own adventurous boyhood, with 3 years cruising in Uncle Sam's Navy on the school ships Minnesota and Yantic. He shipped at the age of 12, and 2 years at whale fishing in the North Sea. Quite ideal training, this, for a steeple climber. He learned to handle ropes and make them fast so they would stay fast. He learned to climb and keep his head at the top of a swaying masthead. He learned to bear exposure as lads must who are washed on deck every morning with a hose, and stand for inspection, winter and summer, bare to the waist. And he gained strength of arm and back swinging at the oar while whale lines strained on the sunk harpoon, and patience with long stern chases, and nerve when some stricken monster lashed the waters in agony and the boat danced on a reddened sea. Merrill laughed about the climb up Old Trinity Spire, the first climb, when he carried up the hauling rope and worked his way clear to the cross, with nothing to help him but the hands and feet he was born with, and did it coolly, while men on the street below turned away sickened with fear for him. "I'm telling you the truth," said Steeple Bob, "when I say it was an easy climb. Any fairly active man could do it, if he'd forget the height. I'm not talking about all steeples. Some are hard and dangerous, but the one on Trinity, in spite of its 300-odd feet, has knobs of stone for ornament all the way up. They call 'em corbels. And all you have to do is step from one to another." "Well, how much of a step?" "Oh, when I stood on one, the next one came to my breast, and then I could just touch the one above that." He called this easy climbing. "The only ticklish bit was just at the top, where 2 great stones, weighing about a ton apiece, swell out like an apple on a stick, and I had to crawl around and over that apple, which was 4 feet or so across. If it hadn't been for grooves and scroll work in the stone, I couldn't have done it. Even as it was, I had 2 or 3 minutes of hard wriggling after I kicked off with my feet and began pulling myself up. "You mean you hung by your hands from this big ball of stone?" "I hung mostly by my fingers. The scrolls weren't deep enough for my hands to go in." "And you drew yourself slowly up and around and over that ball?" "Certainly. That was the only way." "And it was at the very top?" "Yes, just under the cross. Wasn't much, though. You could do it yourself." I really think Merrill believed this. He honestly saw no particular danger in that climb, nor could I discover that he ever saw any particular danger in anything he had done. He always made the point that if he had really thought the thing dangerous, he wouldn't have done it. And I conclude from this that being a steeple climber depends quite as much upon how a man thinks as upon what he can do. "A funny thing happened," he added. "After I got over this hard place, I slid into a V-shaped place between the bulging stone and the steeple shaft, and I lay there on my back for a minute or so, resting. But when I started to raise myself, I found my weight had worked me down into the crotch and jammed me fast, and it was quite a bit of time before I could get free." "How much time? A minute?" "Yes, 5 minutes, and it seemed a good deal longer." 5 minutes struggling in a sort of stone trap, stretched out helpless at the very top of a steeple, where one false move could mean destruction. That is what Merrill spoke of as a funny thing. Thanks, I thought. I'll take my fun some other way, and lower down. "You'd be surprised," he went on, "to feel the movement of a steeple. It trembles all the time, and answers every jar on the street below. I guess old Trinity's steeple sways 18 inches every time an elevated train passes. And St. Paul's is even worse. Why, she rocks like a beautifully balanced cradle. It would make some people seasick. Perhaps you don't know it, but the better a steeple is built, the more she sways. You want to look out for the ones that stand rigid. There's something wrong with them. Most likely they're out of plumb." "Isn't there a danger," I asked, "that a steeple may get swaying too much, say in a gale, and go clear over?" "Gale or not," said Merrill, "a well-made steeple must rock in the wind, same as a tree rocks. That's the way it takes the storm, by yielding to it. If it didn't yield, it would probably break. Why, the great shaft of the Washington Monument sways 4 or 5 feet when the wind blows hard." Then he explained that modern steeples are built with a steel backbone, if I may so call it, running down from the top for many feet inside the stonework. At Trinity, for instance, this backbone, known as a dowel, is 4 inches thick and 45 feet long, a great steel mass stretching down through the cross, down inside the heavy stones and ornaments, and ending in massive beams and braces where the steeple's greater width gives it full security. "What sort of work did you do on these steeples?" I asked. "All kinds: stonemason work, painter's work, blacksmith work, carpenter work. Why, it's a good steeple climber has to know something about most every trade. It's painting flagpoles and scraping off shale from steeple sides, and repairing loose stones and ornaments, and putting up lightning rods, and gilding crosses, and cleaning smokestacks so high that it makes you dizzy to look up, let alone look down, and a dozen other things. Sometimes we have to take a whole steeple down, beginning at the top, stone by stone, unless it's a wooden steeple, and then we burn her down 5 or 6 feet at a time, with creosote painted around where you want the fire to stop. Creosote puts it out. Once I blew off the whole top of a steeple with dynamite, and by the way, I'll tell you about that sometime. Conversing with a steeple climber, when he feels like telling things, is like breathing oxygen. You find it overstimulating. In 10 minutes, matter of fact talking, he opens so many vistas of thrilling interest that you stand before them bewildered. He starts to answer one question, and you burn to interrupt him with 10 others, each of which will lead you hopelessly away from the remaining 9. Did you ever have any experience with lightning?" I asked Merrill one day. "Oh, a few," he said. "A thunderbolt struck the Trinity steeple the very day we finished our work. We had just taken down our tackle and staging after gilding the cross, when, by the way, they say there's $100 in gold under that cross." "Really?" I exclaimed. "How did it get there?" "Somebody ordered it put there when the steeple was built. People often do queer things like that. I painted a flagpole on a barn up in Massachusetts where there were $400 in gold hidden under the weather vane. Everybody knew it was there, because the farmer who put it there told everybody. And my partner was crazy to saw off the end of that pole at some night and fool 'em. But of course I wouldn't have it." Here I was quite off my thunderbolt trail. Although curious about that farmer, I came back to it resolutely. "Well," resumed Merrill, "this lightning stroke came down the new rod all right until it reached the bell deck, and there it circled around and around the steeple 4 or 5 times, wrapping my assistant in bluish white flame. Then it took a long jump straight down Wall Street, smashed a flagpole to slivers, and vanished. Say, there are things about lightning I've never heard explained. I know a steeple climber, for instance, who was killed by lightning. Must have been lightning, although no one saw it strike. There were 2 of them working on a scaffold when a thunderstorm came up, and this man's partner started to the ground, as climbers with any sense always do. But this fellow was lazy or out of sorts or something, and he said he wouldn't go down. He'd stay on the steeple until the storm was over. He didn't stay there without getting any harm, so far as anybody on the ground could see, except a wetting. Just the same, when his partner went up again, he found him stretched out on the scaffolding, dead." "Frightened to death?" I suggested. Merrill shook his head. "No, they said it was lightning. But it's queer how lightning could kill a man without being seen, isn't it?" Then Merrill gave me an experience of his own with a thunderbolt. It was during this same busy summer of 1900, while he and his partner were scraping the great steel smokestack that rises from the ground to roof alongside of the American Tract Society building, that towering structure which looks down with contempt, no doubt, up on ordinary church steeples. "We were in our saddles," Merrill explained, "swung down about 2/3 of the smokestack's length, when some black clouds warned us of danger, and we hauled ourselves up to the roof. My partner, Walter Ty, got off his saddle and stood there where my wife was waiting. She often goes to climbing jobs with me. She's less anxious when she can watch me. But I thought the storm was passing over and kept on scraping, sort of half resting on the cornice, half on the saddle. Suddenly a bolt shot down from a little pink cloud just overhead and splintered a big flagpole I had just put halyards on, then jumped past us all so close that it knocked Walter over and made me sick and giddy so that I fell back limp on my saddleboard and swung there helpless until my wife pulled the trip rope that opens the lock block and drew me in from the ledge. That's not the first time she's been on a deck at the right minute. Once she came up a steeple to tell me something and found the hauling line smoldering from my helper's cigarette. If that line had burned through, it would have dropped me to the ground from the steeple top, saddle, lock block, and all. The man with the cigarette was so scared he quit smoking for good and all." Here, in reply to my question, Merrill explained the working of a lock block, which is simply a pulley that allows a rope to pass through it, but will not let it go back. With this block, the steeple climber can be hauled up easily, but cannot fall, even if the man hauling should let go the rope. When it is necessary to descend, a pull on the trip rope releases the safety catch, and the saddle goes down. "Do steeple climbers always work in pairs?" I asked him. "Usually. It'd be hard for one man to do a steeple alone. There are lots of places where you must have some one to fasten a rope or hold the end of a plank or pass you something. Besides, it wouldn't be good for a man's mind to be spending all day and days upon a steeple all alone. It's bad enough with a partner to talk to. That makes me think of poor old Dan O'Brien. If I hadn't been up with him one day." Merrill checked himself and changed the subject. "I'll give you a case where a man alone could never have done the thing. I don't care how clever a steeple climber he might be. It was on St. Paul's, New York. After we had finished the job and taken everything down, then somebody noticed that the weather vane on top of the ball wasn't turning properly. I knew in a minute what the matter was. It was easy enough to fix it, but the thing was to reach the weather vane. I didn't mean that the climb up the steeple was anything. We had done that before. But if I tried to climb around that big ball again, it was the same sort of wriggling business as that over the bulging stones at Trinity. I would be sure to scrape off a lot of the fine gilding we had just put on. And yet I couldn't get at the weather vane without getting over the ball. I studied quite a bit on this little problem, and I solved it with my partner's help. We both climbed the steeple as far as the ball. We went up the lightning rod, and then we roped ourselves on the steeple shaft by lifelines. Then my partner, that was Joe Lawler, stood on my shoulders and did the job. You see, it was easy enough that way." Easy enough! Think of it. Two men clinging to the point of a steeple. One of them braces himself with the toes of his rubber shoes in crannies of the stone, and the other, balancing on his shoulders like a circus performer, does a piece of work, no matter what, with a reeling abyss all around. What is looking over a precipice compared to this? And all the time the spire swaying back and forth like a forest tree. Then you hear that instead of getting a large sum for such achievement, these men, taking it through the year, get scarcely more than ordinary workmen's wages. End of section 1. The Steeple Climber, Part 2 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber. Part 2. How they blew off the top of a steeple with dynamite. Known all over Connecticut was the Congregational Church in Hartford, that stood for years on Pearl Street, and was famous alike for the burning words spoken beneath its roof and the tall, straight spire that reached above it. 238 feet measured the drop from cross to pavement. But churches passed like other things, and near the century end came the decision by landowners and lease interpreters that this graceful length of brownstone and the pile beneath it must move off the premises, which meant, of course, that the steeple must come down. The time appointed for this demolition being August 1899. Now, taking down a steeple 238 feet high that raises on a closely built city street is not so simple as proceeding as might first appear. If you suggest pulling the steeple over, all the neighbors cry out. They wish to know where it's going to strike. Are you sure it won't smash down on their housetops? Can you make a steeple fall this way or that as woodmen make trees fall? How do you know you can? Besides, How are you going to hitch fast the rope that will pull it over? And who will climb with such a rope to the steeple top? It must be said that there is usually some young man at hand, some daredevil character of the vicinity, who is ready to try the thing and is positive he can succeed at it. But luckily, he seldom gets a chance to try. "It's queer," said Merrill, telling me the story, "how people ever built a steeple like this one without a window in it, or an air passage, or anything for ventilation. Between the bell deck and the cross there wasn't a single opening from the outside, so I had to break my way through up near the top. What a place for a man to work, squeezed into the point of a stifling funnel, with no swing for his hammer and no air to breathe, and the scorch of an August sun. After 15 minutes of it, my wrists and temples would be pounding so that I'd have to come down and rest. Of course, the purpose of this hole that I knocked through the steeple top was to make fast ropes and pulleys, so my partner and I could hoist ourselves along the outside and not have to climb up the inside crossbeams, which I can tell you is a lively bit of athletics. Well, we got our ropes fixed all right, about 25 feet below the top, and the bosun's saddle swung below us for us to travel up and down in, and then we made fast another set of ropes and pulleys about 15 feet higher up. This was for hoisting timber and stuff that we needed. "How did you get up that 15 feet?" I inquired. "Worked up on the stirrups, that is, 2 nooses around the steeple, each ending in a loop, one for the right foot, one for the left. You stand in the right stirrup and work the left loop up, then you stand in the left stirrup and work the right loop up. Sometimes in hard places you have to throw your nooses around the shaft as a cowboy casts a rope. Come down some day and watch us work. You'll see the whole thing." To this invitation I gave glad acceptance. I certainly wished to see this stirrup climbing process. "The next thing," continued Merrill, "was to make another hole in the steeple through a keystone a little below our first hole. In this hole we set a block of Norway pine resting on an iron jack. The block was about a foot square and 22 inches high. Big, tough piece, you see, and by screwing up the jack we could make that part as solid as the keystone was. We made this hole on the east side of the steeple, which was the side we wanted her to fall on, the only side she could fall on without injuring something, and we had figured it out so close that we dug a trench on that side straight out from the steeple's base, 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep, and told people we intended to have the whole top of that steeple, say a length of 35 feet and a weight of 35 tons, come off at one time and land right square in that trench and nowhere else. That's what we intended to do. Now began the hoisting of materials. First a lot of half-inch wire cable, enough for 4 turns around the steeple. Then 8 16-foot timbers, 2-inch thick and a foot wide. Then a lot of maple wedges. We bandaged the steeple with cable and drew it tight with tackle. Then we lowered the timbers lengthwise inside the cable, which we could do because the steeple was an octagon with ornamented corners, and these left spaces where the wire ropes were stretched around. Then we wedged fast the 8 timbers so they formed a 16-foot half collar on the west side of the steeple, just opposite our hole where the jack was. In other words, we had the steeple shored in so that when we let her go, no loose stones would fall on the west side. Everything must fall to the east. Last of all, we widened our hole on the east side, stripping away the stones until that whole side lay open in a half-circular mouth about 4 feet high. And in this mouth were 2 teeth, one might say, that held the stones apart, the iron jack biting into the block of Norway pine. On those 2 came now the steeple's weight, or anyhow 1/2 of it. To knock out one of these teeth would leave the east side of the steeple unsupported, with the result that it must topple over in that direction and fall to the ground. Anyways, that was our reasoning, and it seemed sound enough. The only question was how we were going to knock out that block of Norway pine. Well, the day of the test came, and I guess 5,000 people were there to see what would happen. Everybody was discussing it, and the farmers had driven in for miles just as they do for a hanging. You understand, I was going under the orders of the contractor, and he had his own plan about getting that block out. He proposed to hitch a rope to it, drop this rope to a donkey engine in the yard, and set the engine winding up the rope. He said the block would have to come out then, and the steeple fall. I agreed the block might come out, but was afraid it would tip up through the strain coming at an angle and throw the steeple over to the west, just the way we didn't want it to go. And if that steeple ever fell to the west, there was no telling how many people would kill in the crowd without counting damage to the houses. However, the contractor was boss, and he stuck to it his way was right. So we hitched the engine to the block and set her going. She puffed and tugged a little, then snapped the rope. We got another rope, and she broke that one too. And we got a stronger rope, and the engine just kicked herself around the yard and had lots of fun. But the block never budged. All that morning we tried one scheme after another to make that engine pull the block out. But we might as well have hitched a rope to the church. The steeple's weight was too much for us. And all the time the crowd was getting bigger and bigger until the police could hardly manage it. Finally, the contractor, being very mad and quite anxious, said he'd be hanged if he could get the block out, and for me to try my scheme. And do it quick, for some men were going to say the thing was dangerous and ought to be stopped. He didn't have to speak twice before I was on my way up that steeple carrying an inch auger, a 50-foot fuse, and a stick of dynamite. I had 'em ready for hours. It's queer how people get wind of a thing. The crowd seemed to know in a minute that I was going up to use dynamite. And before I was 20 feet up the ladder, a police officer was after me, ordering me down. I went right ahead, pretending not to hear. And when I got to the bell deck, he was puffing along 10 yards below me. I swung into my bosun's saddle and began pulling myself up outside the steeple. And I guess the whole 5,000 people around the church bent back their heads to watch me. As soon as I began to rise in the saddle, I knew I was all right, for I coiled up the hauling line on my arm so the officer couldn't follow me. All he could do was stand on the bell deck and gape after me like the rest and growl. When I reached the block, I bored a 6-inch hole into her at a downward slant, and in this I put some crumbs of dynamite. Not much, only about half a teaspoonful. And then I stuck in the fuse and tamped her solid with sand. Then I lit the other end, and I dropped it down inside the steeple, and I slid down the rope as fast as I could, yelling to the officer that I'd touched her off. You ought to seen him get out of that steeple. He never waited to arrest me or anything. He had pressing business on the ground. By the time I got down, you could see a little trail of bluish smoke drifting away from the hole, and there was a hush over the crowd, except for the police trying to make 'em stand back behind the ropes. I don't know as I ever saw a bigger crowd. The street was jammed for blocks either way. Well, sir, that was a queer acting fuse. It smoked and smoked for about 10 minutes. Then the smoke stopped. The people began to laugh. They said it'd gone out, and the contractor was nearly crazy. He was sure I had made another failure. I didn't know what to think. I just waited. We waited 10 minutes, 12 minutes. It seemed like an hour, but nobody dared go up to see what the matter was. Then suddenly the explosion came, no louder than a pistol crack, for dynamite isn't noisy, but it stirred me more than a cannon. "Start your engine," I shouted, and the little dummy had just time to wind up a half a turn on the hitch line when the old steepletop swayed and broke clean in two, right where the block was, and the whole upper length fell like one piece, fell to the east just as we'd planned it, and landed in the trench, every stone of it. There wasn't a piece as big as your fingernail, sir, outside that trench. And while she was falling, I don't know how many kodaks were snapped in the hope of getting a picture. Men and women with cameras had been waiting for hours on the roof of high buildings, and 2 or 3 of them actually caught a picture of the steepletop as it hung in the air for a fraction of a second at right angles to the base. End of section 2. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Steeple Climber, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Part 3. The greatest danger to a steeple climber lies in being startled. It appears that professional steeple climbers are quiet-mannered men, with a certain gentleness of voice, like deaf people, that impresses one far more than any strident boasting. This habit of silence they form from being silent so much aloft, and when they do speak, it is in a low tone, because that is the least startling to a man as he swings over some reeling gulf. Next to an actual disaster, which usually kills outright and painlessly, what a steeple climber most dreads is being startled. This was explained to me in one of our many talks by Steeple Bob, famous over the land for daring feats, but never reckless ones. How I plainly call up his pale, serious face, and the massive shoulders somewhat bent, and the forearm with muscles to impress a prize fighter. Pleasant note that Merrill uses excellent English. Did you ever have an impulse to jump off a steeple? I questioned, recalling the sensations of many people in looking down even from a housetop. I've kept pretty free from that, he said. But there's no doubt climbing steeples does tell on a man's nerve. Now there was Dan O'Brien. He had an impulse to jump off a steeple one day, and a strong impulse too. He went mad on one of the tallest spires in Cincinnati, right at the top of it. Went mad? Yes, sir, raving mad, and I was by him when it happened. I forget whether the church was Baptist or Presbyterian, but I know it stood on 6th Street near Vine, and there was a big hand on top of the steeple with the forefinger pointing to heaven. We were putting fresh gilding on this hand. I was working on the thumb side, and O'Brien on the little finger side, both of us standing on tiny stages about the size of a seat chair, and both of us made fast to the steeple by lifelines under our arms. That's an absolute rule in climbing steeples. Never to do the smallest thing unless you're secured by a lifeline. It was coming on dark, and I was hurrying to get the gold leaf on, because we'd given the hand a fresh coat of sizing that would be dry before morning. We hadn't spoken for some time, when suddenly I heard a laugh from O'Brien's side that sent a shiver down my spine. Did you ever hear a crazy man laugh? Well, if you ever do, you'll remember it. I looked at him and saw by his face that something was wrong. "What are you doing?" said I. He answered very polite and steady-like, but his tone was queer. "I'm trying to figure out how long it would take a man to get down if he went the fastest way." I thought I had better keep him in a good humor, so I said, "I'll tell you what, Dan, you brace up and get this gold on, and then we'll race to the ground in our saddles." "That's a fair idea," he said in a shrill voice, "but I've got a better one. We'll race down without any saddles. Yes, sir, without any lines, without a blamed thing." "Don't be a fool, Dan. What you want to do is to get that gold on quick." I tried to speak sharp. "No, sir, I'm going to jump, and so are you." I caught his eye just then, and saw it wasn't any time to bother about gold leaf. I reached up and eased the hitch of my line around the hand so I could swing toward him. I knew if I once got my grip on him, he wouldn't make any more trouble. But I've never had a crazy man to deal with, and didn't realize how tricky and quick they are. While I was working around to his side and thinking he didn't notice it, he was laying for me out of the corner of his eye, and the first thing I knew He had me by the throat, and everything was turning black. I let go of the line and dropped back on my saddle board helpless, and if it hadn't been for blind luck, I guess the people down below would have got their money's worth in about a minute. But my hand stuck on the toolbox as he pressed me back, and I had just strength enough to shut my fingers on the first tool I touched and strike at him with it. The tool happened to be a monkey wrench, and when a man gets a clip on the head with a thing like that, he's pretty apt to keep still for a while. And that's what O'Brien did. He keeled over and lay there, and I did too until my head got steady. Even then I guess we both have fallen if it hadn't been for the lifelines. The rest was simple enough after I got my senses back. Dan was unconscious, and all I had to do was fasten a rope to him and lower away. They took care of him down below until the ambulance came, and he spent that night in a hospital. He spent most of his years since in an asylum, his mind all gone except for short periods when he comes to himself again, and then he always starts out to put an end to me. That last impulse to destroy me has never left him. It was after this that I learned about that other danger to steeple climbers, of being startled. Merrill says that men of his craft, whether they realize it or not, work under constant nervous strain. However calm a steeple climber may think himself, his body is always afraid, his muscles are always tense, his clutch on ropes and stones is harder, 2 or 3 times harder than the need is. His knees hug what comes between them so tightly that it hurts, even when they might safely be relaxed. That is the trouble. A steeple climber cannot relax his body or control its instinctive shrinking. It is not looking down into the gulf around him that he minds. A climber who cannot do that with indifference is unfit for the business. What he sees he can cope with, and it is what he cannot see that does the mischief. What he fears vaguely, and a sudden noise, an unexpected movement, may throw him into all but panic. So the veteran climber, swinging at the steeple top opposite his partner, is careful to say in a low tone, "I'm going to lower my saddle," before he does lower it, or "I'm going to strike a match," before he strikes it. Sometimes a new helper at the hauling line on the bell deck will shift his place from weariness or thoughtlessness and let the line move up an inch or two, which drops the saddle an inch or two far aloft, drops it suddenly with a jerk. It's a little thing, yet the climber's heart would not pound harder were the whole steeple falling. Merrill told me that one of his greatest frights came from the simple brushing against his legs of a rope pulled without a word by a careless partner. To Merrill's nerves, all a quiver, this was not a rope, but some nameless catastrophe to overwhelm him. He knew only that something had moved where nothing had any business to move, that something had touched him where nothing was. A steeple climber is like a child in the dark, in terror of the unknown. In all the world, perhaps, there is no one so utterly alone as he, swinging hour after hour on his steeple top. The aeronaut has with him a living, surging creature, his balloon. The diver feels always the teeming life of the water. But this man, lifted into still air, poised on a point where nothing comes or goes, where nothing moves, where nothing makes a sound, he, in very truth, is alone. It's always the little things that frighten you, reflected Merrill, not the big things. I'll give you an instance. When I went up inside St. Paul's steeple the first time, I wanted to inspect the beams and see how the dowel was anchored. I got into a tight place that might well frighten a man. I got squeezed fast between timbers that fill nearly all the slender top space, and couldn't get up or down, just hung there, breathing air full of dust and calling for help. I called 3/4 of an hour before anyone came, and then it was only by accident. But I wasn't frightened. On the other hand, a day or two later, when I was making fast a rope outside, I was just under the ball that holds the weather vane, I got a bad start from nothing at all. I had my arms around the spindle of the steeple, making a hitch, and my head pressed against the copper sheathing, when I heard the most unearthly screech. I guess the shock of that thing did me $500 worth of harm, shortened my life days enough to earn $500 in. And what do you think it was? The weather vane had turned a little in that wind and creaked on its bearings. That's all. It doesn't seem as if that ought to scare a man, does it? There was something quite touching, I thought, in the humble frankness of this big-shouldered man. Yes, he had been afraid. He whose business it was to fear nothing, afraid of some squeaking copper. And his face seemed to say that there are things about steeples not so easily explained, things not even to be talked about. And abruptly, as by an effort, he left this part of the subject and told a funny story of his adventures coming home late one night without a key, and getting in by way of the roof and an iron pipe. A simple enough climb, had he not been taken for a burglar by an irate German lodger, who appeared in nightgown and phlegmatic fright, and vowed he would have him a revolver, a self-scooter, in the morning. This effort at diversion turned Merrill into gaiety for a moment, but straightway memory brought back the somber theme. "I'll give you another case," he said, changing again abruptly, "where I wasn't frightened, but should have been. I was out in Chicago, and two of us were staging hung down the front of a clothing factory. We were painting the walls. My partner had made his end of the staging fast, and I had made mine fast. Perhaps if I'd been longer in the business, I would have taken more notice how he secured his rope, for it meant safety to me as well as him, and I knew he'd been drinking. But I supposed it was all right. Well, it wasn't all right. His rope held for 3 or 4 hours, and then, at just about 11 o'clock, it slipped, and the staging fell from under us. We were 6 stories up, and right below were the sidewalk flagstones. That's the time I ought to have been frightened, but I only said to myself, 'Hello, this thing is going down,' and caught the window ledge in front of me. Then I hung there, wondering if I could pull myself up, or if anyone would come to help me. I called out, not very loud, and I wasn't excited, and pretty soon I saw I couldn't pull myself up, for I had a poor hold with my fingers, and the ledge was smooth stone. Then I saw they'd have to hurry if they were going to pull me in. Then I didn't care. You fell?" He nodded. "What, 6 stories down?" He nodded again. "The thing that saved me was an awning over the sidewalk. Some man across the way saw me hanging from the window, and he ran over quickly and let the awning down. I'd like to shake that man by the hand, but I never knew who he was. When I came to myself I was at the hospital, done up in plaster, and I stayed there 9 months." "Badly hurt?" I asked, shrinking. Merrill smiled. "It didn't do me any particular good. I'm a big, strong fellow now, but I wasn't much after that fall. Both my legs were broken, my arms were broken, my right shoulder and right wrist were dislocated, and let's see. Oh, yes, I had 3 ribs torn away from the breastbone." "And my partner?" "Poor lad, you wouldn't care to hear how they found him. They laid him away kindly the next day." He smiled in a sort of appealing way, and then came the worn, wistful look that I had noticed, and his forehead lines deepened. I fancy all men who follow steeple climbing get those strained, anxious eyes. End of section 3. Recording by Kirby Bonds. The Steeple Climber, Part 4 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirby Bonds. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Steeple Climber, Part 4. Experience of an amateur climbing to a steeple top. It came to my knowledge one bracing day in October that Steeple Bob had agreed to "do" that famous Brooklyn church of the Pilgrims, with its queer, crooked spire and big brass ball, a landmark from the river on the Columbia Heights. "It's one of those easy jobs that are the hardest," said Merrill. "If you want to see us use the stirrups, come over." That was exactly what I wanted to see, this puzzling stirrup process, which allows a man to lift himself by his bootstraps, as it were, up the last and narrowest and most dangerous length of a steeple. So I agreed to be there. "If you like, you can go up on the swing yourself," said Merrill, with an air of conferring a favor. I expressed my thanks as I would to a lion tamer offering me the hospitality of his cages, then asked how he meant that easy jobs are the hardest. "Why, it's easy jobs that make a man careless, and that gets him into trouble. Another thing, little old churches look easy, but they're apt to be treacherous. Now, this steeple on the Church of the Pilgrims is built of wood, with loose shingles on it, and a tumble-down iron lightning rod, rickety beams, and shaky ladders. And, well, you feel all the time as if you're walking on eggs. It's just the kind of a steeple that killed young Romaine about a month ago." Of course I asked for the story of young Romaine, and was told certain climbers who advertise their skill by using a steeple top for acrobatic feats that have nothing to do with repairing. Upon such Merrill frowned severely. "Romaine was a fine athlete," he said, "and a fearless man. But he went too far. He would stretch out on his stomach across the top of a steeple, and balance there without touching hands or knees. And he'd do all sorts of circus tricks on lightning rods and weather vanes and flagpoles. Anything for notoriety. I told him he'd get killed sure some day, but he laughed at me. Well, it wasn't a week after I warned him when he was killed. He climbed an old lightning rod without testing it. It was on a little church up at Cold Spring, New York. And just as he was reaching the steeple top, with the whole town watching him, the end of the rod pulled out, and he swung off with it, ripping out every dowel, like the buttons off a coat, right down to the ground. Smash! Poor fellow. When I read the news I left my job at Trinity and took the first train up to bury him." This sad story lingered in my mind that night, and was there still the next afternoon, as I drew near the Church of the Pilgrims to witness the first day's climbing. Already at a distance I knew that the men were at work from the up-bent heads of people on the street who stared and pointed, and presently I made out two white figures on the steeple, one swinging about 15 feet below the ball, the other standing against the shingled side without any support that I could see. Up the old tower, inside, I made my way, and 2 ladders beyond the bell deck came upon Walter Tighe, Steeple Bob's assistant, astride of a stone saddle on one of the 4 peaks, where the tower ends and the steeple begins. There was a clear drop of 100 feet all around him. He was tending the 2 men aloft, as witnessed a couple of ropes dangling by him. It was 2 jerks to come down and 1 to go up. were he to lose his balance and let go the hauling rope, the men on the swing would instantly be killed, as they had no lock blocks on. "Come out here," said Walter. "There's plenty of room." And thus encouraged, I straddled the peak, and we sat face to face, as two men might sit on a child's rocking horse, while the tower pigeons circled beneath us, alarmed at this intrusion. Far down on the sidewalk were little faces of distorted people. Far up, at the steeple top, were legs kicking at ropes, and off over red housetops was the river and the great towers of New York spread with silver plumes by steam jets. "Now you can see the stirrups working," said Walter, and looking up I saw a figure swing back from the steeple, an arm shoot out, and a length of rope go wriggling around the shaft, cast like a lasso. Then the rope was drawn into a noose, and the noose hauled tight. The legs kicked, the figure hitched himself up about a foot, and again the rope was cast, another rope, and a second noose still higher made secure. That is all there is to it. The steeple climber stands in a stirrup held by one noose, while he lassos the shaft above him with another noose, supporting another stirrup on which he presently stands. And so, foot by foot, the climber rises, shifting noose and stirrup at each change, resting now on one, now on the other, and finally reaching the cross or ball or weather vane at the very top. "That's Joe Lawler chucking the rope," explained Walter. "Merrill, he's on the swing. Say, Lawler's a wonder at rigging. He can do anything with ropes. He's the feller that climbs up the front of a house with suckers on his feet." Of this fact I took note, and then inquired if I couldn't get up further inside the steeple, so as to be nearer the men. Walter said I could climb ladders, up to where they had punched a hole through for the rope to hold the block in falls, and I tried it. Alas, when I got there, after breathing dust and sneezing between the beams, I found that I could see nothing. I was almost at the steeple top, and could hear Merrill, through the wooden shell, humming a tune as he worked, but I was further away than before. "Hello in there," came a voice. "Don't monkey with that line." And it came to me that this rope, reaching down by me from yonder little hole, the one knocked through, held the block which held the swing which held the man, and an accident to this rope would mean instant death. I touched it and drew my hand away, as one might touch some animal, through the cage bars, and I felt like saying, "Good little rope." It was coming on to dark now, and we all went home together, over the bridge and up the avenues, talking of steeples the while. And Lawler explained the action of his suckers in climbing walls, which is precisely that of a boy's sucker in lifting a brick. The big climbing leathers, well soaked in oil, are pressed alternately against the stones, the right leg resting on one, while the left leg presses the other against a wall a step higher. And so you walk right up the building or church or flagpole, and the smoother the surface, the easier you go up. In fact, if the surface is rough, you cannot use the suckers at all, as air gets under and prevents their holding. Then the men spoke of various jobs aloft that called up memories. Merrill told of cleaning the 15-foot Diana statue on the Madison Square Garden tower. "It's hard getting over her," he said, "because she's so blamed smooth. I guess I took 3 quarts of rust out of her ball bearings. You know she's a weather vane and turns in the wind." I wondered how many New Yorkers who see Diana every day of their lives have ever dwelt on the fact that she turns. Talking of weather vanes reminded my friends of a ticklish job they did on St. Paul's steeple in New York, when Merrill, standing under the ball, held Lawler on his giant shoulders so that Joe could lift off the weather vane on top and ease the shaft where it had jammed. With Lawler's weight and the weather vane's weight, Steeple Bob held 400 pounds on his shoulders during those important minutes, and it might almost be said stood on the dizzy edge of nothing while he did it. Finally, Lawler expressed the opinion that there isn't any meaner job in the business than a chimney. "A chimney?" said I. "That's what. I mean one of them big ones you see on factories. We have to scrape 'em and paint 'em just like steeples, and that means climbing up the whole length inside. The climbing's easy enough on bolts and braces, but it's something fierce the air you breathe. Why, I've gone up 240-foot chimney with a 5-foot opening at the bottom, and I found the soot so thick about halfway up, so thick, sir, that I've been almost stuck in it. Yes, sir, just had to shove my head into an 8-inch hole and bore through black stuff, beds of it, and mind, not a hole for air as big as a pinhead from the bottom to top." After bidding the men good night, I reflected, with a kind of shame, that I had drawn back from daring only once what they dare every day, and what they must dare for their living. And I reasoned myself into a feeling that it was my duty under the circumstance to go up that steeple on the swing, as Merrill had proposed. Having begun this investigation, I must see it through, and in this mind I went to the church again the next day. I found all hands on the bell deck, spreading out packets of patent gilding for the ball which awaits its new dress, all sticky from a fresh coat of sizing. Lawler remarked that there was a better gold in these yellow squares than in a wedding ring. "It's 24 carats fine," said he, "and about as thick as a cobweb." As to my going up on the swing, there was no difficulty. Lawler would go first, and be there to keep me in good heart, for they say it is not well for a novice to be at a steeple top alone. Merrill would see to the lashings, and Walter would give a hand at the hauling line. Thus all conditions favored my ascent. Even the sun smiled, and after taking off coat and hat, I was ready. There we were at the top of the tower, and at the base of the steeple Lawler, red-faced and red-shirted, preparing to ascend. Merrill, pale as he always is, but powerful, standing at the ropes, and I, in shirt-sleeves and bareheaded, watching Walter make a little harness for my kodak. After a time, Lawler reached the top, called down something, and Merrill answered. It was my turn now. I climbed out through a small window and stood on the ledge, while Steeple Bob dropped the swing noose over my head and proceeded to lash me fast to seat and ropes. "That's in case a suicidal impulse should get hold of you," he said, smiling, but meaning it. "Now keep this rope between your legs and work your hands up along it as we lift you. It's anchored to St. Peter." Then he explained how I was to press my toes against the steeple side, so as to keep my knees from barking on the shingles. "And don't look down at all," he told me. "Just watch your ropes and take it easy. Are you ready?" At this moment Walter said something in a low tone, and Merrill asked me to lend him my knife. I handed it out, and he stuck it in his pocket. "You don't need this now," said he, and a moment later the pulley ropes tightened and my small swing board lifted under me. I was rising. "Shove off there with your toes," he cried. "Take short steps. Put your legs wider apart. Wider yet. You don't have to pull on the rope. Just slide your hand along it. Now you're going." I saw nothing but the steeple side in front of me, and the lifeline hanging down like a bell rope between my spread legs, and the pulley block creaking by my head, and the toes of my shoes as I pressed them against the shingles, step by step. It struck me as a ridiculous thing to be climbing a steeple in patent leather shoes. I smiled to think of the odd appearance I must present from below. Then, for the first time, I let my eyes turn into the depths, and caught a glimpse of men on the housetops watching me. I saw Merrill's upturned face down where the ropes ended, and I saw little horses wriggling along the street. There were 3 places where the steeple narrowed into slenderer lengths, and at each one was a sort of cornice to be scrambled over, and loose nails to be avoided, and then more careful steering with legs and toes to keep on one particular face of the steeple and not swing off and come bumping back, a disconcerting possibility. "Hello!" called Lawler presently from above. "You're doing fine. Come right along." And before I knew it, the swing had stopped. I was at the top, or as near it as the tackle would take me. The remaining 15 feet or so must be made with stirrups, and there was Lawler, standing in them up by the ball. There was not a stick of staging to support him. He had scorned the bother of hauling up boards for so simple a job, and he was working with both hands free, each leg standing on its stirrup, and several hitches of lifeline holding him to the shaft top by his waist. This steeple lassoing exploit was one of the things I would certainly not attempt, would not, and could not. Strangely enough, as I hung here at rest, I felt the danger more than coming up. It seemed most perilous to rest my weight on the swing board, and I found myself holding my legs drawn up, with muscles tense, as if that could make me lighter. Gradually I realized the foolishness of this and relaxed into greater comfort, but not entirely. Even veteran steeple climbers waste much strength in needless clutching, cannot free their bodies from this instinctive fear. I stayed up long enough to take 3 photographs. Some minutes passed before I could unleash my Kodak, and here I had further proof of subconscious fright, for I made such blunders with shutter and focus length as would put the youngest amateur to shame. 2 pictures out of the 3 were failures, and the third but an indifferent success. There is one thing to be said in extenuation, that a steeple is never still, but always rocking and trembling. When Lawler changed his stirrup hitches or moved from side to side, the old beams would groan under us, and the whole structure rock. "She'd rock more," said Lawler, "if she was better built. A good steeple always rocks." There wasn't much more to say or do up here, and presently we exchanged jerks on the line for the descent, and Lawler cried, "Lower away! Hang on now!" And I did over again my humble part of leg spreading and toe steering, with the result that presently I was down on the bell deck again, receiving congratulations. "Here's your knife," said Merrill after he had unlashed me. "What did you take it for?" I asked. "Oh, men sometimes get a mania to cut the ropes when they go up the first time. That isn't good for their health. I was pretty sure you'd keep your head, but I wasn't taking any chances." After this came thanks and warm hand grips around, and then I left these daring men to their duties, and went down the lower ladders. I am sure I never appreciated the simple privilege of standing on a sidewalk as I did a few minutes later, when I left the Church of the Pilgrims and came out into the pleasant autumn sunshine. End of section 4.
Section 5. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 1 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 1. Some First Impressions of Men Who Go Down Under the Sea. In Old South Street, far down on the New York river front, is a gloomy brick building with black fire escapes zigzagging across its face, and a life-size diver painted over its door, in a red helmet and yellow goggle eyes, to the awe and admiration of the young, to the awe and admiration of anybody who comes through this wicked-looking street by night and smells the sea, and stares along miles of ships' noses that reach right over the car tracks, and finally stops at the black-lettered announcement that wrecks are looked after here day or night, and mysteries of the deep penetrated by gentlemen of the diving profession in just such gigantic suits as this painted one. None of this had I noticed, late one night, being occupied with the silent, hungry ships, and the fire cars trailing over the dim bridge, until a brisk banjo strumming caught my ear, and I paused at the House of Wrecks, whence the sounds came. Somebody back in those smouldering shadows was playing "The Turkish Patrol," and playing it remarkably well. I followed the light down a narrow passage, and presently came upon the modern wrecker, in the person of Benjamin F. Bean, a large man, smoking contentedly at a table whereon rested a telephone and phonograph. The phonograph was playing "The Turkish Patrol," and a single incandescent lamp, swinging overhead, illumined the scene. There were coils of rope about, and photographs of vessels in distress, and a bunk with tumbled sheets at one side, where Mr. Bean slept, often with his clothes on, while awaiting the ring of sundry danger bells. Divers fully expect to be objects of curiosity, for never do they work except before wondering audiences, so this one found my visit natural enough, was glad, I think, to talk a little and let the phonograph rest. It must be rather lonely, after all, watching for wrecks hour after hour, night after night, listening always for footsteps, the officer's tramp or the thug's stealthy tread, listening always to the hoot of passing vessels, listening always for bad news. He explained to me what happens when the bad news comes, say a collision up the Hudson, a ferry boat on fire down the bay, a line of barges sunk in the Sound, any one of a dozen ordinary disasters. In olden times such tidings must have traveled from mouth to mouth, and the wreckers of those days flashed their calls and warnings with beacon fires. Now electricity does all this much better with the click of a key, and presently somebody, somewhere, has the office at the end of a wire telling what the trouble is, and forthwith the man in charge puts machinery in motion that will change this trouble into cash. Brrr, calls the telephone, up spring messenger boys in distant all-night stations, and in half an hour door-bells are ringing in Harlem or Jersey City, and the men who ought to know things know them, and whistles are sounding on big pontoons that can lift 200 tons, and sleepy men are tumbling out of their bunks, and great chains are clanking, and tugboats are sputtering forth for the towing of sundry hoisting and pumping craft that go splashing along to the danger spot with all appliances aboard, pneumatic, hydraulic, not to mention savory hot coffee served to the divers and the crew. Most divers are poor storytellers, perhaps because the marvelous grows commonplace to them from overindulgence in it, but the stories are there in their lives, if only you can dig them out. I asked Bean if he often went down himself, and found that he was still in active service, after 20-odd years of it, which certainly had agreed with him. He was just back from a sad errand in Pennsylvania. A boy had gone swimming in a slate quarry and been drowned. They had dragged for him, and fired cannon over the water, but nothing had availed, and so, finally, a diver was sent for from the city, the diver being Bean. The quarry was a great chasm, 400 or 500 feet deep, with 80 feet of water filling various galleries and rock shelves, in one of which the poor lad had been caught and held. The question was in which one. "Well," said Bean, coming abruptly to the end, "I went down and got him." That was his way of telling the story. He "went down and got him." There was nothing more to say. Nothing about the 2 days' perilous search through every tunnel and recess of those rocky walls. Nothing about the 3,000 excited people who crowded around the quarry's mouth, awaiting the issue, nor the scene when that pitiful burden was hauled up from the depths. I asked Bean if he had ever been in great danger while under the water. "Nothing special," he said, and then added, after thinking, "Once I had my helmet twisted off." "What, below?" He nodded. "How can a diver live with his helmet off?" "He can't, usually. It was just luck they got me up in time. They say my face was black as coal." And he had no more to tell of this adventure. With few exceptions, divers take their career in exactly this phlegmatic, matter-of-fact way. I fancy a man of vivid imagination would break under the strain of such a life. Yet often divers will go into great details about some little incident, as when Bean described the hoisting of a certain boiler sunk outside of Sandy Hook. It had been on a tugboat of such a name, it was so many feet long and wide, and other things about the tide and the steam derrick, and what the captain said, the point being that this boiler had acted as an enormous trap for the blackfish, of which they had found some hundreds of big ones splashing about inside, unable to escape. So our talk ran on, and all the time I was thinking how I would like to see these things for myself, and it came to pass, as the subject kept its hold on me, that I did see them. Indeed, I spent a whole summer month, and found zest in it beyond ordinary summer pleasurings, in observing the practical operations of diving and wrecking as they go on in the waters about New York. I discovered other wrecking companies, notably one on West Street, and from the head man here learned many things. He took me out on a pier one day, where one of his crews was rescuing $30,000 worth of copper buried under the North River. Every few minutes, with a chunk of the engine and a rattle of chains, the dredge would bring up a fistful of mud, an iron fist, holding a ton or so, and slap it down on the deck, where a strong hose stream would wash out little canvas bags of copper ore, each worth a $10 bill in the market. "This will show you," said the expert, "what a diver has to contend with at the bottom of a river. He often sinks 4 or 5 feet in the mud, just as those bags sink, and sometimes the mud suction holds him down so hard that 3 men pulling on the life line can scarcely budge him. And when the mud lets go, the diver comes out of it like a cork from a bottle. You can feel him flop over, clean tuckered out with kicking and working his arms. They let him lie there a minute or two to rest, and then pull him up. Why, vessels will sink 10 or 12 feet in the mud, so that the diver has to take a hose down and wash a tunnel out below the keel to get a lifting chain under." "Wash a tunnel out?" I inquired. "That's what they do. You know how you can bore a hole in a sandbank, don't you, with a stream of water? Well, it's just the same with a mud bank down below, only you need more pressure. Sometimes we use a stream of compressed air. The diver steers the hose just as a fireman steers the fire hose, and once in a while gets knocked over by the force of it, just as a fireman does." Tunneling mud banks under water, with streams of water or streams of compressed air, struck me as decidedly a novelty. I was to hear of stranger things ere long. My guide presently pointed out a splendidly built young man who was shoveling mud off the deck, not far from us. "There," said he, is a case that illustrates the worst of this business. That fellow is made to be a diver. He's intelligent, he's not afraid, and he can stand having the suit on. He's been down 2 or 3 times and done easy jobs of patching. If he'd keep straight for a year or two, he could earn his $10 a day with the best of them. But he won't keep straight. The poor fellow drinks. We can't depend on him. And here he is, shoveling mud for $1.25 a day, and no steady work at that. $10 a day seemed a handsome wage, and I asked if divers generally earn so much. Good ones do, and a diver's day is only 4 hours long, or less when they go to great depths, and they draw a salary besides, and often receive handsome presents. You ought to see our chief diver, Bill Atkinson. He lives in a brownstone house." He paused a moment, and then added, "But I guess they earn all they get." A few days later I made Mr. Atkinson's acquaintance on board the steam pump Dunderberg, then busy raising a coal barge sunk off 14th Street in the East River. Atkinson was down doing carpenter work on holes stove in her, and I stood on deck beside the man tending him and watched the bubbles boil up from the diver's breathing, and the signals on a rubber hose and a rope. It was less air or more air by jerks on the hose. It was rags for a leak, or a heavier hammer, or a piece of batten so and so long, with nails ready driven at the corners. All were indicated by pulls on the life line, or the startling appearance of hands or fingers, Atkinson's, that would now and then reach above the water and move impatiently. The wreck was only 5 or 6 feet under, and the diver's helmet showed like the back of a big turtle whenever he stood up straight on the sunken deck. Suddenly there is a scurry of barefoot youths along the pier timbers. The diver is coming up. Now he lifts himself slowly under the crushing weight, one short step at a time up the ladder. No man at all is this, but a dripping three-eyed monster of rubber and brass, infinitely fascinating to wharf loungers. The tender twists off the face glass, and Atkinson says something with a snap in it, and explains what he is trying to do at the forward hatch. Then he leans over the rail on his stomach and rests. Then he goes down again. "He's the best-natured man I know, Bill is," remarked Captain Taylor, commander of the Dunderberg. "But all men get irritable under water. Why, I've had men who wouldn't swear for the world, up in the air, tell me they rip out cuss words something terrible down on the bottom. Just seems like they can't help it." I noticed that the tender did not join in our talk, but stood with hands on his lines and eyes on the water, absorbed in his responsibility. He looked like an angler about to land a big fish. Neither did the men at the air pump talk. This feeding breath to a diver is serious business. "How long would he live, do you think," I asked, "if the pump should stop?" "Maybe a minute, maybe two," said Captain Taylor. "I know a Norwegian who was down in 50 feet of water when the hose busted. It busted on deck, where the tender heard it, and he started to lift right away. It couldn't have been over a minute before they had him up, but he was so near dead the doctors worked 3 hours on him before he came around. That'll give you an idea of how far gone he was." The captain told of other desperate chances faced by divers in his experience, of a hose and a life line fouled in a wreck, of an escape valve frozen shut, in winter time, by the diver's congealed breath, of a helmet smashed through by a load of pig iron falling from its sling, of a diver dragged off a wreck by a drifting pontoon. such a record of thrilling escapes and tragedies as any wrecking master could run over. One realized why insurance companies refuse to take risks on divers' lives, and why the divers' pay is large. Before long Atkinson came up again and announced that everything was ready, holes stopped and suction length in place. Two men helped undress him, while the other set the big 8-inch pipe to pumping out the wreck, and soon it was spurting a thick stream over her side like a fire tower. Presently the dinner bell rang from a tiny cabin below, and I had the honor of breaking bread with the crew of the Dunderberg, and two of the company's stanchest drivers, Atkinson and Timmans, both small, thin men with wrinkled faces, both the heroes of many adventures. Here was indeed a chance to find out things. One of my first questions turned upon the effect of diving on a man's hearing. Was it true, as I had read, that divers often have one or both of their eardrums ruptured by the water pressure? Both men thought not. Most divers of their acquaintance had good hearing. "Diving often kills a man straight out," said Timmermans. "But aside from that, I don't think it injures his health. Ain't that right, Bill?" Atkinson nodded. He had observed that divers almost never take cold, or have trouble with their lungs, although they are constantly exposed to all weathers, and often live and sleep in wet clothes for days and nights. As a young man, he himself had been a bookkeeper in delicate health. People thought he had consumption, so he gave up bookkeeping and, by accident, became a diver. He had never had a sick day since, and he had worn the suit now for 29 years. "About a man's ears," said he. "There's no doubt you get a pressure in 'em when you go down, and the pressure gets harder and harder the deeper you go, that is, until your ears crack." "Crack?" I said. "Well, that's what we call it, but I don't suppose anything really cracks. After you get down, say 30 feet, your ears hurt a good deal, especially if by chance you have a little cold, and you keep opening your mouth and swallering to make the crack come, and the first thing you know, you hear a sound inside your head like striking a match. That's the crack. And then you can go on down as far as you please, and you won't feel any more pain in your ears until you're coming up again. Then you get a reverse crack. They say it's the air working in and out of your head. I don't know what it is, but I know some men's ears won't crack, and those men can't never make divers." "How deep can a diver go down?" I inquired. The company smiled at this, and turned to Atkinson, who smiled back, and then referred modestly to one of the deepest dives on record, 150 feet, made by himself some years before up the Hudson. He had a pressure of 6 atmospheres on him at that depth, and could stay down only 20 minutes. "I'll tell you about that some other day," said he. "It's pretty near time now for me to be sweeping up this coal." Then, answering my look of surprise at the word "sweeping," he explained how they lessen the weight of a sunken barge by first pumping out the water in her, and then pumping out the coal. The same suction pipe does both, and will discharge 35 or 40 tons of coal an hour, on a chute which holds the coal while the water streams through. During this operation the diver is down in the barge, moving the suction end back and forth, up and down, the "sweeping" in question, until no more coal is left for its hungry mouth. "We pump grain out of wrecks in the same way," said Atkinson, "tons and tons of it. And they dry it in ovens and sell it. A man must look sharp, though, and not get himself caught. We had a diver he was new at the business who got his knee against the suction pipe one day while he was pumping coal, and it held him as if he was nailed there. He was so scared he tore himself loose, but he had to rip a piece out of his suit to do it. He stayed down, though, just the same." "What? With a hole in his suit?" "That doesn't matter, as long as it's only in the leg. You see, the air in the helmet presses down hard enough to keep the water below a man's neck, but he mustn't bend over so as to let his helmet get lower than the hole." "I should say not," put in Timmermans. "Why, what would happen if he did?" "He'd be killed quicker than you can wink. The air from the helmet would rush out at the hole, and he'd be crushed by the weight of the water." I don't know whether Mr. Atkinson realized the full truth of his words, but I found, on consulting the authorities, that a diver's body at 32 feet is subjected to a pressure of water amounting to 40 tons, at 64 feet to 80 tons, at 96 feet to 120 tons, etc., and it is only the great counter pressure in the helmet of air from the air pump that enables the diver to endure this otherwise deadly weight. It follows that the deeper a diver goes, the harder work it is for the air pump men to drive air down to him, and at great depths as many as 4 men are sometimes needed at the pump to conquer the water resistance and keep open the escape valve, for air breathed out, at the helmet top. Here ended this day's talk, for the coal would wait no longer. Atkinson must go down again to his sweeping. But there were other days for me aboard the Dunderberg, other glimpses into these brave, simple lives. Think what these fellows do! Here is a huge, helpless vessel at the bottom of a bay, with the tide tearing her to pieces, and down into the depths comes a queer little man, as big as one of her anchor points, and stands beside her in the mud, and feels her over, and decides how he will save her, and then does it all alone. And what he does is never the same as anything he has done before, for each wreck is a new problem. Each job of submarine patching has its own difficulties and dangers. Oh, bored folk, idle folk, go to the wreckers, say I, if you want a new sensation. Watch the big pontoons put forth their strength. Watch the divers, and, if you can, set the crew of the Dunderberg to telling stories. End of Section 5. Section 6. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 2, of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring, by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 2. A Visit to the Burying Ground of Wrecks. Little by little, one picks up lore of the divers, small things, yet edifying. In summer, a diver wears underneath his suit, to keep him cool, the same flannel shirt and thick woolen socks that he wears in winter to keep him warm. But he wears mittens in the winter on his hands, which are bare in summer. On the bitterest day in January he finds comparative warmth in deep water, as he finds a chill there in torrid August. Summer and winter he perspires very freely, and a little work brings him to the limit of his strength, the strain being chiefly on the lungs. The deeper he goes, the more exhausting becomes every effort. A diver often endures real suffering, like the foot-tickling torture, because he cannot scratch his nose or face, and they tell of one man who worked in great distress because, when he got down, he found a June bug in his helmet, and had to bear the insect's lively promenading over his features, powerless to stop it. And there was a diver who, in bravado, used to smoke a cigarette inside his helmet. Divers, as a class, are not superstitious. Seldom do their thoughts down below stray into realms of fantasy, nor have they the time to dream, but only to hammer and saw and ply the crowbar, and drive iron spikes 20 inches long into huge timbers; in short, to attend strictly to their work. It is amusing to note the scorn of practical divers for the nice electric lighting and telephone contrivances of divers who never dive, but sell their inventions to the government for its Newport diving school, which same inventions remain, for the most part, in their spick-span boxes. It seems simple enough to have submarine lights, yet divers who dive prefer to grope in the almost darkness of our ordinary waters. It seems a distinct advantage that diver and tender be able to talk over a wire, yet divers who dive keep jealously to the clumsy system of jerks on the lines, and will not even be bothered with the Morse alphabet. The fact is, a diver has quite as much as he can attend to with the burden of his suit, about 175 pounds, and his 2 lines to watch and keep from kinks and entanglements. Touch one of these lines, and you touch his life. Fasten a new line to him, or 2 new lines, and you enormously increase his peril. Imagine yourself stumbling about in a dark forest, with a man strapped on your back, and several ropes dragging behind you among trees and rocks, each separate rope being to you as breath and blood. That is precisely the diver's case. So he goes, so he works, and when they offer him pretty apparatus to increase his load, he will have none of it, nor will he tug any extra ropes. "I have ways enough of dying as it is," says he. Working thus in gloom or darkness, the diver develops his senses of feeling and locality. He gains certain qualities of blind men, and finds guidance in unlooked-for ways. The ascending bubbles from his helmet, for instance, shine silver white, and may be seen for a couple of fathoms. These bubbles have a trick of lodging in a vessel's seams, and so give the diver a rough pattern of her. Again, in searching for leaks, the sense of hearing helps him, for he can distinguish, after long habit, the sucking sound of water rushing through the holes. One is sorry to learn that divers go to pieces early. Few of them last beyond 50. As they grow old, their keenness wanes, they lose their bearings easily down below, and show bad judgment, and fear of the business grows upon them. Often they seek false courage in strong drink, which hurries on the end. Too many of them, after searching all their lives for wrecks, wind up as wrecks themselves. But it is good to know that there are exceptions, divers like Bill Atkinson, sturdy and true at 50, and good in the suit for years to come, unless their wives persuade them to retire. The diver's wife, I am told, poor woman, starts with terror every time she hears a door-bell ring. I must speak now of the burying ground for wrecks, one of the strangest, saddest, most interested burying grounds I can think of. It was a disaster to the tugboat America that brought me there, this ill-fated craft having been cut half through in the North River and sunk by a great liner she was helping into dock. The America went down forthwith in 60 feet of water, sank so suddenly that all aboard her had to cast themselves into the water and fight for it. The fireman and the cook, not knowing how to swim, fought in vain, and ended their lives there. It is astonishing how many men who follow the sea as a business cannot swim. Well, in due course the wreckers came up to lift the tugboat, and Atkinson, who cannot swim either, directed the job. They swung chains under her, fore and aft. They jacked her up, nearly to the surface, and then, while 4 pontoons held her, the Pinafore, the Catamaran, and 2 others, only the working crews know the names of these pontoons, they all splashed slowly up the river under the tow of the wrecking tug Fly, and finally came to the burying ground of the wrecks. Here they jacked her up some more. It was, "We've got her! Slack away now!" and "Heh heh heh heh!" as the men strained at the blocks, and then they grounded her on the mud, where wrecks have been grounded for years, and left her, with all the others, to rust and ruin and rot. But before they grounded her there was a long time to wait for high tide, time for a good meal on the Catamaran, and a talk about hazards of the sea as divers know them. It was then that Atkinson told me the promised story of his deepest dive. I wish all men who do big things would speak of them as simply as he did. "It's like this," said he, "in diving, the same as in other things. Every man has his limit, but he can't tell what it is until the trial comes. At this time I'm talking about, some 10 years ago, I thought 100 feet about as deep as I wanted to go. If there are 200 divers in the country, you can bet on it not 10 of them can go down over 100 feet. Well, along comes this job in the middle of winter, a head-on collision up off the Hudson off Fort Montgomery, and a fine tugboat gone to the bottom. We came up with the pontoons to raise her, and Captain Timmans, he's the father of Timmans the diver, ordered Hansen down to fix a chain under her shaft. There's the man now." A big Scandinavian in the listening circle looked pleased at this mention. He was Hansen. We knew by the sounding that she lay in 150 feet of water on a shelf of bottom over a deeper place, and Hansen was a little anxious. He got me to tend him, and I remember he asked me, when I was putting the suit on him, if I thought he could do it. Remember that, Hansen? Hansen nodded. I told him I thought I could do the job myself, so why shouldn't he? But that was partly to encourage him. Anyhow, Hansen went down, and I got a signal, "All right," from him when he struck the bottom. Then the line kept very still, and pretty soon I jerked it again. No answer. So I knew something was wrong, and began to haul him up quick, telling the boys to turn faster. He was unconscious when we got him on deck, but he soon came round, and he said he felt like he'd been dreaming. He'll tell you if that ain't right. "It's right," said Hansen. "We couldn't work any more that day, on account of the tide, but Captain Timmans said the thing had to be done the next morning, and wanted Hansen to try it again, but Hansen wouldn't." "Wasn't no use of trying again," put in Hansen. "That's it. He'd passed his limit, but it seems I had a longer one. Anyhow, when the captain called on me, I got into the suit and went down, and I stayed down until that chain was under the shaft. It took me 20 minutes, and I don't believe I could have stood it much longer. The pressure was terrible, and those 20 minutes took more out of me than 4 hours would, say, at 50 feet. But we got the tugboat up, and she's running yet." After this, Hansen told a story showing what power the suction pipes exert in pumping out a vessel. He was working on a wreck off City Island, at the entrance to the Sound. He had signaled for rags to stuff up a long crack, and the tender had tied a bundle of them to the life line and lowered it to him by slacking out the line. All this time the pump was working at full pressure, throwing out streams from the wreck through four big pipes. Suddenly the life line came near the crack, and was instantly drawn into it and jammed fast, so that Hansen would have been held prisoner by the very rope intended to save him, had it not been for the slack paid out, which was fortunately long enough to bring him up. Had it been his hand or foot that was seized in that sucking clutch, the incident would have had a sadder ending. Then came other stories, until the day was fading and the tide was right, and Atkinson was ready for grounding of this soaked and battered tugboat. Presently he calls, "Look out for that rope! Get your jacks ready! Now slack away!" And forthwith pulleys are creaking and great chains are grinding down link by link, as the men pump at the little "jacks," and the 40-foot timbers that stretch across pontoons and hold the wreck chains groan on their blocks, and at last the America comes to rest safely, ingloriously on the mud. Poor America, so proud and saucily tooting only the other day, now a bedraggled wreck on these Weehawken flats, destined to what fate, who knows? To be lifted from the mud, patched up, rebuilt, quarreled over by owners and insurance people, or perhaps simply left here, with the others, for wharf rats to swarm in, and boys to go crabbing on. The burying ground of wrecks! What a sight from the rugged height back of the water! Here are the blackened, shapeless hulls from the great river fire of 1900, when red-hot liners drifted blazing to these very flats. Here is the ferryboat River Belle, decked with flags in her day, and danced on by gay excursionists, now thick with mud and slime, her deck beams spongy underfoot, her wheel frames twisted like a broken spider's web. Here are the half-sunken halves of some ice barge, cut clean in two by a liner. Here, heaving with the tide, is an aged car float with a watchman's shanty on it, heaped with its rusted boilers, its anchors, cranes, gear wheels, cables, pumps, a tangle of iron things that were once important. Here is a scuttled tugboat that has been in a lawsuit, and the mud, for years. Here is a coal barge, wedged open and sunk by her owner to steal the insurance money. Wrecks spread all about us, and above them rise the masts and cranes of pontoons and pumping craft, that seem, in the shadows and desolation, like things of evil omen guarding their prey. Night is coming on. Lights show in the great city across the river. Ferry boats pass. Lines of barges pass. Whistles sound. The waves splash, splash against the wrecks, touching them gently, one would say. But nobody else cares. Nobody comes near. Nobody looks. The divers go home. The wrecking crews eat and turn in to sleep. A rat squeals somewhere. These helpless, crippled hulks are alone in the night, and they grind against decaying stumps. They are wrecks, they are dead, they are buried, and yet they can move a little in the mud. End of section 6. Section 7. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 3 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adam Marcetich, Alexandria, Virginia, 2010. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Deep Sea Diver, Part 3, An afternoon of storytelling on the steam pump Dunderberg. When there is difficult diving to be done in the East River, or in any river where the tide runs strong, you will see the wrecking boats swing idly at anchor for hours waiting for slack water, the only time when divers dare go down. And often there is half a day's waiting for half an hour's work, and often a week goes by on a 2 hours' job, say, in full midstream, where not even the most venturesome beginner will stay down more than 20 minutes at the turn, lest he be swept away, ponderous suit and all, by the rush of the river. It's start your patch and leave it to be ripped open by the beating sea. It's get your chain fast 9 weary times, and have it 9 times torn away overnight by some foolish, bumping tugboat. In fact, it's worry and aggravation until the thing is over. Also, this is the time of times, if you can get aboard, to make acquaintance with the wreckers, to pick up lore of the diving suit and tales of the divers. It was bad weather when we, on the sturdy old Dunderberg, were busy at a wreck off the Brooklyn shore, not far from the Grand Street ferry. I had as much to do with lifting this wreck as the pewter spoons stuck around the little cabin. It wasn't much of a wreck anyhow, only a grain boat, but it had my gratitude for stubbornly refusing to come up, and so we had hours to spend down in the cabin aforesaid, which could barely hold cook stove and dining table, but managed to be parlor and bedroom besides, also laundry on occasions. The Dunderberg, I should explain, was originally a mud scow, but for good conduct and an injury to her nose had been changed into a steam pump. She could suck her 40 tons of coal an hour out of a wreck with the best of them, and she traveled with 4 pontoons, no one of which could touch her in table fare, especially coffee. Late one afternoon, when the rain was drizzling and the swinging brass lamps lit, we sat about on wooden stools, and some were curled up in bunks along the walls, and listened to the talk of Atkinson and Timmins and Hansen, who had seen and done strange things in their time. They were discussing the escape valve in a diver's helmet, and arguing whether it pays to stiffen the spring for very deep diving. Atkinson, who had worked 8 fathoms deeper than either of them, said he left his spring alone. He used the same suit and the same valve action for any depth. "But I look out for sandbanks," said he. "Ever since that fellow, you know who I mean, had one cave in on him on the North River. He was tunneling under a vessel with a wall of sand beside him higher than his head, and the first thing he knew he was flat on his back, with sand jammed in his valve so it couldn't open. It wasn't a minute before he was shot up to the surface like a balloon. The reason of that," he explained for my benefit, "is because a diving suit with its valve shut gets lighter and lighter as they drive down air from the air pump, until all of a sudden it comes up, man and all, just as a plank would if you held it on the bottom and then let it go." "Talking about planks coming up," said Timmins, who was seated under the picture of a prize fighter, "I was down on the North German Lloyd steamer Maine, the one that was burned and sunk, fixing a suction pipe to pump grain out of her, when a big wooden hatch got loose and came up under me. I was working between decks, and the hatch swung me right up against the overhead beams, and held me there, squeezing the lifeline and hose so tight I couldn't signal. It's lucky the hose was wire wound, or that would have been the last of me. But I got my air all right, and after a while I worked free." "Wire wound and all," observed Atkinson. "I've had my hose squeezed so the air was shut off. I was on a wreck off one of the Hoboken docks once, when an 8-inch suction pipe caught the hose coming down through a hatch, and the next second I felt my air stop, though I could hear the pump beating. I jerked slack away on the lifeline, and that loosened the hose and saved me, but I got a blast of compressed air as the jam eased that jumped me up a yard. "Suppose your lifeline had been jammed, too," I asked, "so that you couldn't jerk slack away." Atkinson paused to think. "There's a difference of opinion about how long a man can live on air that's in his helmet. Some say 3 or 4 minutes. I don't believe it. I think 2 minutes would do the business." "There was George Seaman," began Timmans. "Yes," said Atkinson, taking up the story, as was a senior's right. "There was George Seaman, who put trust in the argument of Tom Scott and Lowe and some of those old-timers that a man can cut his hose and press his thumb quick against the hole and live long enough on what's air in the helmet to reach the top. Years ago they used to give that talk to us youngsters, but I notice none of 'em ever tried it. Well, Seaman, he did try it. He was down on a wreck somewhere along 60th Street, and his hose got caught in the timbers. The lifeline was all right, and he was getting air enough, only when they tried to haul him up, he stuck on account of the hose. They tried 3 times to lift him, and each time he'd come up a few feet and stick, and then they'd have to let him fall back. You can see that's awful discouraging for a man, especially when he's tired and cold. If Seaman had kept his nerve and waited they'd probably have sent another diver down to get him untangled, but he didn't keep his nerve. All he saw was that the hose was caught and he couldn't free it, and they couldn't get him up. It's a lot easier to get rattled at the bottom of a river than up in the air, and Seaman called to mind what he'd heard about stopping the hole with your thumb, and he got out his knife. All divers carry a knife fast to the suit. See, like this." He drew a 2-edged knife, a wicked-looking weapon, out of its leathern sheath, and moved his thumb along the edge. "Then Seaman he felt for the hose, and made ready to cut. His idea was, you see, to slash the hose at one stroke, then jerk on the lifeline to be hauled up quick, and keep the hole shut with his thumb while he came up. I can picture him now with his knife on the hose, sort of praying a minute, like a man might with a knife at his throat. That's what it amounted to. Well, he wrote the story of what he did right there on the hose, and wrote it plain. They've got the piece at the office, and they'll show it to you if you ask 'em. Seaman made his cut with about 2 men's strength. I'll bet not one of you boys could do near as well as he did at cutting a hose through with one stroke. His slash came clear through all but a shaving of rubber, and he tried to cut that with a second stroke, but the knife struck a new place about an inch away, and he slashed her half through there. Then he tried 9 times more, and made 9 separate cuts at the hose, and there they are today, about half an inch apart, each one a little shallower than the one before, and the last 2 or 3 only scratches on the outside. That was just as he died, and you can figure out how long it probably took him to make those 11 knife strokes. I suppose there ought to be 13, but 11's what there is. You'll count 'em." Not only did I count them, these 11 tragic cuts, but I have the piece of hose to this day. The office people gave it to me, and never do I look but with a shiver at this dumb record in diminuendo of agony and sacrifice. "I suppose that settled the question of stopping a hose with your thumb?" I remarked. "That's what it did," said Atkinson. After this there were more stories. I can't begin to say how many more. Every time a diver goes down, one would say, something new happens to him, something worth telling about. Hansen related an experience of his with a conger eel. Atkinson told how a dock department diver named Fairchild was blown to death under 40 feet of water, when 28 pounds of dynamite he was putting in for blasting went off too soon. Timmans told how he fainted away once, 105 feet down, and another time let the water into his suit by pulling out a helmet lug on a foolish wager. And that reminded Atkinson of the time his gasket, the rubber joint under the collar, was cut through by the slam of an iron ladder, and the air went out "Whew!" and a quick jerk on the lifeline was all that saved him. Last of all, they told me the story of old Captain Conkling and the Holyoke Dam, a story known to every diver. It seems there was a leak in this dam, and the water was rushing through with so strong a suction that it seemed certain death for a diver to go near enough to stop the leak. Yet it was extremely important that the leak be stopped. In fact, the saving of the dam depended on it. So Captain Conkling, who was in charge of the job, induced one of his divers to go down, and reluctantly the man put on his suit, but insisted on having an extra rope, and a very strong one, tied around his waist. "What's that for?" asked Conkling. "That's to help my body out if the life line breaks," said the diver. "Go on and do your work," replied Conkling, who had little use for sentiment. It happened exactly as the diver feared. He was drawn into the suction of the hole, and when they tried to pull him up, both hose and lifeline parted, and the man was drowned, but they managed to rescue his body with the heavy line, just as he had planned. Then Conkling called for another diver, but not a man responded. They said they weren't that kind of fools. "All right," said the captain, in his business-like way, "then I'll go down myself and stop that hole." And he called the men to dress him. At this time Captain Conkling was 75 years old, and had retired long since from active diving, but he was as strong as a horse still, and no man had ever questioned his courage. In vain they tried to dissuade him. "I'll stop that hole," said he, "and I don't want any extra rope either." He kept his word. He went down, and he stopped the hole, but it was with his dead body, and today somewhere in the Holyoke Dam lie the bones of brave old Captain Conkling, encased in full diving dress, helmet and hose and lifeline, buried in that mass of masonry. No man ever dared go down after his body. End of section 7.
Deep Sea Divers, Part 8 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 4. Wherein we meet sharks, alligators, and a very tough problem in wrecking. Timmans, whom I used to call the student diver because of his keen observation and capacity for wonder, leaned against the stepladder that reached down from hatch to cabin on the Dunderberg, and remarked, while the others listened, "I did a queer job of diving once down into the hold of a steamship, a national liner, that lay in her dock, blazing with electric lights and dry as a bone. Just the same, I needed my suit when I got down into her. In fact, I wouldn't have lasted there very long without air from the pump." "Some queer cargo?" suggested Atkinson. "That's it. She was loaded with caustic soda, or whatever they make bleaching powder of. Barrels and barrels of it, with the heads broken in after a storm, and it wasn't good stuff to breathe, I can tell you. First they set men shoveling it out with sponges in their mouths against the dust and gases, but one man coughed so hard he tore something in his lungs or head and died. Then they sent for a diver. That was me, and I worked hours down there, hoisting and shoveling, like I was at the bottom of the bay, only there was no water to carry the weight. Say, but wasn't that suit heavy! and when I looked out through my helmet glasses, it seemed as if I was digging through a snowfield with such a terrible dazzle it made my eyes ache to look at it. "I suppose you don't usually see much under water?" said I. "Depends on what water it is," answered Timmins. "All rivers around New York are black as ink 20 feet down," remarked Atkinson. "I know they are," said Timmins, "but I've seen different rivers. When I was diving off the Kennebec's mouth, 5 miles southeast of the Sagan Light (we were getting up the wreck of the Mary Lee), then, gentlemen, I looked through as beautiful clear water as you could find in a drugstore filter. Why, it reminded me of the West Indies. I could see plainly for, well, certainly 75 feet over swaying kelpweed 8 feet high, with blood-red leaves as big as a barrel, all dotted over with black spots. There were acres and acres of it, swarming with rock crabs and lobsters and all kinds of fish." "Any sharks?" said I. Hansen and Atkinson smiled, for this is a question always put to divers, who usually have to admit that they never even saw a shark. Not so Timmins. "I had an experience with a shark," he answered gravely, "but it wasn't up in Maine. It was while we were trying to save a 3,000-ton steamer of the Hamburg American Packet Company, wrecked on a bar in the Magdalena River, United States of Colombia. I'd been working for days, patching her keel, hung on a swinging shelf we'd lowered along her side, and every time I went down I saw swarms of red snappers and butterfish under my shelf, darting after the refuse I'd scrape off her plates. And there were big jewfish, too, and I used to harpoon 'em for the men to eat. In fact, I about kept our crew supplied with fresh fish that way. Well, on one particular day I noticed a sudden shadow against the light, and there was a shark, sure enough. Not such an enormous one, but 12 feet long anyhow, big enough to make me uneasy. He swam slowly around me, and then kept perfectly still, looking straight at me with his little wicked eyes. I didn't know what minute he might make a rush, so I caught up a hammer I was working with, it was my only weapon, and struck it against the steamer's iron side as hard as I could. You know a blow like that sounds louder under water than it does in the air, and it frightened the shark, so he went off like a flash." "Perhaps he wasn't hungry," laughed one of the crew. "Not hungry? I'll tell you how hungry those sharks were. They'd swallow big chunks of pork, sir, nailed and wired to barrel heads as fast as we could chuck 'em overboard. Swallow nails, wire, barrel heads, and all, and then we'd haul 'em in by ropes, that did for fish lines, only it took 20 or 30 men to do the hauling. And there were plenty of sharks round, only they never seemed to tackle a man in the suit." "Some say it's the firelight of the valve bubbles that scares sharks off," commented Atkinson. "I don't know what it is, but I know the bubbles shine something wonderful as you watch 'em boiling up out of your helmet." "Phosphorescence," I suggested, and then went back into the talk for some broken threads. "How about that steamer you were telling about?" I asked. "The one that was wrecked on the bar? Did you save her?" "I should say we did," replied Timmins. "And I guess the company wished we hadn't. It cost them more money than the job was worth. Why, if I should start telling how we saved that steamer, I don't know when I'd get through. It took us 8 solid months. Yes, sir, and that meant 60 men to feed and pay wages to, 40 in the wrecking crew and 20 on the tug. Oh, but we did have trouble all the time. But we had fun, too, especially when some of these gay Bowery lads we picked up got loose on the mainland. Talk about scraps!" Timmins paused as if for invitations to spin the whole yarn, and these he immediately received. "Tell about painting the alligator," urged Hansen. "Oh, that was a bit of foolishness me and another fella done. He was a Dutchman, and got me to help him catch an alligator one day. He said he could bring him up north and get a big price for him. Well, we noosed one after a whole lot of chasing in a lagoon, and kept him 4 or 5 weeks, but he wouldn't eat, and the boys all gave us the laugh. So the Dutchman got up a scheme to paint him white and put him back in the lagoon. His idea was that this white alligator would scare out all the other alligators, and then we'd capture maybe 20 or 30 on the banks and make our fortune." He paused a moment with a twinkling eye, and Hansen snickered. "Well, we done it. We painted that alligator white, and we put him back in the lagoon, and you can shoot me if those other alligators didn't eat him. Yes, sir, they chewed him clean up before we hardly got the ropes off him." "What did the Dutchman say?" asked Hansen, shaking with mirth. "He stuck to it. His idea was all right, but it was the blamed alligator's fault for being too weak with fasting to fight the ones as weren't painted, and he wanted somebody to help him catch another, but nobody would." Then Timmans came back to the saving of the wreck, and it really was an amazing story of patience and ingenuity against endless obstacles. I doubt if men from anywhere but America would have carried such a hopeless undertaking through to success. First, they rigged up a wire railway from wreck to shore, and slid off a valuable cargo of alpaca, silks, and beer bit by bit along the wire to land, where they conscientiously drank the beer. Then they hitched a hawser to the steamer, and by clever engineering managed to drag her off the bar against the river current. But presently this current, sweeping down from the mountains, grew too swift for the wrecking tug, and she in turn was dragged downstream against all the strength of her engines, and saw herself threatened with destruction on the bar. Then the captain of the tug, in his peril, ordered the hawser cut, and 39 men of the wrecking crew were left to their fate on the abandoned wreck. Their adventures alone would make a thrilling chapter, but they were rescued finally from the half-sinking steamer after she had somehow crossed the bar and wrecked herself anew in the breakers some miles down the coast. Then weeks passed while the wrecking crew worked at patching the steamer's holes so that she would float, and every day Timmans went down in his suit and did blacksmith work and carpenter work on her torn plates and beams, in constant danger of being crushed in the deep sand trough she rocked and slid in. Sometimes the whole iron hull, beaten against by the ocean, would go grinding along, breaking down a wall of sand 10 feet high almost as fast as Timmans could walk, and to be caught between her side and that wall would have ended his days forthwith. Diving suit and man would have been crushed like an eggshell. Finally, when she was ready, they made fast a 16-inch hawser and put on full steam to pull her off into deep water. Off she came, and all was going well with the towing when a fierce tropical storm came upon them, and the steamer turned broadside to its fury, and the great hawser snapped like a kite string, and back she went on the coral reef. Once more they began at the beginning, and in time had another hawser ready and tried again. This time the hawser parted by grinding on the beach as they dragged her. Then, after long delay, they got a 16-inch hawser wound with wire that would resist the friction of rocks and sand, and all would have happened as they'd hoped had not a sawfish, sent by the evil power that thwarted them, thrust its jagged weapon through the hawser strands, piercing the wire and severing the big tow line. The wrecking company still shows the saw of that mischievous fish among its curiosities. So Timmans' narrative ran on endlessly, with details of how they stopped some fresh leaks with 65 barrels of cement, and how they quelled a mutiny, and how they finally got the steamer off, and rigged up a patent rudder that steered her over 2,500 miles until they landed her home, 250-odd days after the expedition started. All going to show the kind of stuff American wreckers are made of. End of section 8.
Deep Sea Divers, Part 9 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 5. In which the author puts on a diving suit and goes down to a wreck. One day I asked Atkinson, as master diver of the wrecking company, if he would let me go down in his diving suit, and he said yes very promptly, with an odd little smile, and immediately began telling of people who, on various occasions, had teased to go down, and then had backed out at the critical moment, sometimes at the very last, just as the face glass was being screwed on. It was a bit disconcerting to me, for Atkinson seemed to imply that I, of course, would be different from such people and go down like a veteran, whereas I was as yet only thinking of going down. "There's a wreck on the Hackensack," said he. "It's a coal barge sunk in 20 feet of water. We'll be pumping her out to-morrow. Come down about noon and I'll put the suit on you." Then he told me how to find the place, and spoke as if the thing were settled. I thought it over that evening and decided not to go down. It was not worth while to take such a risk. It was a foolish idea. Then I changed my mind. I would go down. I must not miss such a chance. It would give me a better understanding of this strange business, and there was no particular danger in it, only a little discomfort. Then I wavered again, and thought of accidents to divers, and tragedies of diving. What if something went wrong? What if the hose burst, or the air valve stuck? Or suppose I should injure my hearing in spite of Atkinson's assurance? I looked up a book on diving, and found that certain persons are warned not to try it. Full-blooded men, very pale men, men who suffer much from headache, men subject to rheumatism, men with poor hearts or lungs, and others. The list seemed to include everybody, and certainly included me on at least 2 counts. Nevertheless, I kept to my purpose. I would go down. It was rising tide the next afternoon, an hour before slackwater. Slackwater is the diver's harvest time, when the crew of the steam pump Dunderberg gathered on deck to witness my descent and assist in dressing me, for no diver can dress himself. The putting on of a diving suit is like squeezing into an enormous pair of rubber boots reaching up to the chin and provided with sleeves that clutch the wrist tightly with clinging bands to keep out the water. Thus encased, you feel as helpless and oppressed as a tightly stuffed sawdust doll, and you stand anxiously while the men put the gasket, a rubber joint, over your shoulders and make it fast with thumbscrews under a heavy copper collar. Next, you step into a pair of 30-pound iron shoes that are strapped over your rubber feet. And now they lead you to an iron ladder that reaches down from rail to water. You lift your feet somehow over the side, right foot, left foot, and feel around for the ladder rungs. Then you bend forward on the deck, face down, as a man would lay his neck on the block. This is to let the helpers make fast around your waist the belt that is to sink you presently with its 100 pounds of lead. Under this belt you feel the lifeline noose hugging below your arms, a stout rope trailing along the deck that will follow you to the bottom and haul you back again safely, let us hope. Beside it trails the precious black hose that brings you air. Now Atkinson himself lifts the copper helmet with its 3 goggle eyes and prepares to screw it on. The men watch your face sharply. They have seen novices weak in here. "Want to leave any address?" says Captain Taylor cheerfully. I admit, in my own case, that at this moment I felt a very real emotion. I watched 2 lads at the air pump wheels as if they were executioners, though both had kind faces, and one was sucking placidly at a clay pipe. I thought how good it was to stay in the sunshine, and not go down under a muddy river in a diving suit. "Wait a minute!" I cried out, and went over the signals again. 3 slow jerks on the lifeline to come up, and so on. Now the helmet settles down over my head and jars against the collar. I see a man's hands through the round glasses criss-crossed over with protecting wires. He is screwing the helmet down tight. Now he holds the face glass before my last little open window. "Go ahead with the pump," calls a queer voice, and forthwith a sweetish, warmish breath enters the helmet, and I hear the wheeze and groan of the cylinders. "If you get too much air, pull once on the hose," somebody calls. "If you don't get enough, pull twice." I wonder how I am to know whether I am getting too much or not enough, but there is no time to find out. I have just a moment for one deep breath from the outside, when there is no more outside for me. The face glass has shut it off, and now grimy fingers are turning this glass in its threads, turning it hard, and hands are fussing with hose and lifeline, making them fast to lugs on the helmet face, one on each side, so that the hose drops away under my left arm and the lifeline under my right. Then I feel a sharp tap on my big copper crown, which means I must start down. That is the signal. I pause a moment to see if I can breathe, and find I can. One step downward, and I feel a tug at my trousers as the air feed plumps them out. Step by step I enter the water. Foot by foot the river rises to my waist, to my shoulders, to my head. With a roar in my ears and a flash of silver bubbles, I sink beneath the surface. I reach the ladder's end, loose my hold on it, and sink through an amber-colored region, slowly, easily, and land safely, thanks to Atkinson's careful handling, on the barge's deck just outside her coamings, and can reach one heavy foot over the depth of her hold, where tons of coal await rescue. A jerk comes on the lifeline, and I answer that all is well. Indeed, I am pleasantly disappointed thus far in my sensations. It is true there is a pressure in my ears, but nothing of consequence. No doubt deeper it would have been different, and I feel rather a sense of exhilaration from my air supply than any inconvenience. At every breath the whole suit heaves and settles with the lift and fall of my lungs. I carry my armor easily. It seems as if I have no weight at all, yet the scales would give me close to 400 pounds. The fact is, though I did not know it, my friends up in the daylight were pumping me down too much air, this in their eager desire to give enough, and I was in danger of becoming more buoyant than is good for a diver. In fact, if the clay pipe gentleman had turned his wheel just a shade faster, I should have traveled up in a rush, 400 pounds and all. I learned afterward that Atkinson had an experience like this one day, when a green tender mixed the signals and kept sending down more air every time he got a jerk for less. Atkinson was under a vessel's keel, patching a hole, and he hung on there as long as he could, saying things to himself, while the suit swelled and swelled. Then he let go and came to the surface so fast that he shot 3 feet out of the water, and startled the poor tender into dropping his line and taking to his heels. Needless to say, that sort of thing is quite the reverse of amusing to a diver, who must be raised and lowered slowly, say at the speed of a lazy freight elevator, to escape bad head pains from changing air pressure. I sat down on the deck and took note of things. The golden color of the water was due to the sunshine through it and the mud in it, a fine effect from a mean cause. For 2 or 3 feet I could see distinctly enough. I noticed how red my hands were from the squeeze of rubber wristbands. I felt the diving suit over, and found the legs pressed hard against my body with the weight of water. I searched for the hammer and nail they had tied to me, and proceeded to drive the ladder into the deck. I knew that divers use tools under water, the hammer, the saw, the crowbar, etc., almost entirely by sense of feeling, and I wanted to see if I could do so. The thing proved easier than I had expected. I hit the nail on the head nearly every time, nor did the water resistance matter much. My nail went home, and I was duly pleased. I breathed quicker after this slight exertion, and recalled Atkinson's words about the great fatigue of work under water. I stood up again and shuffled to the edge of the wreck. Strange to think that if I stepped off I should fall to the bottom, unless the lifeline held me, just as surely as a man might fall to the ground from a housetop. I would not rise as a swimmer does, and then I felt the diver's utter helplessness. He cannot lift himself. He cannot speak. He cannot save himself except as those lines save him. Let them part, let one of them choke, and he dies instantly. And now the steady braying of the air pump beat sounded like cries of distress, and the noise in my ears grew like the roar of a train. All divers below hear this roaring, and it keeps them from any talking one with another. When two are down together, they communicate by taps and jerks, as they do with the tenders above. I bent my head back and could see a stream of bubbles, large ones, rising from the escape valve like a ladder of glistening pearls. And clinging to my little windows were myriad tiny bubbles that rose slowly. The old Hackensack was boiling all about me, and I saw how there may well be reason in the belief of some that this ceaseless ebullition from the helmet, often accompanied by a phosphorescent light in the bubbles, is the diver's safeguard against creatures of the deep. Well, I had had my experience, and all had gone well, a delightful experience, a thing distinctly worth the doing. It was time to feel for the life line and give the 3 slow pulls. Where was the ladder now? I was a little uncertain, and understood how easily a diver, even old timers have this trouble, may lose his bearings. There. 1, 2, 3, and the answer comes straightway down the line. 1, 2, 3. That means I must stand ready. They are about to lift me. Now the rope tightens under my arms, and easily, slowly I rise, and the golden water pales to silver, the bubbles boil faster, and I come to the surface by the ladder's side and grope again for its rungs. How heavy I have suddenly become without the river to buoy me! This climbing the ladder is the hardest task of all. It is like carrying 2 men on one's back. Again I bend over the deck and see hands moving at my windows. A twist, a tug, and off comes the face glass with a suck of air. The test is over. "You've done well," is the greeting I receive, and the divers welcome me almost as one of their craft. Henceforth I have friends among these quiet men, whose business it is to look danger in the eye, and look they do without flinching, as they fare over river and sea, and under river and sea, in search of wrecks. End of section 9.
The Balloonist, Part 10 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. The Balloonist. 1. Here we visit a balloon farm and talk with the man who runs it. I never knew a man who has been so many things, and been them all fairly well, as is Carl Myers of Frankfort, New York. They call him Professor Myers ever since he took to ballooning years ago, but they might call him Dr. Myers, for he has studied medicine, or Wrestler Myers, for he is skilled in all tricks of assault and defense, Japanese and others, or Banker Myers, for he spent years in financial dealings, or Printer Myers, for he still sets up his own type, or Telegrapher Myers, or Lecturer Myers, or Carpenter Myers, or Photographer Myers. All these callings, and some others, Myers has pursued with eagerness and success, only making a change when driven to it by his thirst for varied knowledge and his guiding principle: "I refuse to let this world bore me." Today the professor is 60 years old, a thin, wiry, sharp-eyed little man, yet I suspect some boys of 16 who read these pages feel older than he does. You ought to hear him laugh, or tell about the airship that has carried him over 13 states, or describe his balloon farm at Frankfort. I don't know when I have enjoyed myself more than during 3 days Professor Myers spent with me some time ago. Suppose we begin with the balloon farm, which is certainly a queer place. It is a joke in the neighborhood that the professor plants his balloon crop in the spring, gathers it in the fall, and stores it away through the winter. Certain it is that in summer time the visitor, and visitors come in swarms, see fields marked off in rows with stakes and crossed poles, on which balloon cloth by hundreds of yards seem to be growing (really it is drying), and other fields that look like an Eskimo village with houses of crinkly yellowish stuff (really half-inflated balloons), and groups of men boiling varnish in great kettles which are always getting on fire and may explode, and other men working nimbly at the knitting of nets, and others experimenting with parachutes, and the professor paddling away at the height of 3,000 feet for his afternoon sky-cycle sail, and Madame Carlotta, the celebrated aeronaut, also the professor's wife, making an ascension now and then from the front lawn in a chosen one of her 20-odd balloons. And in winter, should you explore the upper rooms of the house, you would find all the balloons tucked away snugly in cocoons, as it were, fast asleep, ranged along the attic floor, each under its net, each ticketed with a record of its work, marked for good or bad conduct after it has been tested by master or mistress. For weeks at a time in the experiment season, a captive balloon hovers above the Frankfort farm, say 1,200 feet up, and the tricks they play with that balloon would draw all the boys in the country, if their parents would let them go. 3 guy ropes hold the balloon steady, like legs of an enormous tripod, and straight down from the netting a 4th rope hangs free. Now imagine swinging on a rope 1,200 feet long! They do that often for tests of flying machines or aeroplanes. Swing off the housetop and sail away in a long, slow curve, just clearing the ground, and land on top of a windmill at the far side of the grounds. That's a swing worth talking about. And fancy a man hitched fast to this rope by shoulder straps, and as he swings, flapping a pair of great wings made out of feathers and silk, and trying to steer with a ridiculous spreading tail of the same materials. The professor had a visit from such a man, who had spent years and a fortune in contriving this flying device, which, alas, would never fly. Professor Myers, like most aeronauts, insists that traveling by balloon, for one who understands it, is no more perilous, but rather less so, than ordinary travel by rail or trolley or motor carriage. He points out that for 30-odd years he and his wife have led a most active aeronaut existence, have done all things that are done in balloons, besides some new ones, and got no harm from it, some substantial good rather, notably an aerial torpedo, operated by electricity from the ground, which flies swiftly in any desired direction, its silken fans and aluminum propeller under perfect control from a switchboard. Also the sky-cycle balloon, which lifts the aeronaut in a suspended saddle and allows him, by the help of a sail propeller and flapping aeroplanes (these driven by hands and feet), to make a gain on the wind when going with it of 10 or 12 miles an hour. On this sky cycle Professor Myers has paddled hundreds of miles, not trying to go against the wind, but selecting currents from the many available ones that favor his purpose. "What is the use," says he, "of fighting the wind when you can make the wind fight for you? People who take trains or boats wait for a certain hour or a certain tide in the same way we wait for a certain wind current, and there is never long to wait, for the wind blows in totally different directions at different altitudes." "Can you know with precision," I asked, "about these varying currents?" "We can know a good deal by studying the clouds and by observation with kites and other instruments. And we would soon know much more if experimenters would work on these lines of conquering nature by yielding to her rather than opposing her." In my talks with Professor Myers, of which there were many, we went first into the spectacular side of ballooning, the more obviously interesting part, stories of hair-breadth escapes and thrilling adventure. Of the fair lady who assumed marriage vows sailing aloft over Herkimer County. Of Carlotta's recent trip, 90 miles in 60 minutes, with natural gas in the bag. of the English aeronaut who leaped from his car to death in the sea that a comrade might be saved through the lessened weight; of two lovesick Frenchmen who duelled with pistols from rival balloons, while all Paris gaped in wonder from the earth, and shuddered when one silken bag, pierced by a well-aimed shot, dashed down to death with principal and second; and many more of that kind, which, I must say, leave one far from convinced on the non-danger point. Then the Professor dwelt on various odd things about balloons. This, for instance, that the rapid rise of an airship makes an aeronaut suffer the same pain and pressure on his eardrums that a diver knows, only now the air presses from inside the head outward, and relief from this pain is found, as the diver finds it, by repeatedly opening the mouth and swallowing. And he spoke of the strangest illusions of sight. The balloon is always standing still to the person in it, while the earth rushes madly along 40, 60, 90 miles an hour. As you shoot up the first half mile, the ground beneath you seems to drop away into a deepening bowl, while the horizon sweeps up like a loosened spring. Then presently this illusion passes, and you see everything flat. There are no hills any more, nor villages, no towers, nor steep descents, only a level surface, marked charmingly in color, sometimes in wonderful mosaics, and strangely in light and shade. At the height of 2 miles nothing is familiar. You might as well be looking at the moon for all you can recognize. Roads become yellowish lines, rivers brownish lines, and the water vanishes. A mountain range becomes a shaded strip, with less shade on one edge, where the sun is, than on the other. A forest becomes a patch of color, a town another patch. There is scarcely any difference between water and land, and you see to the bottom of a lake, so that the configuration of its bed and valley and hill are apparent through the color and the shading. This singular disappearance of water bodies, for it amounts to almost that, has an evident importance. "I'll tell you what we did on Lake Ontario," said the Professor, "as a result of observations I made there from a balloon. In sailing over the lake on one occasion I remarked a number of small shaded spots which puzzled me. I could not imagine what they were. Finally, with the help of powerful field glasses, I made them out to be wrecks sunk at various depths, and I realized that Lake Ontario, and indeed all the great lakes, abound in vessels which have gone down during centuries and never been recovered. No one can estimate the treasure which lies there waiting for some one to reclaim it, and I saw that it is a perfectly simple matter to locate these wrecks from a balloon, and to prove this I organized a modest wrecking expedition, and indicated to the diver where he was to go down. Down he went at that point, and found the wreck I had seen, and we pumped good coal out of her by hundreds of tons. What I did then on a small scale might be done on a large scale by any one willing to undertake it." Of course I asked the Professor why it is that an aeronaut can see down into a lake better than, say, an observer in a boat, and he explained that there is a great gain in intensity of terrestrial illumination when the viewpoint is at a height. Because the sun's rays converge toward the earth, the sun being so many times larger, and therefore, this is his theory, a man lifted above the earth gets many more solar rays reflected to him from a given area than he would get if nearer to that area. In a word, it is a matter of optics and angles, but, the Professor declares, most assuredly a fact. Never before these talks did I realize how busy an aeronaut is, how much there is to do in a balloon. Besides attending to the valve cords and ballast, there is the barometer to keep your eyes on, for by it alone can you know your altitude. Around moves the needle slowly as you rise, slowly as you fall. 1 point for 1,000 feet. Rising or falling, you know the worst or the best there. Sometimes the needle sticks. The barometer will not work, and you must cast overside pieces of tissue paper to see by their rise or fall if you are going up or down. By your senses alone you cannot tell whether you are rising or falling, or your distance from the earth. That is most deceiving. Then you must have your watch ready to reckon your speed. So many thousand feet up or down in so many seconds, and your map spread out, nailed to a board, and that lashed fast, to tell where you are, and your compass out to fix the north and south points, for a balloon twists slowly all the time, twists one way going up and the other way coming down. Nobody knows just why this is, unless it be the unequal drawing of the seams as the fabric swells and shrinks. "I always keep the mouth of my balloon within easy reach," said the professor, "and play with it as an engineer does with his throttle valve. Sometimes I even tie it shut when I am sailing, but that is dangerous." "Why dangerous?" "Because the balloon might ascend suddenly, and the expanding gas burst it." "Can you see up into the balloon?" I asked, "through the mouth?" "Of course you can, and a beautiful sight it is. You look up through a round window, 20 inches or so in diameter, into the great bag swelled out 50 or 60 feet in diameter, and perfectly tight, so that every line and veining of the net shows plainly through the silk in exquisite tracery, and whenever the sun strikes it, you see a spread of gold and amber melting away and changing colors to the shaded parts. The balloon seems to be perfectly empty, perfectly still, yet it swings you upward and upward like a live thing. You get to feel that your balloon is alive." "Does it make any noise?" "Usually not. Now and then there is a creaking of the basket or a rustle of the fabrics as you pass from one wind current to another, but as you drift along there is a perfect stillness. I know nothing like the peace of a balloon sweeping in a storm. You feel like a disembodied spirit. You have no weight, no bonds. You fly faster than the swiftest express train. More than once Carlotta has raced a train going 50 miles an hour and beaten it." "Is there danger to a balloon in a thunderstorm?" "Apparently not, but it is terrifying to be in one. You seem to be at the very point where the lightning starts and the thunder crash is born. All about you are roarings and blinding flashes, and it rains up on you and down on you and in on you from all sides. While I never heard of a free balloon being struck by lightning, it is a common thing for operators on the ground, even in fair weather, to get shocks of atmospheric electricity down the anchor ropes of captive balloons." Our talk drifted on, and the professor told of exciting times, reporting the great yacht races from captive balloons, with reporters turning seasick in the plunging basket, and remarkable phenomena observed from balloons, and double-colored shadows of balloons, called parhelions, cast on clouds, and wonderful light effects, as when a marveling aeronaut looks down upon a sea of silver clouds bathed in sunshine, and through black clefts sees a snowstorm raging underneath. I was surprised to learn that at very great altitudes, say above 3 miles, the voice almost fails to serve, or rather the rarefied air loses in great part its power of voice transmission, so that in the vast silent spaces of the sky one aeronaut must literally shout to another in the same basket to make himself heard. One would say that the great calm heavens resent the chattering intrusion of noisy little men. End of section 10. The Balloonist, Part 11 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Lee. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. 2. Which treats of experiments in steering balloons. In all their experiments at the farm, Professor Myers and Madame Carlotta have worked on individual lines. He striving of late years to perfect his sky cycle, which is simply a balloon of torpedo shape with a rigging of propellers and fans underneath, while she has been content to gain skill in steering a balloon of ordinary shape by merely moving her body and utilizing varying air currents, for the wind blows in different directions as you ascend. It is remarkable how the position of an aeronaut's body may alter a balloon's movements. It is possible, for instance, to make a balloon ascend or descend without touching valve or ballast by a simple change of position. Stand with your legs apart, straddling from edge to edge of the basket, and by throwing your weight first on one foot and then on the other, you will give a pollywog movement to the big bag above you, and it will go wriggling upward, head first, some hundreds of feet. Or, if you would make it descend, all this the professor explained to me, stand with your feet together in the middle of the basket, and, catching the balloon neck at both sides, stretch your arms wide apart so that the fabric forms a chisel edge. Then sway your hips forward as far as you can, then back as far as you can, and keep doing this. Now the wriggling process is reversed, and this time the basket goes first, tail wagging the dog, and the balloon descends. This ability to rise or fall at will allows Madame Carlotta to pass easily from one train of clouds to another, and by long study of these cross-moving aerial trains she is able to pick out the one she wants for a certain destination, with almost the precision of a foot passenger selecting his particular streetcar or changing from one to another. And in descending she has learned to steer forward or back, to left or right, by tipping the basket footboard in the direction she wishes to take. The balloon follows the lowest edge of the footboard as a ship follows her rudder. An almost incredible instance of skill attained by Carlotta in these experiments was furnished some dozen years ago at Ottawa, where she made an ascension never forgotten by the people of that city. It was a grand occasion, in honor of Queen Victoria's gift of the Crystal Palace to her loyal subjects, and Canada had rarely seen such a gathering. 25,000 people, as was estimated, were packed inside the exposition grounds to see the aeronaut rise to the clouds. And there at the appointed time stood Carlotta on a raised platform with the multitude about her, waiting for the balloon. She wore a short skirt over a gymnasium suit, and made an attractive picture with her fine figure and golden bronze hair. So thought various city dignitaries, who chatted with her admiringly while the crowd surged about them. Meantime, Professor Myers was anxiously watching the maneuvers of some Indians, hired by a committee to tow the balloon from gas works 2 miles distant, where it had been filled. This was rather against the professor's judgment, for the Rideau River, flowing by the grounds, offered an obstacle that could be overcome only with the help of canoes and tow lines, and to paddle a big balloon across a river, a fresh-filled, hard-tugging balloon, is not a thing to be undertaken lightly. And in spite of all their skill, these Indians found themselves presently lifted into the air, canoes and all. Oh, they were badly frightened Indians, not quite clear of the water, but high enough to make it doubtful if they would ever reach shore, and highly interesting to the crowd, which pressed down to the river, even into the river, in well-meant efforts to help, and dragged the balloon up the bank along toward the platform with such eagerness that they tore great rents in it that let out the gas in volumes. In an instant, as happens in crowds, the balloon became the center of a struggling mass of people, who slowly pressed in from all sides to see what the matter was. Now, when 25,000 people are all pressing slowly toward one point, it is apt to fare ill with those at that point. And had not Carlotta acted on a flash of inspiration, there would surely have been disaster in that merciless crush. She looked over the shouting, swaying multitude, and in a second saw the danger, saw women held helpless and fainting in that jam of bodies, saw one way, and only one, to save the situation, and took that way. Stepping off the platform, she ran lightly and swiftly over heads and shoulders, packed solid, and came to the balloon. Such was the people's fright that they scarcely felt her pass. "You can't go up!" cried her husband. "The balloon is a wreck!" "I must go up," she answered. "If I don't, these people will be crushed to death." "There's a hole in her big enough to drive a team through," he protested, but already she was in the basket, and a great cheer arose. "It's better to risk one life than many," she answered with decision. and turning to the crowd, motioned them to loose the car. In their wonder, the mad multitude forgot their fear, and the struggling quieted. All eyes were now on the balloon. One woman's courage had quelled the panic. The danger to the crowd was past. To the woman, just beginning. "Wait a moment!" shouted Professor Myers. "You must have more ballast!" But in the din of voices she misunderstood him and cast out the last bag. Then, with a great heave and a flapping of its torn sides, the balloon wrenched itself free and shot upward, a cripple soaring with its last strength. Up and up it went, higher and higher, as the small store of gas expanded. That tattered balloon, with its seams gaping open, raised itself somehow 2 miles over the city of Ottawa, and then, almost immediately, began to fall. The gas stayed in just long enough to lift the broken bag, and then left it to dash downward. Professor Myers, heartsick on the ground, turned his eyes away, sure that he had seen his wife alive for the last time. But Carlotta was of no such mind. She had saved the crowd, now she would save herself, and even as the balloon dropped with frightful speed, she put her plan into action. Swinging herself up on the netting, she caught the flapping silk above a long tear and drew it down with all her weight until it reached the car. Instantly the air rushed in underneath and bellied out the fabric into a great umbrella, a parachute improvised from a ripped balloon. Now they were slowing up. They had put the brakes on, and now they were soaring easily, drifting with the wind. Carlotta drew a long breath of relief and looked down. They were still a mile above ground. She had the runaway in hand, but where should she land him? Most aeronauts would have been thankful enough to get down alive anywhere. She proposed to do a feat of steering as well. No doubt there was some gas in the upper part of the bag to help her, but in the main she was guiding a parachute, and she guided it so skillfully by tipping the footboard forward or back, to left or right, that she landed finally in a clump of evergreen trees, some 15 miles from Ottawa, that she had selected as the very place she proposed to land. And great were the rejoicings when it was known that she had come to no harm. The story had an interesting sequel the following year, when Carlotta made another ascension from the same place. "Where will you land this time?" one of the committee asked her. Carlotta looked at the clouds a moment, then, smiling, said, "If you like, I will land exactly where I did last year." This they all declared impossible, for the wind was strong in just the opposite direction, but Carlotta insisted she would land in that clump of evergreens and nowhere else. And she kept her word. She had observed that at a certain height the wind was favorable to her purpose, and by the same tactics of seeking the right wind currents, and by the same clever footboard tipping, she reached the point she was steering for, to the general wonder and admiration. My acquaintance with Professor Myers has given me some light on a question often in my mind, that is, what kind of children these men have who follow careers of danger and daring. Will the son of a steeple climber climb steeples? Will the daughter of a lion tamer be afraid of a mouse? And so on. Of course, with both father and mother aeronauts, as in this case, it would be strange indeed if their child did not love balloons, and so it has turned out, for Miss Ariel Myers, now a girl in her teens, has already made various ascensions, and enjoys nothing better than soaring aloft on her father's sky cycle, which she steers skillfully. Her first experience of a voyage in the air is memorable for 2 facts: that it nearly brought destruction to herself and her mother, and drew attention to an important but little known fact in ballooning science. It was some years ago at the Syracuse County Fair, and a balloon race had been advertised between Carlotta and young Tisdall, an assistant to Professor Myers. For this event an enormous crowd had gathered on the grounds, and now, by what tears and pleadings who can say, Miss Ariel, aged 11, had persuaded her too fond mother to take her along, and off they went, amid cheers and wavings, with a strong breeze blowing, and the child peering down at the dwindling earth over the basket side. She watched the roads change into yellow streaks, and the hills swing up from back of the horizon, and the clouds spread away below them like a sea. She watched her mother take readings of compass and barometer, and as the wind swept them along to new viewpoints she would cry out, "Here comes another town, Mamma!" and clap her hands as the town raced by. Tistel won the race, having ballast in plenty to throw out, while Carlotta had little, since the extra lifting power of her balloon was needed for Miss Aerial. Now, the difficulty of managing a balloon is much increased if you have no ballast, for then you cannot rise at will to enter a higher wind current blowing the way you want to go, but must drift where the current you are in may take you. And the current they were in took them, such is the perversity of things, straight toward a deep and dangerous lake. Carlotta saw where they were going, but was powerless to prevent it. She could not throw Miss Aerial overboard like a sandbag to make the balloon go higher, although she did throw overboard everything else that was movable, even to her jacket and shoes. Then, having done all that was possible, she waited, clutching the basket sides with anxious fingers, and wondering if there was any way to safety. Suddenly an idea came to her, and she scanned the heavens for Tisdel's balloon. No sight of it anywhere. Tisdel was 3 miles away, hidden by clouds. Nevertheless, she lifted her voice and sent forth a loud cry, calling his name. Immediately the answer came, quite distinct. She explained their peril and asked Tisdel if he could come to them. He said he would try, and questioned her where they were and what wind currents had borne them. Carlotta told Tisdel to what height he must drop. She knew her own height by the barometer, and in a very few minutes, being able to rise and fall as he pleased, he was near the 2 other air sailors, and got his balloon down by the lakeside in time to help them ashore when they struck, as presently they did. The basket splashed the water, then skipped along the surface under the drag of the balloon, and was caught finally in the arms of a tree that reached out from the bank. And the only harm done was the spoiling of Miss Aerial's best frock. Here was a case of conversation carried on easily between 2 balloons a mile or so above the earth and 3 miles apart. But other experiments made by Madame Carlotta show that talking between balloons may go on over much greater distances, a reach of nearly 8 miles having been accomplished on one occasion near Ogdensburg, New York. The explanation of this phenomenon is perfectly simple. Each balloon, while it is speaking, acts as a huge megaphone for the other, and each balloon, while it is listening, acts as a huge sounding board for the other. And the tighter the balloons are kept under pressure of gas, the easier it is to make these great silken horns, for such they are, throw forth and receive the messages. It should be noted that this facility for voice transmission does not exist at great heights because of the rarefied air. At a mile above earth, however, this difficulty is not presented, and it may be that a superior kind of wireless telegraphy will be introduced some day by the use of talking balloons. Why not? End of section 11.
Section 3. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Something about explosive balloons and the wonders of hydrogen. One day, the professor told me about some rainfall experiments with balloons that he had conducted years ago for the government. There was a theory to be tested that loud explosions at a height will make the clouds pour down rain, and some gentlemen in the Department of Agriculture were anxious to set off as loud an explosion as possible, say 1,000 feet up in the air. Professor Myers received this commission and proceeded at once to Washington with a gas-filled balloon 12 feet in diameter. "Don't you think that balloon is rather small?" asked one of the gentlemen. "No," said Myers, "I should call it rather large." The other man shook his head. I'm afraid it won't make enough noise to test our theory. Well, said the professor, I can see his eyes twinkling. If this balloon doesn't make enough noise, we'll get a bigger one. They took the balloon some miles out of Washington. The professor insisted on this, filled it with terribly explosive mixture of oxygen and hydrogen, and sent it up about a quarter of a mile with an anchor rope holding it and a wire hanging down to a little hand dynamo or blasting machine. As they made ready to turn this dynamo, Professor Myers lay flat on his back, eyes glued to the balloon, confident but curious. The handle turned, a spark jumped at the other end, and the ball of silk seemed to swell enormously, then vanish with a flash of 1,000 shivers of silk. On this came the sound, a smashing, tearing blast, louder than any thunder crash or roar of cannon. It flattened men to the ground, killed hundreds of little fish in a stream nearby, bursting their air bladders, knocked over a bowling alley like a house of cards, frightened cattle, and brought down rain in torrents within 8 minutes. The agricultural gentlemen were more than satisfied and adopted the professor's system for extended rainfall experiments, only these, for obvious reasons, were moved to the lonely and arid plains of distant Texas. It wasn't much fun living down there, said the professor, but we got rain whenever we wanted it. What would happen, I inquired, if a very large balloon filled with this explosive mixture were set off over a crowded city? The professor shook his head in awed contemplation of this possibility. It would work fearful destruction. If large enough, and there is no difficulty in obtaining such a size, it would wipe out the existence of whole blocks of houses and the people in them. It would destroy an army. In the course of our talk, I discovered a mystic side, very unexpected in the professor's nature. He used to speak of hydrogen, for instance, with a certain amount of reverence, as if it were something endowed with life and a consciousness, a powerful spirit. One would say, not merely a commonplace product of chemistry, a gas from a retort. I have often wondered, he said one day, as my basket has swept me along, what there is in this silken bag above me that lifts me thus over mountains and cities. I look up into the balloon through the open mouth, and I see nothing. I hear nothing. I smell nothing. None of my senses answer any call, yet somehow, strangely, in a way I can't explain, I perceive a presence. It would not be at all the same to me were the balloon filled with air, though it would be the same to all my senses. Again and again I have noted this thing, that hydrogen makes itself known to men when they're near it. He paused a minute as if to observe my attitude, to see if it were one of scoffing. I made no remark, but begged him to go on. After all, he continued, even the books allow to hydrogen's properties that are very amazing. It is the lightest of all things. It passes through and beyond all things. It is the nearest approach we know of to absolutely nothing. Who can say that it is not related to the land of nothing, to... He hesitated. You mean? Said I. I don't know what I mean. I only wonder. Take this case that happened at Ogdensburg, New York, during an ascension we made there. We had filled the balloon with hydrogen and were getting ready to start when the valve cords that hang down inside the bag from the valve at the top became twisted and drew out of reach from the basket. In vain I tried to get them free by poking at them with sticks and long-handled things. The cords would not come down, and of course no sane man would make an ascension with his balloon valve beyond control. There was nothing for it but to get inside that great gas bag and undo the tangle with my hands. So I called 15 or 20 men to catch hold of the netting and pull the struggling balloon down over me until I could reach the cords. Then Wait a minute, I interrupted. Were you standing inside the balloon so that you had to breathe hydrogen? The professor smiled. I stood inside the balloon, but I breathed nothing. I held my breath, which is one of the things I've practiced. Before I went inside, I told my wife to note the time by her watch, and if I did not come out by 120 seconds, to have the men drag me out. You see, I knew I could hold my breath 120 seconds, but no longer. Well, we carried out the plan, and I freed the cord in less than my limit of time, and then the uncanny part of it, at least it seemed so to me. I had read that hydrogen will not transmit sound, but never tested it. It is true I had at various times taken hydrogen into my lungs, but never have I tried to speak in hydrogen. Now was my chance, and with all the remaining breath, I shouted as loud as I could inside that balloon. Think of it. There was my wife and the men a few feet distant, with only the thinnest piece of silk between us, and the gas that was like nothing. Yet my cry, that would have reached perhaps a half a mile into the air, could not penetrate the little void. To those outside the balloon, it was as if I had not opened my lips. They heard nothing, not even a whisper. I believe you might fire a cannon inside a bag of hydrogen, and no faintest rustle of the discharge would reach your ears. So you see, a world of hydrogen would be a voiceless world. Did you say that you breathed hydrogen? I asked. Yes, I have breathed it up to the danger point. I know all the sensations. That is, first, a mild exhilaration, then a sense of sickening and head throbbing, and finally, a delicious languor that leads into stupor. When you get there, it's time to stop. In making ascensions, we have to be very careful not to breathe too much gas from the balloon neck, which hangs open over the basket. More than one aeronaut has been gradually overcome without realizing that he was in danger. The professor went on to tell of other singular things about this subtle gas, notably that, speaking within limits, the higher you want a balloon to rise, the less hydrogen you put in it. If you fill a balloon full of hydrogen, it will rise to no great height and is very apt to burst, since the gas has no space to expand in. And the way to keep a balloon rising is to make it expand more and more as it goes up, each foot of added volume displacing a foot of the air ocean, and to that extent added buoyancy. General Hazen and I, said the professor, once planned that someday, when we got an appropriation, we would go up in a balloon having a capacity of, say, 40,000 cubic feet, but carrying at the ground only 10,000 cubic feet of hydrogen. In other words, in a shrunken, quarter-filled balloon. Of course, as we rose and the air became rarefied, this hydrogen would expand against the decreasing air pressure, and at a height of 2 miles, our original 10,000 feet of gas might have swelled to 20,000 feet. At 5 miles, to 30,000 feet, and so on. The last 10,000 feet of expansion would have brought us to no one knows what height, but certainly, we calculated, to the greatest height ever reached by a balloonist. He explained that the balloon record of 7 miles claimed for Glacier and Coxwell, the English aeronauts, is not reliable, since the barometer used in that famous ascension, it was made in Wolverhampton, England, in 1862, could not register above 5 miles. And what was accomplished beyond that height is a matter of pure conjecture, and must be less than might be done by the Hazen-Myers plan, since Glacier's balloon, by a serious oversight, was started on its flight nearly full of hydrogen instead of nearly empty. Oh, exclaimed the professor with a regretful look, why don't some of our very rich men think of these things? End of Section 3, Careers of Dangers and Daring by Clifford Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Part 4. The Story of a Boy Who Ran Away in a Big Balloon. One of the professor's hobbies is that gas air balloons are better and safer than the hot air kind, although the latter cost less to operate. Your hot air balloon goes up in a rush, but comes down again as soon as it cools, and in the coming down lies the danger. A gas balloon, on the other hand, stays up as long as you keep gas in it, and the professor's secret of varnishing holds gas like a trap. As to the ordinary use of hot air balloons for parachute dropping, the professor only has condemnation. A parachute, says he, is a sin and a disgrace, a thing to be prohibited by law. The parachute kills more people every year, the professor is still talking, than many a battle, and kills them in unpleasant ways. Drops them on live electrical wires, which shock them to death, drops them in lakes where they're drowned, or in the ocean where they can be eaten by sharks, drops them in trees where they can catch their coat collars and choke to death, drops them on sharp railings which spear them through, drops them, but the professor's list, backed by statistics, be it said, is too long and gruesome. It's only fair to add that I have a friend, Leo Stevens, a professional aeronaut who has made thousands of drops from hot air balloons and claims that nothing is safer than a parachute, and says he can steer one in its downward sailing so as to avoid dangerous landing places, although he does admit numerous hairbreadth escapes, as when he dropped from a parachute 2 miles out at sea, this at Long Branch in 1898, and was only saved by his life preserver and the courage of some fishermen, or again when Dive, his partner in ballooning ventures, dropped with him on one occasion from a big balloon. One parachute was suspended on the either side and landed in Lake Canandaigua and was drowned. "Oh, there's no doubt a man takes a chance on a parachute," says Stevens, "but I like it." There's a singular thing about parachutes, Stevens contends, not sufficiently considered by Professor Myers in his experiments. The professor, with his usual thoroughness, has tested all shapes and kinds of parachutes by dropping them from a captive balloon with a sandbag hitched on instead of a man. The dropping was done by a fuse which would burn the supporting rope and at a given moment set the parachute free, just as a man under the parachute would cut it free. And in a large number of cases the parachute did not open in time to save the sandbag man from destruction on the ground. "This proves," argues the professor, "that parachutes are extremely dangerous." "Nothing of the sort," answers Leo Stevens. "It only proves that there's a big difference between sandbag man and real man. The sandbag man is dead weight and the real man is live weight. A parachute will open for the one where it won't open for the other." "Why will it," queries the professor, "if a man and the sandbag weigh the same?" "I don't know why, but it will," Stevens insists, "and if what you say were true, I'd be dead long ago, and my wife, and all my assistants." I remember well my first visit to the aeronaut Stevens at his little balloon establishment on 3rd Avenue, a rambling, gas-as-you-please attic, with things strewn about anyhow, lengths of balloon cloth hanging from rafters for varnish to dry, crinkly yellow segments of balloons heaped near a sewing machine that was stretching them into spheres, rows of hot air balloons from past seasons ranged along the shelves in tight bundles, models of flying machines, all kinds of parachutes, including one in red, white, and blue, made to take up a dog, and in various dusty corners photographs of Leo Stevens walking a tightrope, Leo Stevens rising to the clouds over waving multitudes, Leo Stevens and his big umbrella soaring down to earth from the heights of 20 steeples, swinging with dancing master grace from the bar of his trapeze. I liked this place for the good-natured faces of Kid Benjamin, who was scooping cold salmon out of a tin when I came in, and a young lady with long eyelashes who was running the machine. "Leo Stevens was out," said this young lady. "He was seeing some patent lawyers about his new airship, but she was Mrs. Stevens, and could she do anything for me? She made dozens of balloons and parachutes, yes, and used them too." It was Kid Benjamin who offered this latter information, remarking that she was grand on a parachute. Mrs. Stevens smiled and explained that she had never made an ascension in her life until the previous summer, then only because her husband was in a fix through the failure of another woman to appear. A balloon race had been advertised between 2 lady aeronauts, and when the time came, one of them, Mrs. Nina Madison, was missing. Rather than have the thing a failure and the big crowd disappointed, Mrs. Stevens agreed to go up. She would take Miss Nina's place and race the professional. And she did it and won the race. "You see," she said, "I don't feel nervous as another woman might, because I'd been living with balloons for years. Besides, they hitched me fast to the parachute ropes, so I couldn't have fallen if I'd wanted to. It was lovely going up. Everyone said we made a beautiful ascension, and two balloons kept so close together that the other lady and I were talking all the way. At last, when we were up about 3,000 feet, she called out that my balloon was settling and for me to cut. But I called back, "Cut yourself!" And sure enough, she did in a minute, and I watched her parachute open and sink and get smaller and smaller until she reached the ground. A few minutes later, when I saw my balloon had really settled, I cut too. Oh, what a sensation! You know those awful dreams where you fall and fall? Well, it's just like that for 2 or 3 seconds until your parachute fills wide and springs you up against the ropes. Then you sail down, down, with a lovely easy motion until you get to the ground. But look out for the landing. Once I struck a treetop, and you're liable to come down on a house or anything. You're liable to come down in the middle of a lake, put in Kid Benjamin. Do you go up? Said I to the kid, whose hands and face showed black smears from painting balloon cloth. He was certainly not over 18. Do I? He answered with a grin. I made more than 20 ascensions and drops last summer. He's the one, Mrs. Stevens said, who carried that boy up hanging from the parachute ropes. Don't you remember? At Coney Island? The boy was helping to hold the balloon, and when she started, his foot got caught, and he went up hanging by his foot? The kid nodded. Yep, stuck fast in the rigging by one shoe. As I sat on the trapeze bar, there was that boy 40 feet above me, kicking and yelling. Say, you'd never guess what he was yelling about. I suppose he was afraid. The kid shook his head. No, sir. He didn't seem to mind the 800 feet we'd gone up, not a bit. What worried him was the 60 cents in pennies and nickels that had spilled out of his pants pocket while he was upside down. Then the kid explained how he postponed his parachute drop on this occasion and got down safely, boy and all, by letting the balloon cool off and gradually settle to the ground. Isn't a parachute pretty long when it hangs down? I asked. Certainly. It's 35 feet from where she hitches on the balloon to where you sit on the bar. That's lengths of rope and lengths of cloth, both. Then how do you cut her loose from way down on the bar? I'll tell you, put in Mrs. Stevens. You just pull a tape that hangs down inside the parachute from a cutaway block at the parachute head. The holding rope passes through the block, and there's a knife blade in the block over the rope. The tape pulls the knife blade down, and away you go. It's one of my husband's inventions. She was plainly very proud of her husband. Presently entered Leo Stevens himself, a surprisingly young man for such a veteran, scarcely over 30, the explanation being that he began ballooning as a mere child. Before he was 10, he had gained some mastery of slackwire feats, and at 13 he was known over the country as Prince Leo, a marvel of the air, in black and gold, making the fortune of some gentlemen who exploited him. His arrival recalled the object of my visit, which was to get from him some practical ideas for balloon and parachute experiments on a small scale, the kind of thing a boy might undertake in their own backyard, and, on learning this, Stevens caught my idea at once. He knew just what I wanted, and was glad to help. He liked boys himself, and we settled down forthwith to a consideration of segments and materials and dimensions, and after a little planning and measuring, he had the problem solved. A hot air balloon is the easiest and cheapest for boys to make, said Stevens, and it goes up with more of a rush than a gas balloon. So we'll tell them how to make a hot air balloon. I remember a boys' balloon picnic that I got up one summer at Chautauqua Lake while I was making ascensions there. What fun those boys did have. We sent up a kitten in a strawberry basket, strapped fast, you know, so she couldn't fall out, and the balloon hung from the parachute by a time fuse that burned loose about 1,000 feet up, and down came the whole thing. Parachute, kitten, and all, sailing beautifully and landing as easily as you please. It never hurt the kitten at all, but the balloon drifted nearly a mile away across the swamp and stuck in a big tree. What a time those boys had chasing it and climbing after it and slopping home with it after dark through the swamp with lanterns and torches. I suppose they got well spanked, a good many of them, but boys don't mind. How big was this balloon? About 11 feet inflated. That's a good size. 11 feet high inflated, but the segments must be cut at 18 feet long to allow for the curve. See? And he made a sketch of a single segment. There must be 14 segments like this, each one 18 feet long, 2 feet wide at the widest part, then tapering to a point at one end, the top, and to a width of 5 inches at the other end, the mouth, which must be left open. These segments are made from ordinary sheets of tissue paper. first pasted into long sheets using ordinary starch paste, and then cut out after the pattern. Then the 14 segments must be pasted together lengthwise along the edges, and they'll form a balloon with enough lifting power to take a parachute and a small passenger, say a kitten or a puppy. We must tell them how to fill this balloon with hot air, I suggested. That's so, said Stevens, but it's very simple. They must dig a trench in the yard or somewhere 5 feet long and 1 foot deep, with a hole dug at one end for a fire. Then they must cover enough of the trench with pieces of tin and spread dirt over that and boards over all. This is for a good draft. Then they must make a fire in the hole at one end of the trench out of barrel staves or anything that'll give hot flame, and towards the last they might throw a little kerosene. That's exactly the way we make our fires for big ascensions. At the other end of the trench, they must fix a stovepipe sticking straight out of the draft hole into the mouth of the balloon, and 4 or 5 boys must stand around on fences and boxes to hold the sides of the balloon away from the fire, which will be shooting high above the chimney. Many a big hot air balloon has been burned up that way on a windy day, and in our ascensions we have dozens of ropes sewn all over the balloon sides. We call them wind guys, so that men can pull the cloth away from the fire while it's filling. Say, talking about boys getting spanked, I must tell you a story. The story came from his own boyish experiences, how he made his first trip into the clouds at the age of 12 and set a whole city talking. This was the city of Cleveland, Ohio, where on certain Sunday afternoons there was to be a balloon ascension at a great pleasure park. Young Stevens, of course, was present, wild with excitement, for balloons had been in his thoughts and dreams ever since he could remember. He pressed forward through the crowd and with bulging eyes watched the aeronaut arrange his barrels and pipes for the hydrogen making, danced with delight as the big bag swelled and struggled, and finally was bitter in disappointment when the police appeared suddenly with orders to prevent the ascension because the day was Sunday. Then, while the balloonist was protesting and pleading, Stevens formed a plan. He would go up himself instead of the man. There was a balloon all ready, held by a single rope. There was the basket, swinging impatiently, empty, and he more impatient than the basket. Quickly he turned to a boy who was with him. "Say, I'll tell you what. You get a knife and cut that rope, and I'll go up." But the boy demurred. Anyhow, he had no knife, so away dashed Stevens, and returned in a jiffy with a knife taken from his father's shop. It was a sharp one. "There," panted the boy. "Now cut her quick, soon as I climb in." The people about were so occupied with the parley growing warm between the balloonist and the police that few paid attention when a little shaver in knickerbockers crept close to the basket, then slipped over its side. But the next minute 9,000 people paid considerable attention and shouted their surprise and delight as the eager balloon suddenly shot skyward, a small white face peering down and trying not to look frightened. The knife had done its work, and the subject of the dispute, abruptly removed, was presently soaring half a mile above the city, drifting with the wind. Meanwhile, little Leo curled up in the bottom of the car and was saying over to himself a story he had read of 2 little babies who went up once in a balloon and sailed far, far away and never came back. But they might have come back if only they had been strong enough to pull a string that hung over them. Hello! So there was a string to pull. Well, any boy could pull a string. He wasn't a baby. But where was the old string? He must look about and find it. And sure enough, he did find it, only it turned out to be a stout rope. And he tugged at it valiantly until the valve opened and the balloon began to descend, just as the storybook said it would. And so occupied was Leo with keeping his valve open that he never once looked into the wide view spread beneath him, nor knew where he was until he came bumping into a treetop and found himself upset amongst the branches, which first tore his clothes to tatters, then dropped him into a muddy canal, whence he emerged a sadly battered and bedraggled aeronaut, yet happy. Even when his mother chastised him that evening with a ramrod, his father being a gunmaker, he remained serene. For had he not gone up in a balloon? And was not the whole of Cleveland admiring him? And would he not go up again? He knew he would, despite all promises made under ramrod stress, as soon as chances presented. And within a year the chance did present, a bait of $50 per ascension being offered the lad, and the outcome was he ran away from home, and saw no more of his family until years had passed, and he had grown accustomed to the dangers of the air and the diamonds of value in his apparel. "Isn't it queer," said Stevens, talking it over, "how a fellow will stay away from his people when everything is all right and get back to them through trouble? After I started in to be a balloonist, I never saw my mother for 7 years. Then I came once more to Cleveland to give an exhibition at the very park where I first went up. They call it Forest City Park. I was to perform on a slack wire 900 feet long, stretched between two towers 150 feet high. My wire wasn't long enough to reach all the way, so they spliced on a length of 300 feet more, and before I began my feat, I walked back and forth over the wire to test it. I always do that. Then I walked to the middle of the wire and pretended to slip and fall. That's a regular trick to startle the crowd. You let yourself drop suddenly, catch on the wire, and spring up again. Well, this time when I let myself drop, I didn't spring up again, and I didn't know anything more for 19 days when I came to myself in the Huron Street Hospital. Somehow the splice in the wire had broken, and I went straight to the ground, breaking one arm, both wrists, and cracking my spinal column in 4 places. It's a wonder I lived at all, they say, and during that hard time my mother came to me, as mothers do. Oh, she doesn't love the balloon business, I can tell you, but I love it. I've made over 1,000 ascensions and never been badly hurt but once. We were far away now from our balloon making, and I reminded Stevens that we were still to tell the boys how to make a parachute. All right, he said, here you are, and he gave me the following directions. The parachute is made of 14 segments of tissue paper, each one like this, measuring 36 inches long, 6 inches wide at the base, and tapering like a pattern up to a point. These segments must be pasted together lengthwise, the 14 points joining at the top of the parachute, and in each one of the 14 side seams a length of 80 inches of number 8 thread must be pasted, leaving 2 inches sticking out at the top and about 4 feet hanging down below. The short ends at the top must be tied together, and these made fast to a piece of iron hoop pasted in the mouth of the balloon. Here the fuse must be placed and lighted just as the balloon is ready to start. A 5-minute fuse will be long enough, and it must be so placed that when it has burned its time, the parachute will fall from the balloon. The long ends below must be tied to a curtain ring from which the little basket hangs, with the kitten securely fastened in it by a piece of cloth pierced with 4 holes for the 4 legs. This can be brought up over the kitten's back and tied to the sides of the basket. In this way, the kitten is in neither danger nor discomfort. The boys must be careful to make this plain to mothers and sisters, or their experiments may be stopped by family orders. I'll guarantee one thing, though. If they carry out these instructions carefully, your boys will have a fine time. I certainly hope they will. End of Part 4, Careers of Dangers and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. The Pilot, Part 1, Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Careers of Danger and Daring, The Pilot, Part 1. Some stirring tales about the sea heard at the Pilots Club. Of all the clubs in New York, I know none where a man who values the real things of life may spend a pleasanter hour than at the Pilots Club, far down on the lower waterfront, looking out of lofty windows in one of those great structures that make the city, seen from the bay, a place of wonderful fairy towers. Here on the walls are pictures that call up thrilling scenes, as this painting of Pilot Boat No. 11, they call her the Phantom, rescuing passengers from the Oregon, helpless in the great storm of 1886, 60 miles beyond Sandy Hook. We shall find men sitting around these rooms smoking and reading, who can tell the story of the night in simple, rugged words that will make the water devils dance before us. Look at them. These are the pilots of New York, greatest seaport in the world, with its tidy annual total of 20-odd millions in tonnage entering and cleared, against 15 millions for London. These are the boys, some of them nearing 70, who bring the mighty liners in and take them out, who fight through any sea at a vessel's blue light bidding, and climbs her fortress sides by a slamming whiplash ladder that shames the flying trapeze. And this in trim derby hat, sometimes called a topper, with gloves and smart necktie, and some New York Heralds tucked away in his coat-tail pocket. Look at them. These are the boys who stay out when every other floating thing comes in, who face an Arctic rigor when masts are barrel big with ice and ropes like trees, and when climbing to a steamer's deck is like skating up an iceberg. These are the boys who know, through fog and darkness, the call of the whistling buoy that signs at the mouth of Gedney's and can say "Good morning" to every bobbing juniper spar that marks the long ship lane, red lights on the starboard boys as you come in, white lights on the port boys, who know the way even when the glass and iron lamp frames are all but sunk with ice, west northwest and a quarter west for a mile and a half, till the beacon lights of Whackhack and Point Comfort line out straight on the Jersey shore, then west by south until Sandy Hook Light lines up with Old South Beacon, then a short way northwest by west and a quarter west until the Conover Beacon lines up with Chapel Hill, and so on straight to the Narrows. These are the boys who know every rock and shoal in this most treacherous bay, with its 13 lighthouses, its 2 lightships, and its 80 danger spots marked by nun buoys, bell buoys, electric light buoys, whistling buoys, all familiar to them as their own homes. Great boys they are for storytelling, these pilots, and by the hour I have listened to their memories of the sea. 2 things made deep impression on me, so do we of less heroic lives take note of weakness in the strong. One, that many pilots can't swim, the same is true of deep sea divers, and the other, that pilots, even after years at sea, may be victims of seasickness like any novice. Pilot Breed, for instance, as trusty a man as stands at a liner's wheel, assured me that every time he goes out for duty, he goes out for torture too. And he does his duty and he bears the torture, so that after all we must count this rather strength than weakness. How can you do your work, I asked, if you're in such distress? Because I have to, he answered, with a wistful smile. You know, sailors are often seasick, but they go aloft just the same and work, because they have to. You could do it yourself if you had to, and yet, he added, eyes half shutting, I've many a time been so bad, when we've tossed and tossed for days and nights on the watch for vessels, that I've come pretty near to dropping quietly overboard and ending it. This he said without any special emphasis, yet one could see that it was true. Why don't you give up the life? I suggested. Perhaps I would, he said, if I could do as well at anything else. Besides, then came the queerest reason. His father, it seems, a pilot before him, had suffered from seasickness for 37 years, and then for 30 years more had been quite free from it. Now, said Breed, I've been a pilot for 22 years, so I figure if I stick to it for 15 years more, I may be like my father after that and have no more trouble. Think of that for a scheme of life. Presently another pilot joined us and set forth a remarkable experience. I was taking the steamer Lon once, he said, through a heavy fog, and the captain and I were both on the bridge, anxious to locate the lightship. You know how she lies 8 miles off the hook and gives incoming vessels their first bearings for the channel. Of course, we didn't expect to see her light. You couldn't see anything in such weather, but we listened for her foghorn. How we did listen! And presently we heard it. You get accustomed to judging distances over water by sound, and I put that light vessel at 5 miles away, or thereabouts, and I wasn't far wrong. Well, we headed straight for it and heard the foghorn all the time for about a mile. Then it suddenly stopped. "Hello," said I, "what's up?" "Confound those lightship people," growled the captain. "I'll make a complaint against them for stopping their horn." "Wait a little," said I, and kept listening for the horn to blow again, and all the time we were running nearer to the shoal. Pretty soon we slowed down and went on a couple of miles, then another mile. It seemed as if we must have reached the lightship, and the captain was in a state of mind. Then suddenly the foghorn sounded again, not 4 lengths away, sir, and the queer thing is it had been sounding the whole blame time. We got positive proof of it afterwards, only we hadn't heard it. The explanation was that we had passed through 2 sound zones. That's what the scientific people call them, and I can tell you those sound zones make considerable trouble for pilots. To this perplexing statement the others nodded in grave assent, and Breed capped the tale with a sound zone story of his own. It was just off quarantine, and he was turning a liner to bring her up to dock when another liner came along, also running in. Breed gave the signal 3 times for the other liner to port her helm, and she signaled back 3 times for him to port his. By good luck, each vessel did the right thing, and they passed safely, but neither pilot heard the whistle of the other, and yet each made angry complaints that the other had failed to whistle. Yet witnesses testified that both had whistled, and each one swore that he had. The truth was, according to the gentleman who explained acoustic puzzles, that these two steamers happened to be placed there down the bay like two people in a whispering galley, who cannot hear each other where they are, but would hear plainly if they moved further apart or drew closer together so as to be in the foci of the sound. Thus it was that the distant vessel heard both sets of whistles, although there was a nearer region where these were inaudible. Investigation has shown that these sound zones frequently establish themselves at sea. They vary in extent with wind and tide, so that the sounds of horns or bells may be heard for a mile or two, and then become inaudible for, say, 2 miles, and then become audible again almost as plainly as at first for several miles more. The theory is that the sound waves somehow go skipping over the sea like a flat pebble over a mill pond in long jumps, and that a vessel under the highest part of one of these jumps is out of the sound influence, but will come into it again by going ahead a certain distance or by going back a certain distance. Whether this explanation be true or not, the facts are abundantly vouched for, and believed to explain various collisions and wrecks that have long been looked upon as mysteries. There's lots of queer things about our business, reflected the old pilot. Now you take steamers. They're just as different as people. Each one has her own way, and most likely her own particular kind of crankiness. They talk about twin steamers, but there's no such thing. You can have 'em both made at the same yard, with every measurement alike, and they'll be as different as, say, two violins. Why, I never saw a craft that had sailed the same on both tacks. They're always harder on one than the other. And as for compasses, well, I don't suppose there's ever two that came into this port with needles pointing just the same way. They all lean a shade one way or the other, same as watches. Lean a shade, put another man. I've known 'em to lean a whole lot. I've known a steamer's compass to point plumb northeast instead of north, and that time we nearly went into the rocks by it. We were coming along past Fire Island, and the night was pretty thick. I felt something was queer and wouldn't go below, although the captain had wanted me to. I kept looking up, searching for the North Star, and pretty soon I made it out, or thought I did, through a rift in the blackness. Hold on, I said to the captain. Something's the matter with your compass. There's the North Star ahead of us, and ought to be abaft of the bridge. North Star, nothing, said the captain. You're tired, man. You need a rest. Now you just turn in for an hour, and I'll run her. You'll run her right into the rocks, said I, inside of 15 minutes, unless you pull her out of here. I tell you that compass is crazy. Well, sir, he began to get scared when he saw me so positive, and a little later he pulled her out, just in time, too, for we were right on the breakers of Long Island, thanks to that lying compass. I've heard it's the magnetic sands at Shinnecock, that devil's compasses. You know, there's acres and acres of it along there. This led to a discussion of magnetic sand, and it was edifying to see how well informed these pilots are in the latest advances of science. They set forth, for example, the clear advantage of literally pouring oil upon furious waters, and were all agreed that the foam of a spent wave spreading around a lifeboat will often protect her against a succeeding wave. The foam seems to act like oil in preventing a driving wind from tossing up the surface, getting a hold on it, one might say. Take it all together, I said, do you men regard a pilot's life as very dangerous? It was Breed who answered. Taking it all together, said he, I regard a pilot's life as about the most dangerous going. Here's a little thing to show you how fast they go, these lives of pilots. When I was received as apprentice, there was 18 other apprentices ahead of me, and the only way we could get to be pilots was through somebody dropping out, for there were never more than just so many licenses issued. Well, when I had been an apprentice for 3 years, the whole 18 had been received as pilots. There were 7 vacancies besides. That makes 25 dead pilots in 3 years, and most of them killed. Why, in the blizzard of 1888 alone, 10 of our boats were wrecked. At this there was solemn shaking of heads, and stories of the taking off of this or that gallant fellow. There was Van Pelt, one of the strongest men in the service, a pilot from a family of pilots, killed by the stroke of a tow line, a big hawser that snapped across his body like a knife when the towing bits pulled out and cut him clean in two. Then there was the Norwegian apprentice, who was lost when they tried to send a small boat after Denny Reardon on the Massachusetts in the storm of November 1897. The Massachusetts was loaded with lions and tigers and elephants, the whole Barnum and Bailey show, and Reardon had just gotten her safely over the bar. There was a fierce sea on that night, and Reardon waited at the steamer's side, waited and peered out at the flare-up light, while the boys on the New York tried to do the launching trick. And in one of the upsets, this Norwegian chap was swept astern, churned to death by the screw blade. Then there was Harry DeVere, a Brooklyn pilot, who happened to be out in the cyclone of 1894, miles from land, in a little pilot schooner with its jaunty 17 on the canvas. There they were, riding out the storm as pilot boats do, facing it, not running it, when up loomed a big West Indian fruiter, burning blue light forward, which meant that he was in sore need of a man who knew the dangers of these parts. The old ocean was killing mad that night, air and water straining in a death struggle. Already 4 pilots had been carried off by liners, carried on to Europe because there was no human way of putting them off. To start for that vessel now was madness, and every man in the pilot crew knew it, and so did DeVere. But he started just the same, and he said he would try, and he did. Tried through a cyclone that was sweeping a whole heaven of snow down upon the bellowing sea as if to smother its fury. Down into this they went, 3 of them, and somehow, by a miracle of skill, got the yawl under the vessel's lee. Then smash! They were hurled against the iron side, and DeVere sprang for the rope ladder, a poor, fluttering thing. He caught it, held fast, and the next moment he was torn away by a great wave that cast him back into the waste of waters, and so he perished. You ought to hear him tell these stories. On the whole, it seemed clear that there's danger enough in this calling for the most extravagant taste. And yet the chief danger is not this boarding of vessels in storms, nor yet the dancing out of tempests in cockleshell craft, where the steamer would scurry to shelter, neither of these, but the everlasting peril of being run down. That's the danger to break men's nerves, for always, night and day, the pilot boats must lie in the swift track of the liners, right in the track, else they'll pass unseen. It must be known that this is a narrow track, a funnel for ships of the world which pass ceaselessly, converging from all ports, diverging to all ports in storm, in fog, in darkness, and there the pilot boats must lie, flying their blue square flags by day, burning their flare-up lights every 15 minutes by night, waiting, in just such strained suspense as a man would before the rush of a silent locomotive sure to kill him if he doesn't see it, before the rush of many silent locomotives which come while he sleeps, while he eats, and perhaps while he prays. And constantly in the pilot records is this laconic entry: Number 8, run over and sunk, all hands lost. Number 11, run over and sunk, 1 man saved, the rest lost. Pilot boat Columbia, cut down by a liner, 10 men lost. No chance for heroic struggle here, no death with dramatic setting and columns in the paper, but a stupid, blundering execution, while men rest helplessly on their weary bunks, lulled by the surging sea, run over and sunk. End of Part 1, The Pilot, read by Jerry Becker. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pilot, Part 2, which shows how pilots on the St. Lawrence fight the ice floes. No study of pilot life can be complete without the mention of the river pilot who has to face the perils in the rapids not a whit less real than those faced by his brother pilots on the sea. I got my first glimpse of the river pilot, oddly enough, in frozen December time, when even that great waterway of North America, I mean the St. Lawrence, was all but a solid bed of ice. Not quite, however, and to that chance I owe a glimpse of Canadian boatmen at the hazard of their winter work, which is none the less interesting for being unfamiliar. It was 15 degrees below zero, just pleasant Christmas weather in Quebec, and the old river of saintly fame was grinding along with his gorge of ice, streaming along under the dazzle of sun, steaming up little clouds of frozen water vapor, low-hanging and spreading over it like tumbled fleece in patches of shine and shadow. Quite a balloon effect, I fancied, as I came down the cliff. In a tugboat office at the river's edge, chatting around a stove, yet bundled thickly as if no stove were there, I found some half-dozen sharp-glancing men who might have been actors in New York or noblemen in Russia. I judged by the fineness of their fur, but they were pilots here. Lower river pilots who, as one of them assured me, are vastly more important than the upper river kind. I learned also from one who wore a coat of yellowish-gray skins with otter trimming that they were a belated company who would start shortly for Orleans Island across the ice. That was Orleans Island over there to the left. No, it didn't seem far, but I might find it far enough if I tried to get there. At this they all laughed. Meekly I sat down, as was befitting, and listened to the talk. They conversed in bad French or worse English, and were most of them, strange to say, Scotsmen who had never seen Scotland and never would. Douglases and Browns and McGregors who couldn't pronounce their own names, but could take a liner to the Gulf day or night, through the reefs of Crane Island, past the menacing twin Pilgrims, by windings and dangers, safe down to the sea. I asked the men what they were going to Orleans Island for, and he explained that they lived there through the winter months, they and other pilots, many others. It was a pilot colony set out in Main Street. Yes, it was cut off from land, quite cut off, but they liked it so. Sometimes they didn't come ashore for weeks. It was not exactly fun fighting those ice floes. And they all laughed again. Well, not exactly. Meantime, several jolly little cutters, no higher than cradles, had jingled up with more men in furs and one woman, also boxes and bundles. Pilots? I asked. The man nodded. And the woman? This lady, pilot's wife. She been sick. And he went on, in a jargon that is charming, but not for imitation, to explain that they would lay the sick lady in the bottom of the boat and pile coats over her and around her until it was tolerably sure she wouldn't freeze. From the way he spoke, one would fancy they were about to start for the North Pole, but I presently understood that this 2-mile ice journey over the crackling St. Lawrence, the crackling comes from the ice crust breaking as the tide drops underneath it, is about as hard a test of man's endurance as any Arctic performance. They were all gathered now save one, whose cutter tarried still. He was a good pilot, but over-fond of the convivial glass, and was no doubt at this very moment in some uproarious company, forgetful that the start was to be sharp on the hour. Well, they would give him 10 minutes more, say 15 minutes, pour voir, garçon. Then they fell to discussing winter navigation, and whether it would ever come on the St. Lawrence as it had on the rivers in Russia. A pilot in coonskins was sure it would come. They would put on one of these newfangled ice-crushing steamers to keep the main channel open. Sacre bleu, there you are. That would save 5 months every year. But the others shook their heads. They didn't believe it, and they didn't want it anyway. A pilot, sir, must have certain time to smoke his pipe. Then one man told what the ice did to a sailing vessel he was taking down the river late one season. He hoped never to take another down so late. He had got out of his course one night in the dangerous ways off Crane Island, and finally dropped anchor to hold her against the crush of ice. But the anchor chain snapped like a shoestring under the ice pressure, and they were borne along on a glacier field until they struck a reef, just what he had feared. Now the ice could neither break the reef nor drive them over it, but it ground its way right through the schooner's stern, ripping her wide open so that the river poured in, and down went the yardarms, touching the hummocks, with pilots and crew left to scramble over the floe as best as they could in the darkness and wait for daylight on the frozen rocks. At this the others, taking up the cue of thrilling happenings, told stories of dangers on the river, one after another, until the tardy pilot, who had jingled up meanwhile unnoticed, was in his turn forced to wait for them. I was putting off one night, began a tall man who spoke better English than the rest, just putting off from this very place. That's nothing, interrupted the latecomer. I saw swordfish clash the whale once off Saguenay River. A whale and a swordfish. Then he mumbled to himself, and he dozed by the stove. The tall man went on with his tale, which described how, on the night in question, he was about to board a downcoming steamer of the Leyland line, where he was to take the place of the Montreal pilot, when she crashed into a tramp steamer coming up in a head-on collision, and 2 sailors sleeping in their bunks were instantly killed. He described the panic that ensued, and told what they did, and wound up with a queer theory, which he declared perfectly sound, and the others agreed with him, that the growth of cities along the river is every year increasing the danger of such night collisions through the dazzle of the lights. Presently we started for the boats, a burly line, with caps reaching down and collars reaching up until everything was covered, eyes, forehead, chin, everything but a peeping place for the nose and eyes. I can still hear the squeak and crunch of the snow underfoot and see the glare of it. We passed a snowfield where the river boys are left through winter. Spar boys, gas boys, and bell boys ranged along now like great red tops, numbed by the cold to sleep. Then they put off in the boats, 3 open boats, that were sleds as well, with runners on the flat bottoms and ends turned up in an easy slant, so that when the broken ice gets too thick for paddling, they may be hauled up to slide over it. This queer method of transit is practiced on the St. Lawrence by those who dare, during certain weeks of the winter, when the river is no longer open, nor yet frozen into a solid ice bridge, but partly open and partly solid. So it was now. The first rule of the boats is that every man lay a hand to the paddle and work. There were no passengers here but the sick, and they were rarely taken. Not that the pilots would mind paddling other men across, but the other men would almost certainly freeze if they sat still. There is no safety against the blasts that sweep the river when the glass says 20 below, but in vigorous, ceaseless exertion. So there they go through the ice-choked river, swinging their paddles lustily, every pilot of them, heads nodding under the black astrakhan caps, shoulders heaving, off for home. Now they strike the first solid place, and the men forward climb out carefully and heave up the boat's nose a couple of feet to see if the ice can hold her. Then all climb out, and with dragging and pushing, get ahead for 100 feet or so. See, now they stop and swing their arms. Already the pitiless wind is biting through their furs. And think of that poor woman. Presently they reach an open spot some dozen yards across, and all but one take place in the boat, the stern man standing behind on the ice to push off, and then, with a nicely judged effort, spring aboard as he gives the last impulse that shoots her into the river. From the open space they paddle into a jam of grinding ice blocks that hold hard against them, but are scarce solid enough to hold the sledge. They must work through somehow, poling and fending, to yonder heaped-up ledge, where they go again on a great rough raft of ice that will test their muscle and their skills before they get across, and drift them a quarter of a mile or so upriver while they're doing it. Upriver, did I say? Yes, for there is this odd thing about the St. Lawrence, even at Quebec, that its current streams up and down, as the tide changes. For 7 hours the river conquers the tide, and the water runs down to the sea. Then for 5 hours the tide conquers the river, and the water runs up from the sea. So now, after all their toiling, they're actually further from home than when they started. They should have set out before the turn of the tide. That was their plan. But they waited until just after the turn, and will pay for the delay and their yarn spinning with an hour more of this ice fighting than they need have had. And an hour out here is a long, long time. Even here, on the bank, much less than an hour is enough of time. The cold grows piercing. The day is drawing to a close. The sky is dull. The river grinds on with its grayish burden. On the heights of Lévis, on the opposite shore, some of the lights of the early evening break out. There also pilots live. Indians come from an Indian village down the river, where they make peerless birch canoes. All along this grand St. Lawrence live men whose business is to face unusual perils, whose nerve fails them whether paddling some frail bark through the furious rapids or guiding a steamboat down a raging torrent with many lives in their keeping. We must see more of these men and watch them at their work. We must see the Iroquois pilots at their reservation near Montreal, the lads Lord Wolseley took with him up the Nile to brave its cataracts when the English set out in 1884 to bring relief to Gordon. We must see Big John, famous now for the years as wheelsman of the great excursion boats that shoot the rage of waters at Lachine. We must see the raftsmen too, and, but it's cold here. Let's climb the cliff again and find some shelter. End of Part 2, The Pilot, Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett, read by Jerry Becker. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3, The Pilot, entitled Now We Watch the Men Who Shoot the Furious Rapids at Lachine. Would you see the most skillful pilots in the world, men who know all the tricks with ocean liners and Indian tricks as well, who fight the rush of 70-foot tide in the Bay of Fundy, or drive their frail canoes through the furious gorges, or coolly turn the nose of their 1,000-ton steamboats into the white jaws of the rock-split rapids where a yard either way or a second's doubt would mean destruction, or hitch long hawsers to log rafts big as city blocks. The lumber in a single raft may be worth $100,000. or swing her down a tumbling waterway hundreds of miles with a peril at every one, and land her safe. If you would see all this, go to the wonderful St. Lawrence, which sweeps in wide and troubled reaches from the Great Lakes to the sea. Of course, I do not mean that any one man can do all these things. That would be asking too much. But each in his own line, half-breed or Indian or fur-bundled voyager, has such quickness of eye, such surety of the land, that you would be glad to watch the rafters on their rafts and ask no more of them, or the canoeists at their paddles, or the big craft pilots at their wheels. Let us stand on the long iron bridge that spans the St. Lawrence just above Montreal, the very place to study the river as it narrows and runs swifter for the smashing plunge through yonder rapids to the east to the dreaded Lachine Rapids, whose snarling teeth flash white in the sun. Look down into the greenish rush, and see how the waters hurl past these good stone piers, sharp-pointed upstream against the tearing winter ice. Here goes the torrent of the Niagara, and the inland ocean of Superior and Erie and Ontario, all crushed into a funnel of land by this big island at the left that blocks the flow, and gorged by the inpour of the Ottawa a few miles back, that brings down the floods of southern Canada. As fast as a horse can gallop runs the river here, and faster it goes as the long slant takes it 10, 12, 14 miles an hour, which is something for a river, until a dozen islands strewn across the funnel's lower end goad the rapids to their greatest rage. Here it is where they kill. Then suddenly all is quiet, and the river, after its madness, spread to a triple width, rests in Montreal's placid harbor. Standing here, I think of my first experience in shooting these rapids. It was one of the large river boats, and I must confess that it gave me no very thrilling sense of danger. There were 2 or 3 plunges, to be sure, at the steepest part, and little swaying or lurching, but so far as movement goes, nothing disturbed one accustomed to the vicissitudes of ordinary trolley car navigation. However, when I came to the reason of this fairly smooth descent, and saw what it means to stand at the wheel through the treacherous channel, I found my wonder growing. I thought of the lion tamer, whose skill is shown not so much by what happens while he's in the cage as by what does not happen. 100 years there are of doing the wrong things with one of these boats, and only a single way of doing the right one. For 4 miles the pilot must race along squirming, twisting, plunging threads of water that leap ahead like greyhounds and charge its crookedness somewhat from day to day with wind and tide. In that thread alone is safety, elsewhere is ruin and wreck. Instantly he must read the message of a boiling eddy or the menace of a beckoning reef, and take it this way or that instantly, for there are hungry rocks on either hand. He must know things without seeing. He must feel the pulse of the rapids, as it were, so that when the mist clouds his views, or the shine of low-hung rainbows dazzle him, he may still go right. It's a fact that with all the pilots in this pilot land, and all the hardy watermen born and brought up here on the St. Lawrence, there are not 10, perhaps not 6, men in Canada today, French, English, or Indian, who would dare this peril. For all other rapids of the route, the Gallop Rapids, the Split Rock Rapids, and the Cascades, and the rest, there are pilots in plenty, but not for those of Lachine. And to use the same simile again, I saw that the shooting of these Lachine Rapids is like the taming of a particularly fierce lion. It is a business by itself that few men care to undertake. So it came that I sought out one of these few, Fred Alouette, pilot and son of a pilot, an idol in the company's eyes, a hero to the boys of Montreal, a figure to be stared at always by anxious passengers as he peers through the window atop the forward deck, a man whom people point to as he passes. There's the fellow that took us through the rapids. That's Alouette. This unsought notoriety has made him shy. He does not like to talk about his work or to tell you how it feels to do this thing. A dash of Indian blood is in him, and with some silent, stoic Indian nature. Yet certain facts he vouchsafed, when I went to his home, that help one to an understanding of the pilot's life. He emphasized this, for instance, as essential in a man who would face that fury of waters. He must not be afraid. One would say that the rapids feel where the mastery is, whether it's with them or with the pilot, and woe to him if pounding heart or wavering hands betray him. The rapids will have no mercy. And there are pilots, it appears, who know the Lachine Rapids, every foot of them, and could do Alouette's work perfectly if Alouette were standing near, yet would fail utterly if left alone. Every danger they can overcome but the one that lies in themselves. They cannot brave their own fear. He cited the case of a pilot's son who had worked in the Lachine Rapids for years, helping his father and learning the river as well as a man can know it. At the old man's death, this son announced that he would take his father's place and shoot the rapids as they had always done. Yet a season passed, and then a second season, and always he postponed the beginning, and with one excuse or another took his boats through the Lachine Canal, a safe but tame shortcut not likely to draw tourists. "Not start him right, that fader," said Alouette. "Now too late. Now never he can learn him right." "Why, how should he have started him?" I asked. "Same way my fader start me." And then in his jerky Canadian speech he explained how this was. Alouette went back to his own young manhood, to the years when he, too, stood by his father's side and watched him take the big boats down. What a picture he drew in his queer, rugged phrases. I could see the old pilot braced at the 6-foot wheel, and 3 men in oilskins standing by him to help him put her over, Fred one of the 3. And it was hip, bass, meaning up, down, until the increasing roars of the cataract drowned all words, and then it was a jerk of the shoulder or head, this way or that, while the men strained at the spokes. Never once was the wheel at rest after they entered the rapids, but spinning, spinning always, while the boat shot like a snake through the black rocks of the churning chasms. They used to take the boats, as Alouette takes them still, at Cornwall, 60 miles up the river, and, before coming to Lachine, they would shoot the swift Coteau Rapids, where many a life has gone. Then the terrifying Cedar Rapids, which seem the most dangerous of all, and finally the Split Rock Rapids, which some say are the most dangerous. And each year, as the season opened, Fred would ask his father to let him take the wheel some day, when the river was high and the rocks were well covered, and the boat lightly laden, wishing thus to try the easiest rapids under the easiest conditions. But his father would look at him and say, "Do you know the river, my son? Are you sure you know the river?" And Fred would answer, "Father, I think I do," for how could he be sure until he stood the test? So it went on from year to year, and Alouette was almost despairing of a chance to show himself worthy of his father's teaching, when suddenly the chance came in a way never to be forgotten. It was late in the summer. The rapids, being low, were at their very worst, since the rocks were nearer the surface. Besides that, on this particular day they were carrying a heavy load, and the wind was southeast, blowing hard, the very wind to make trouble at the bad places. They had shot through all the rapids but the last, and they were well below the Lachine Bridge, when the elder Alouette asked the boy, "My son, do you know the river?" And Fred answered as usual, without any thought of what was coming next, "Father, I think I do." They were just at the danger point now, and all the straining waters were sucking them down to the first plunge. "Then take her through," said the old man, stepping back. "There's the wheel." "My fader, he make terrible thing for me. Too much terrible thing," said Alouette, shaking his head at this memory. But he took her through somehow, half blinded by the swirl of water and by the shock. At the wheel he stood, and with a touch of his father's hand now and then to help him, he brought the boat down safely. There was a kind of a Spartan philosophy in the old man's action. His idea was that could he once make his son face the worst of this business and come out unharmed, then never would the boy know fear again, for all the rest would be easier than what he had already done. And certainly his plan worked well, for Fred Alouette has been fearless in the rapids ever since. "Have you lost any lives?" I asked, reaching out for thrilling stories. "Never," said he. "Ever come near it?" He looked at me a moment and then said quietly, "Always, sir, we come near it." Then he told of cases where at the last moment he had seen some mad risk in going down, and had turned his steamer in the very throat of the torrent, and, with groaning wheels and straining timbers, fought his way back, foot by foot, to safety. Once a fog dropped about them suddenly, and once the starboard rudder chain broke. This last was all but a disaster, for they were down so far that the river must surely have conquered the engines had they tried to head upstream. Alouette saw that there was only one way to save his boat and the lives she carried, and putting the wheel hard a port, for the port chain held, he ran her on the rocks, and there she lay all that night, the good steamboat Spartan, with passengers in anguish of excitement, while the Indian pilots from Caughnawaga made it quite clear what they were good for. Put off swiftly in their little barks, straight into the reeling flood, straight out to the helpless boat, then back to shore, each bearing 2 or 3 of the fear-struck company. Then out again and back until darkness came. Then out again and back when darkness had fallen. Think of that. Hour after hour, with paddles alone, these dauntless sons of Iroquois braves fought the rapids, triumphed over the rapids, and brought to land through the night and the rage of waters every soul on the imperiled vessel. Another instance he gave, showing the admirable alertness of these Indians, as well as their skill with the canoe. It was in the summer of 1900, late in the afternoon. So heavy was the August heat that even on the river the passengers were gasping for air. Shortly after they entered the cataract, several persons saw a large man climb to the top of the water tank on the hurricane deck and seat himself there in one of the folding deck chairs. The man's purpose was, evidently, to seek a cooler spot than he had found below, and the boat was running so steadily that no one thought of the danger. Indeed, there would have been no danger had not the gentleman fallen into a comfortable doze just as Alouette steadied the boat for her first downstream leap, and then brought her over to starboard with a jerk, which so effectively disturbed the large man's slumber that the first thing he knew he was shot off his rickety chair, over the side of the water tank, clean over the steamboat's deck, down, splash, into the St. Lawrence at a point where it is not good for any man to be. He was right in the main sweep of the river, where one may live for 20 minutes if he can keep afloat so long, but scarcely longer, since 20 minutes will bring him to the last rush of the rapids, where swimmers do not live. What happened after this I have from an eyewitness, who rushed back with the others to cry, "Man overboard!" and joined in the reckless throwing over of chairs, boxes, and life preservers that profited little, for the man was left far behind by the steamboat, which could do nothing, and Alouette could do nothing but whistle a hoarse danger warning and go its way. A magnificent swimmer he must have been, this rudely awakened tourist, for the passengers crowded astern could follow the black speck that was his head bobbing along steadily, undisturbed, one would say, by the dangers, apparently going upstream as the steamboat gained on him, really coming downstream with the full force of the current, and yielding to it entirely, all strength saved for the steering. Not a man on the boat believed that the swimmer would come out alive. Helpless to save, they stood there in the sickening fascination, watching him sweep down to his death. Then suddenly rang out a cry, "Look! There! A canoe!" And out from the shadows and shallows offshore shot a slender prow with a figure in the bow and stern. The Indians were coming to the rescue. They must have started even as the man fell. Such a thing it is to be an Indian. And with a knowledge of the rapids that is theirs alone, they had aimed the swift craft in a long slant that would let them overtake the swimmer just here, at this very place where now they were about to overtake him, and at this very place where presently they did overtake him and draw him up, all but exhausted, from as close to the brink of the great rapids as ever he will get until he passes over them. Then they paddled back. End of Part 3. Pilots. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 4, entitled What Canadian Pilots Did in the Cataracts of the Nile. And now suppose we follow these Indians to their reservation at Caughnawaga, where the government had given them land and civic rights and encouragement to peaceful ways. The surest time of year to find the pilots at home is the winter season, for then, with navigation frozen up, they have weeks to spend drifting along in the sleepy village life, waiting for the spring. They are in many hearth-fire circles, only alas, the hearth is a commonplace shiny stove more often than not. We may listen to the tales without end of rapids and river, while men smoke solemnly and women do beadwork and moccasins for the next year's peddling. We may hear Big Baptiste tell for what exploits of the paddle his head came to be on the $10 bill of Canada, set in dignity and feathers, and hear Big John, famous for his years as a steamboat pilot, describe his annual shooting of the Lachine Rapids at the opening of navigation, when first of all pilots he goes down in his canoe. This is a time-honored custom, so that the others may be sure it is safe to follow. He will give us the story, too, amid nods of approval, of shooting these same rapids for a wager on a certain New Year's Eve day, and coming down safely, ice and all. There, sir, is the paddle he used, if you doubt the tale, and the canoe lies out in the snow. And be sure we shall not have been long in Caughnawaga without hearing of the proud part these Indians took in the British expedition up the Nile in 1884 to relieve Khartoum. Treasured in more than one household are these words of Lord Wolseley, written to the Governor General of Canada. I shall desire to place on the record not only my own opinion, but that of every officer concerned with the management of the boat columns, that the services of these voyagers have been of the greatest possible value. They have on many occasions shown not only great skill, but also great courage in navigating their boats through difficult and dangerous waters." "How many men did Caughnawaga send on this expedition?" I inquired. "55 men, besides Lewis Jackson," said one of the Indians. "Oh," said I, "and who is Lewis Jackson?" The Indian's face showed plain disgust that there should be anyone who did not know about Lewis Jackson. "Lewis Jackson was the leader. He's our chief man. He lives over there." It resulted in my calling Mr. Jackson a big, powerful man, fully meriting, I should say, the high opinion in which he was held. If there is any strain in him, it must be very slight. He would pass rather for an uncommonly energetic Englishman, with such a fund of adventure to his credit, and so entertaining a way of drawing upon it, that one would listen for hours while he talks. Jackson made clear to me what important duty was given the Canadian voyageurs in this Nile campaign. By their success or failure in taking the heavily laden boats up the cataracts, Lord Wolseley proposed to decide whether the troops for Gordon's relief should go straight up the Nile or around by the Red Sea and the desert. It was the river if they succeeded, it was the desert if they failed, and 20,000 soldiers waited at Alexandria in a fever of impatience, while Jackson and his band, with some hundreds of voyageurs from other provinces, let it be seen if their training on the St. Lawrence would serve against the river perils in ancient Egypt. Lord Wolseley was confident it would, for during the real rebellion he had found out what stuff was in these men. Still, he dared not take his army until it was certain that these formidable cataracts could be surmounted. And that meant a month, let the men strain as they might at the paddles and hauling lines. A month to wait, a month for Gordon to wait. "Oh," said Jackson gloomily, "if Lord Wolseley had only trusted us without any trial. Why, there was nothing, sir, in that Nile River we hadn't tackled 100 times as boys right here on the St. Lawrence. When you talk of cataracts, it sounds big, but we've got rapids all around here, just plain everyday rapids that'll make their cataracts look sick. Of course, we did it easily, but when we got up to the top of the whole business, where was our army? Back in Alexandria, sir. And it makes a man sad to know that those boys in Khartoum were dying just then. It makes a man mighty sad to know. One sees what ground there may have been for such lament on turning up the dates of this unhappy Nile expedition, and the heartaches at the sight of those dumb figures. Think of it. The relief party reached Khartoum about February 1st, 1885, too late by less than a week. Khartoum had fallen. Khartoum, sore-stricken, lay in fresh smoking ruins. And when at last British gunboats, firing as they came, steamed into view of the tortured city that had hoped for them for so long, there was no General Gordon within the walls to thrill with joy. General Gordon was dead, cut down ruthlessly by the Arabs a few days before, killed on January 27th, and his countrymen so near, so short a distance down the river that their camp might have been made out with field glasses. What a difference here a little more hurrying would have been, a very little more hurrying. It would be interesting indeed if we might hear the whole story of these months spent in fighting a river, in battling with cataract after cataract, in rowing and steering and sailing and hauling a fleet of boats and supplies for an army up, up, up into unknown rapids, through a burning desert, such a long, long way. It would be an inspiration could we know in detail what these pilots did and suffered, what perils they defied, and how some of them perished. In short, what problems of the river they went at and how they fared in solving them. That would make a book by itself. A few things we may know, however. This, for instance, that while the maps put down 6 cataracts in the Nile between Cairo and Khartoum, say 1,500 miles there are, in truth, many more than 6. Between the second and third alone, there are more than 6, and some of them bad. Also that the river beyond the third cataract curves away in a great rambling south, so that Lord Wolseley planned to send an expedition, as he actually did, straight on from that point by a short cut across the desert. The important thing then, and the difficult thing, was to reach the third cataract, and upon this all the skill of the voyageurs was concentrated. The first cataract, about 500 miles above Cairo, is fairly easy of ascent, and the second cataract, some 250 miles further on, is perhaps the most dangerous of all, and resembles its rival at Lachine in this, that the Nile here strains through myriads of foam-filled islands strewn in a channel for a length of 7 miles, like teeth of a crooked comb. A balloonist hovering here would see the river streaming through these islands in countless channels that wind and twist in a maze of silver threads. But to the lads in the boats, these silver threads were so many plunging foes, torrents behind torrents, sweeping down roaring streets of rock, boiling through jagged lanes of rock. Up that 7-mile way the pilots had to go and to keep their craft afloat. Jackson described the boat they used in this hazardous undertaking. They were, first, the ordinary whaleboats, about 25 feet long and about 5 feet high, with a crew of 10 Dongolese at the oars and 2 or 3 sails to catch the helpful northerly winds. Overhead was an awning stretched against the scorching sun, and around the sides were boxes and bags of provisions and ammunition, 5 or 6 tons to a boat, piled high for shelter against bullets, for no one could tell when a band of Arabs, lurking at some vantage point, might fall to picking off the men. At Cataract the crew would go ashore save 2, a voyager in the stern to steer and another in the bow to fend off rocks, or in case of need give one swift severing hatchet stroke on the hauling rope. For of course the ascending power came from the line of Dongolese, black fellows with backs and muscles to delight a prize fighter, who, by sheer strength of body, would drag the boat, cargo and all, or sometimes lightening of her cargo by the land carriers, up and up with grunting and heaving against the downrush of the river. And woe to the boat if the hatchet man failed to cut the rope at the very second of danger. So long as the craft can live, his arm must stay uplifted, yet he must cut instantly when it is plain that she can live no longer. And here one marvels, for how can anything be plain in a blinding, deafening cataract? And how shall the man decide, as they rise on a glassy sweep and hang for an instant over some rock gulf beaten into by tons of water, whether they can go through it or not? Truly, this is no place for a wavering nerve or a halting judgment. The man must know and act, because he is that kind of man. And even so, in the hard places above the second cataract, 2 Indians from Caughnawaga, Morris and Captain, fine pilots both, held back their blades too long, or striking as the boat plunged, missed the rope and paid for the error with their lives. And even with hauling lines cut in time, the pilots have only changed from peril to peril, for now they are adrift in the cataract, and they must shoot down unknown rapids, chancing everything, swinging into shore as soon as may be with the help of paddle and sail. Then is all to be done over again, the line made fast, the black men harnessed on, and the risk of a new channel encountered as before. Thus days or weeks would pass in getting the whaleboats up a single cataract, and sometimes they would face the still more formidable task of dragging a whole steamboat up a rapids, with troops aboard and with stores to last for a week. Then how the hauling men would swarm at the lines, and shout queer African words, and strain at the ropes when the orders came, until knees and shoulders scraped the ground. This was no problem for the untutored mind, but took the best wits of the Royal Engineers and gentlemen from the schools who knew the ways of hitching tackles to things as to make pulley blocks work miracles. At least it seemed a miracle the day they started the big side-wheeler Nassif Khair up the second cataract with 5 hawsers on her, 3 spreading from her bow and 2 checking her swing on either quarter, and her own steam helping her. There stood 500 Dongolese ready to haul, and there was the whole floating population, pilots, soldiers, and camp followers, gathered on the banks, to wonder and to criticize the job which nobody understood but half a dozen straight little men in white helmets, who stood about on rocks and snapped things out in English that were straightway yelled down the lines in vigorous Dongolese. It was trigonometry speaking, and the laws of component forces. "Confound those haulers! Tell 'em to slack away the starboard hawsers! Tell 'em to slack away!" It was respectfully presented to Mathematics Esquire that the haulers in question couldn't slack away any more without letting their hawsers go or tumbling into the rapids, for they were on one of the little islands, holding the steamer back while the land lines hauled against them. "Then in they go," ordered Trigonometry. "Tell 'em to get over to that next island. Tell 'em to get over quick." And over they went, the whole black line of them, right through the rapids, swimming and struggling in the buffeting surge, getting across somehow, hawsers and all, where white men must have perished. And the steamboat had gained 100 feet. Then one of the front line of haulers in turn had to move forward to an island to swim for it with 600 feet of hawsers slapping at the river as they dragged it. What a picture here, as these naked men leapt in fearless, each with a flashing bayonet thrust in his thick white turban. Mathematics Esquire had no notion of trying this sort of thing when he changed islands, vastly preferring his trolley blocks, and would presently be hauled across on a rope trolley, as passengers are swung ashore from wrecks by life-saving men. That made a picture, too. Thus slowly, with infinite pains, they worked the patient steamboat, length by length, island by island, torrent by torrent, up through the great gate, Bab el Kabir, up to the very headwaters of the second cataract, and there, with victory in their grasp, saw the forward hawser snap suddenly with the noise of a gun, and the old side-wheeler swing helplessly into the main rush of the river, swing clean around as the side lines held, and then started down. Whereupon it was, "Cut hawsers, everybody!" and drop the pulley blocks and the tackle fixings, useless now, and let her go, since there was no stopping her, and heaven help the boys on board. Then, amid shouts of dismay, the big boat, Nassif Kir, plunged forward to her destruction, while the mathematical gentlemen stared in horror. Then they stared in amazement, for look, she keeps the channel. She is running true. Wonder of wonders, she's shooting the rapids, shooting the greatest cataract of the Nile, where boats of her tonnage have never passed before. The Nassif Kir was saved, and every man aboard her, and every box of stores. She was saved by a humble Canadian pilot who had never studied trigonometry, who stepped to the wheel when he saw peril, and steered her down those furious rapids as he had steered other boats down other rapids on the old St. Lawrence. After that, when the expedition found itself in trouble in the upper cataracts, say those of Tangoor, or Akashi, or Ambagol, or Dal, and when the Royal Engineers had drawn up some neat plan with compasses and squares for doing a certain thing with a boat, and had proved by the books that it could be done, and agreed that it should be done forthwith, then someone would usually say, just at the last, as an afterthought, "I suppose we might as well have one of those Voyager chaps, just to see what he thinks of it." And they usually had him in. Thus ends Part 4 and the chapter, The Pilot. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Read by Jerry Beckert.
The Bridge Builder, Part 1, Part 11 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. As I went time and again to the Great East River Bridge, the new one whose huge steel towers were drawing to full height in the last months of the century, I found myself under a growing impression that here at last was a business with not only danger in it, but fear of danger. Divers and steeple climbers I had seen who pronounced their work perfectly safe, though I knew better, and balloonists of the same mind about perils of the air. There were none, they declared, despite a list of deaths to prove the contrary. And so on with others. But here on the bridge were men who showed by little things, and sometimes admitted that they were afraid of the black-ribbed monster. And it seemed to me that these were men with the best kind of grit in them, for although they were afraid of the bridge, they were not afraid of their fear, and they stuck to their job week after week, month after month, facing the same old peril until, well, I came upon this fear of the bridge the very first time I sought leave to go upon the unfinished structure. It was in a little shanty of an office on the Brooklyn side, where after some talk I suggested to an assistant engineer, bent over his plans, that I would like to take a picture or two from the top of the tower. That seemed a simple enough thing. "Think you can keep your head up there?" said he, with a sharp look. I told him I had climbed to a steeple top. "Yes, but you were lashed fast then in a swing and had a rope to hold on to. Here you've got to climb up by yourself without anything to hold on to, and it's twice as high as the average steeple." "How high is that?" I asked. "Well, the saddles are 340 feet above the river." "Saddles?" "That's what we call them. They're beds of steel on top of the towers for the cables to rest on. Nice little beds weighing 36 tons each." "Oh," said I, "how do you get them up?" "Swing 'em up with steam derricks and cables. Guess you wouldn't care for that job, hanging out on one of those booms by your eyelashes." "Perhaps not," I admitted, "but I'd like to watch it." He said I must see somebody with more authority and turn to his plans. "You don't feel in danger yourself, do you?" I persisted, "when you go up?" "Don't, eh?" he answered. "Well, I nearly got cut in two the other day by a plate washer. It fell over 100 feet and went 2 inches slam into a piece of timber I was standing on." Then he explained what havoc a small piece of iron, some stray bolt or hammer, can work after a long drop. "The plate washer," said he, "weighed only 2 pounds and a half when it began to fall, but it weighed as much as you do when it struck, and you're a fair size." "Is that based on calculation?" said I, "or is it a joke?" "It's based on the laws of gravitation," he answered, "and it's no joke for the man who gets hit. Say, why don't you go down in the yard and look around a little?" I told him I would, and presently went down into the yard, a noisy, confusing place where the wind was humming through a forest of scaffolding that held the bare, black roadway skeleton 100 feet overhead. It was a long street of iron resting on a long street of wood, with timber and steel built up in X's on X's, the whole rising in an easy slant to yonder grim tower that loomed heavy and ugly against the sky, a huge bow-legged H with the upper half stretched to a great length, and each leg piled up with more black X's held by two enormous ones between. It looked for all the world as if it had come ready-made in a box and had been jointed together like children's blocks, which is about the truth, for this great bridge was finished on paper then in all its parts before ever a beam of it saw the East River. As I drew near its feet, which could take a row of houses between heel and toe, I had the illusion, due to bigness and height, that the whole tower was rocking toward me under the hurrying clouds, and at first I did not see the workmen swarming over it, they were so tiny. But they were making noise enough, these workmen, with their striking and hoisting and shouting. There was a ring of hammers, the chunk of engines, the hiss of steam, the mellow sound of planks falling on planks, and the angry crash of metal. Presently, far up the sides of the tower, I made out painters dangling on scaffolding or crawling out on girders, busy with scrapers and brushes, and higher still I saw the glow of red-hot iron where the riveters were working. And at the very top I watched black dots of men swing out over the gulf on the monster derrick booms, or haul on the guiding lines, and from time to time the signal bell would send its impatient call to throttle man below, 6 strokes, 4 strokes, 1 stroke, telling him what to do with his engine, and to do it quick. The yardmen seemed to get on in the din by a system of strange yells. Here were a score of sturdy fellows doing something with a long steel floor beam. They were working in scattered groups, some on the ground, some on the roadway overhead. It was lower pulley blocks, and spread out flapping cables, and hitch fast the load, all without any hurry. Suddenly a man at the left would put a hand to his mouth and sing out, "Hey!" and a man overhead would answer, "Yow, yow, yow!" and then all would cry, "Ho, ho, ho!" and up would go the floor beam, twisting as she lifted a nice little load of 10 tons, and presently clang down on her lofty bed like a peal of high-pitched thunder. I chanced to be talking with the yard foreman when there came such a sudden clang, and then I saw an easy-going, rather stolid man pass through a singular transformation. Like a piece of bent steel he sprang back, every muscle in him tense, and up came his arms for defence, and there in his eyes was a look I came to know that meant terror of the bridge and fear of sudden death. To me, unfamiliar with the constant danger, that clang meant nothing. To him it was like a snarl of the grave. "Better stand back here," said he, and led me over by the air-compressing engine, where we were out of range. Then he told me how a superintendent of construction had been nearly killed not long before by a piece of falling iron just where we were standing. And looking up through the criss-cross maze, with openings everywhere from ground to sky, with workmen everywhere handling loose iron, I realized that this was a kind of slow-fire battlefield, not so very glorious, but deadly enough, with shots coming from sky to earth every 10 minutes, every half hour. Who can know at what moment the man above him will drop something, or at what moment he himself will drop something on the man below? A tear-dirt battlefield this, where each black X with its hammers and bolts and busy gang is a haphazard battery against all the X's below, and a helpless target under all the X's above. "Why, sir," said the foreman, "that tower went into a regular panic one day because some fool new man on top upset a keg of bolts. Sounded as if the whole business was coming down on us." I began to realize what tension these men worked under, what vital force they waste in vague alarms. "It's queer, though," continued the foreman, "how the boys get used to it. See those timbers right at the top that come together in a point? We call that an A-frame. It's for the hoisting. Well, the boys walk those cross timbers all the time, say a length of 30 feet and a width of 1. It's nothing on the ground, but up there with the wind blowing, well, you try it. I saw one fellow do a thing that knocked me. He stopped halfway across the timber, not over 8 inches wide, took out his matchbox, stood on his right foot, lifted his left foot, and struck a match on his left heel. Then he nursed the flame in his hands, got his pipe going good, and walked on across the timber. What do you think of that? There he was, balanced on one foot, sir, with an awful death on either side, and the wind was just whooping, all because his pipe went out. I wouldn't do it well, I wouldn't do it." "Why didn't he wait to light his pipe until he got across?" I asked. The foreman shook his head. "I give it up. He just happened to think of it then, and he done it. That's the way they are, some of 'em. Why, there was another fellow, Pat Region, as good a man as we've got, and he went down to sleep one day last summer. It was a nice warm day, sitting on the top cord. That's a long narrow girder at the very highest point of the end span. First thing we knew, there was Pat, legs dangling, head nodding, comfortable as you please. A few inches either way would have fixed him forever. But he stuck there by an Irishman's luck until 2 of his mates climbed up softly and grabbed him. They didn't dare yell for fear he'd be startled and fall. While we were talking the wind had strengthened, and now every line and rope on the structure stood out straight from the sides, and swirls of spray from hoisting engines overhead flew across the yard, also occasional splinters. The foreman hurried a man aloft with orders to lash fast everything. "There's a hard blow coming up," he predicted, "and it wouldn't do a thing to those big timbers on the tower if we left them around loose. People have no idea what force is in the wind. Why, sir, I've seen it blow a keg of railroad spikes off that tower clean across the yard. And one day 2 planks 13 feet long and 2 inches thick went flying over the whole approach works right plumb through the front of the saloon out on the street. That made 800 feet the wind carried those planks. As for coats and overalls, why, we've watched lots of 'em start from the tower top and sail off over Brooklyn City like kites. Yes, sir, like kites, and nobody ever knew where they landed." "I don't see how the men keep their footing in such a gale," I remarked. "Well," said he, "we order them down when it blows an out-and-out gale, but they work in most anything short of a gale, and it's a wonder how they do it. It's not so bad if the wind is steady, for then you can lean against it, same as a man leans on a bicycle going around a curve. But—" "Do you mean," I interrupted, "that they walk narrow girders leaning against the wind, against a hard wind?" "Certainly. They have to. But that's not the worst of it. Suppose a man is leaning just enough to balance the wind, and suddenly the wind lets up, say on a gusty day. Then where's your man? Or suppose it's winter and the whole bridge is coated with ice, so that walking girders is like sliding on glass. Then where is he, especially when it's blowing tricky blasts? Oh, it's no dream, my friend, working on a bridge." And I, in hearty accord with that opinion, betook me back to the office, where I read just outside the door this ominous notice: "All accidents must be reported as soon as possible, or claims therefor will be disregarded." A workman came up at this moment, and with a half smile asked if I knew their motto, the motto of the bridge men. "No," said I. "What is it?" "We never die," said he, with a grim glance at the notice. "We don't have to." Then pointing overhead, "Come up and see us. I'll introduce you to the boys." End of The Bridge Builder, Part 1. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Bridge Builder, Part 2. Part 19 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. Not that day, but later on, when I had arranged it, I accepted this bluff invitation and became acquainted with the boys, the ones who never die, and took in the fears and wonders of the bridge at closer view. My permit was granted on the express understanding that I hold nobody responsible for any harm that might befall. I was fortunate in having with me as companion in this climb Mr. Varian, the artist who had faced perils of many sorts, but none like these. First we clambered, pyramid fashion, up the pile of granite, big as a church, that will hold the cable ends. They call it the anchorage. From the top of this we could look along the iron street that stretched away in a slight upgrade toward the tower. We were on a level with the roadway of the bridge, and far below us spread the housetops of Brooklyn. Between our stone precipice and the iron street end yawned a gulf that we drew back from, with water in its deepest bottom. Here the cables would be buried some day, sealed and cemented, piled over with masonry to hold for centuries. Standing in the lee of a block that kept off the wind, we looked across at the bridge and planned how presently we might reach it by skirting the moat walls and drawing ourselves up at yonder corner where the end span rested. Somehow, seen from here, the iron street looked delicate, not massive. Its sides were trellis work, its top frames gently slanting, and one could fancy the whole thing beautifully grown over with vines, a graceful arbor way suspended in mid-air. And down the length of this came the strangest sounds, one would say a company of woodpeckers of some giant sort making riot in an echoing forest. Brrrip, brrrup, brrrap. What was it? Now from this side. Up, brrrup, and again abruptly. Then straight away from near the top of the other side. Ap, brrrap. Then fainter from halfway down the street, and then from all points at once, a chorus of hammer-birds making the bridge resound in call and in answer. Hammer-birds with strokes as swift as the roll of a drum. What is it? And look, those points of fire that glow forth here and there and vanish as the eye perceives them, tiny red lights, tiny yellow lights that flash from far down the iron street and are gone, that flash from all along the iron street and are gone. What are they? What strange work is doing here? It was the riveters driving the endless red-hot bolts that hold the bridge together, driving them with hammers that you work with a trigger and aim like a fireman's hose, hammers with rubber pipes dragging behind them that feed in compressed air from an engine. Long past are the days when bolts are driven by brawny arms and the slow swing of a sledge. Now the workman, leaning his stomach against an iron club, touches a spring, and presto! The hard-kicking, pent-up air inside drives the darting club head back and forth, quick as a snake strikes, brrrip, against whatever the steering arms may press it. Driving rivets nowadays is something like handling a rapid-fire gun, and how your body aches from the bruise of that recoil. "We must get nearer to those fellows," said the artist, and presently, after some mild hazards, we were safely over on the span, quite as near as was desirable to a gang of riveters dangling 20 feet above us on a swing. For presently, with a sputter of white sparks, a piece of red-hot iron struck the girder we were straddling, and then went bounding down, down. "Nice hospitable place, this," remarked the artist as we edged under cover of a wide steel beam. Crouching here, we watched another gang of riveters on the structure opposite, where we had a better view, watched the forgeman pass along the glowing rivets, and the bufferman slip them through ready holes, and the hammerman flatten the flaming ends into smooth burnished heads. And presently a riveter in a black cap and faded blue jersey came down from the swing overhead and explained things to us. He did this out of sheer good nature, I think, although he may have been curious to know what two men with derby hats and kodaks were doing up there. We watched his descent in wonder and alarm, for it involved some lively gymnastics that he entered upon, however, with a complete indifference. First he swung across from the scaffolding to a girder, the highest rail of the bridge, and along this walked as coolly as a boy on a wide fence-top, only this happened to be a fence 150 feet high. Then he bent over and caught one of the slanting side supports, and down this worked his way as a mountain climber would work down a precipice. Presently he stepped off at our level, never having taken the pipe from his mouth. When we asked how he dared go about so carelessly over a reeling abyss, he said they all did it. They all got used to it or else got killed. Why, when the whistle blew, we'd see men swinging and sliding and twisting their way down like a lot of circus performers. That's how they came to dinner. That's how they got back aloft. No, sir, they couldn't use lifelines. They moved about too much. Besides, what good would a lifeline be to a man if the fall started at him with a 10-ton load, yes, or a 20-ton load? That man has got to skip along pretty lively, sir, or he'll get hurt. Did he mean skip along over this web of boards and girders? I inquired. He certainly did, and we'd see plenty of it if we stayed up long. The artist and I shook our heads as we looked down that skeleton roadway, gaping open everywhere through girders and planks, in little gulfs 10 feet wide, 5 feet wide, 2 feet wide, quite wide enough to make the picture of a man skipping over them a very solemn thing. Our friend went on to tell us how the riveters often get into tight places, say on the tower where there is little room for the forgeman to heat his bolts, that he has to throw them up to the hammerman 20 or 30 feet. "What?" exclaimed the artist. "Throw red-hot bolts 20 or 30 feet up the tower?" "That's what they do, and we've got boys who are pretty slick at it. They'll grab a bolt out of the fire with long-handled nippers and give her a swing and a twist, and away she goes sizzling through the air straight at the man above. And say, they don't miss him once in 100 times, and what's more, they never touch a truss or a girder. If they did, there'd be a piece of red-hot iron sailing down on the lads below, and that wouldn't be good for their health." "How does a hammerman catch these red-hot bolts?" I asked. "In a bucket. Catches 'em every time. That's the thing you want to see, too." There were so many things we wanted to see in this strange region, and presently we set forth down the iron street, keeping in mind the parting caution of the riveter not to look at our feet, but at the way before us, and never to look down. As we edged ahead cautiously, no skipping along for us, thanks, but pausing often, and holding fast to whatever offered support, we saw that all the bridge-men came over the girders, eyes straight ahead, in a shuffling, flat-footed way, without much bend in their knees. "Look, there comes one of them in from the end of a long black arm that pushes out like a bowsprit over the gulf. He has been hanging out there painting the iron. In the pose of his body he is a tight-rope walker, in a hitch of his legs he is a convict, in the blank stare of his face he is a somnambulist. Really he is nothing so complicated, but an everyday bridge-man earning a hard living, and his wife would be torn with fears could she see him now." Presently we came to the busiest scene on the structure, down where the covered part ended and the iron roadway reached on, bare of framework, to the tower. Here the traveller was working with a double gang of men, raising a skeleton of sides and cross-beams that were pushing on day by day, and would finally stretch across the river. Once on the traveller's deck we breathed easier, for here we were safe from fearsome crevasses, safe on a great wide raft of iron and timber set on double railroad tracks, a lumbering steam giant that goes resounding along when the need is, with its weight of 4 locomotives, its 3-story derrick swinging out great booms at the corners, its thumping niggerhead engines, 2 of them, for the hoisting, its coal bins, its water tanks, its coils of rope, its pile of lumber, and its mascot kitten, curled up there by the ash-box in a workman's coat. They say the bridge has to wait when the kitten wants her dinner, and woe to the man who would treat the little thing unkindly. This traveller with its gangs is a sort of gigantic sewing machine that stitches the bridge together. It lifts all the parts into place and binds them fast, as it were, with basting threads of temporary iron, to hold until the riveters arrive for the permanent sewing. 5 or 6 tons in the weight of ordinary pieces handled by the traveller, but some pieces weigh 20 tons, and on a pinch 40 tons could be managed, the weight of 6 elephants like Jumbo. Of course, when I say that the traveller stitches these pieces together, I really mean that the traveller gangs do this, for the big brute booms can only lift things and swing things, the bolt driving and end fitting must be done by little men. When we arrived, the traveller was bringing to one spot the massive parts of a cross-section in our arbour way. It was a stretched-out iron W, flattened down, between girders across top and bottom. This, we learned, was a strut, and it weighed 16 tons, and it would presently be lifted bodily overhead to span the roadway. We waited a full hour to see this thing done, to watch another stitch taken in the bridge, and it seems to me, as I think of it, that I can recall no hour when I saw so many perils faced with such indifference. First, the booms would drop down their clanking jaws and grip the chain-bound girders from little delivery cars, then swing them around to the lifting place at the further end of the traveller. Now we understood what our friends down the way meant by skipping along lively when the falls come at you. He meant this boom tackle and its load as they sweep over the structure in blind, merciless force, and indeed they did skip along, the bridge-men, as the traveller turned its arms this way and that, and several times I saw a man slip as he hurried, and barely save himself. A single misstep might mean the crush of a 10-ton mass, or a plunge into space, or both. It seemed a pretty shivery choice. "One of our boys got hit this morning," said a man. "Hit by the falls?" "Yes. He tried to dodge, but his foot caught somehow, and he got it hard right here." He touched his thigh. "It flattened him out, just over there where that man's making fast the load." "Was he badly hurt?" "Pretty bad, I guess. He couldn't get up, and we lowered him in a coal box with a runner. That's a single line. You see, it's very easy to take a wrong step." Presently somebody yelled something, and this man moved away to his task, but we were joined almost immediately by another bridge-man, who told us how they ride the big steel columns from the ground clear to the cap of the tower. 2 men usually ride on a column, their duty being to keep her from bumping against the structure as she lifts, and then bolt her fast when she reaches the top. Of course, as the tower grows in height, these rides become more and more terrifying, so that some of the men who are equal to anything else draw back from riding up a column. These fears were justified just at the last on a New York tower, and a man named Jack McGregor had an experience that might well have blanched his hair. They had reached the 325-foot level and were placing the last lengths of column but one, and McGregor was riding up one of these lengths alone. It was a huge mass, 25 feet long, square in section, and large enough to admit a winding ladder inside. It weighed 18 tons. As the overhead boom lifted the pendant length, with McGregor aside, and swung it clear of the column it was to rest on, the foreman watched there like a hawk, wiggled his thumb to the signal man on a platform below, who pulled 4 strokes on the bell, which meant a boom up to the engine man. So up came the boom, and in came the column, hanging now in true perpendicular, with McGregor ready to slide down from his straddling seat for the bolting. Now the foreman flapped his hand palm down, and the signal man was just about to jerk 2 bells, which means lower your load, when rip, smash, tear! Far down below a terrible thing had happened. The frame of the engine had snapped right over the bearing, and out pulled the cable drum that was holding the strain of that 18-ton column, and down came the falls. It was just like an elevator breaking loose at the top of its shaft. The column started to fall. There was nothing to stop it. And then a miracle was worked. It must have been a miracle, it was so extraordinary. That falling column struck squarely, and to end on the solid column beneath it, rocked a little, righted itself, and stayed there, which was more than Jack McGregor did, for he came sliding down so fast, he came with a wild, white face, that he all but knocked the foreman over, and the foreman was white himself. And what that 18-ton column would have done to the bridge and the boys on it had it crashed down those 325 feet is still a subject of awed discussion. All this time a dozen men have been swarming over the struts, hammering bolts, tightening nuts, hitching fast the falls, making sure that all parts are rigid and everything ready for the lifting. At the front of the traveller 2 foremen, pushers they are called, yelled without ceasing, "Hey, Gus! Hey, Jimmy, put that winch in! Slack away them falls! What the mischief are you doing? Hey!" And they shake their heads and dance on their toes for all the world like a pair of mad auctioneers. The men work faster under this vigorous coaching. 4 or 5 are stretched flat on their stomachs along the top girder, as many more cling to steep slanting braces, and some hang fast to the uprights, with legs twisted around them like Japanese pole climbers. No matter what his position, every man plies a tool of some sort, wrench, chisel, or sledge, and presently all is ready. Now the niggerheads start with a pounding and sputtering that makes the bridge quiver. The big spools haul fast on the ropes, the falls stiffen, the booms creak, and with shouts from everyone the strut heaves and lifts and hangs suspended. The pushers yell at the niggerheads to stop. The men swarm over the load, studying every joint, then wave that all is well, and come sliding, twisting down just as the engines start again. All but 2 men who sit at the ends and ride along with the hoist. Meantime the others are racing up the side frames, from slant to the top of the truss, where they wait eagerly, yelling a while, at the points on either side, where presently the strut ends must be adjusted and then bolted fast. It seemed like some mad schoolboy game of romps. Now we'll all swing over this precipice. Whoop-la! Now we'll all run across this gulf. Wow! 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 Every man in that scrambling crew is facing 2 deaths or 3 deaths and doing hard work besides. Look! There comes a strut up to its place and nearly crushes Jimmy Dunn with its sharp edge, as a strut did crush another lad not so long ago. And see that man hang out in a noose of a rope, hang out over nothing and drive in bolts, and see this fellow kick off on the free pulley block and come sliding down. And there are the others jumping at the falls after him, and coming down after a rush, laughing, risking their lives. One would say they never thought of it. "Why, that's nothing," said one of them. "We used to slide down the falls from the top of the tower. But you've got to know the trick, or the ropes'll burn through your trousers. It's a great slide, though." "Aren't you ever afraid of falling?" I asked a serious-faced young man who was running one of the niggerheads. "I'll tell you how it is," said he. "We're not afraid when a lot of us do a thing together, but each one might be afraid to do it alone. In our hearts I guess we're all afraid. Ever have an accident yourself?" "No," he said, "but—" He hesitated, and then explained that he had been standing near the day Chick Chandler fell from the Brooklyn Tower. It hadn't been a nice thing to see, and finally I got the story. Chandler, it seems, was the first man killed on the bridge, and he died for a jest. He was working that day on the 110-foot level. He was an experienced man and counted sure of foot. It had begun to sprinkle, and the men were looking about their raincoats, when Chandler, in a spirit of mischief, started across a girder for an oilskin that belonged to a comrade. And so interested was he in his little prank that he forgot prudence, perhaps forgot where he was, and the next second he was falling, and presently there was a shock of impact far below, and then red number 1 was branded on the ugly black bridge. End of The Bridge Builder, Part 2. Recording by Ashley Jane. The Bridge Builder, Part 3. Part 20 of Careers of Danger and Daring. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Careers of Danger and Daring by Cleveland Moffett. There is this to note about falls from bridges, that the very short ones often kill as surely as the long ones. They told me of one case where a man fell 8 feet and broke his neck, while another man, having fallen from great heights, and escaped. A workman of the Berlin Bridge Company, for instance, fell from a structure in New Hampshire 120 feet, and lived. And I myself saw Harry Flieger on the East River Bridge, New York, and from his own lips heard his remarkable experience. Flieger is today a sturdy, active young man, and when I saw him he was running a thumping niggerhead engine on the end span. Nevertheless, it was only a few months since he had fallen 97 feet, smashed down to a pile of bricks. "It happened this way," said he. "One of the big booms broke under its load just over where I was standing, and the tackle block swung around and caught me back of the head. That knocked me off the false work, and I went straight down to the ground. Just to show you the force of my fall, sir, I struck a timber about 30 feet before I landed. It was 8 inches wide and 4 inches thick, and I snapped it off without hardly slowing up. After that I lay for a week in hospital with bruises, but there wasn't a bone broken, and I've been at work ever since." Several times while I was seeking permission to go up on the structure I was treated to stories like this and to mild dissuasion. It was too dangerous a thing, they said, for a man to undertake lightly, and I did not succeed until I met the engineer in charge, Charles E. Bedell, a forceful, quiet-mannered man who, after some talk, granted my request. He did not dwell so much on the danger as the others had, although he did say, "Of course you take all the risks." "Do you think they are very great?" I asked. "Not if you use ordinary caution and are not afraid." Fear was a fatal thing, he said, and he told me of men who simply cannot endure such heights. Every day or two some new hand would start down the ladders almost before he had reached the top, and come into the office saying he couldn't stand the job. "But you go ahead," said Mr. Bedell. "You'll come through all right. Just take it easy and careful." Then he handed me a permit. We have seen how I fared on the bridge. Let me show now what befell this brilliant young engineer a couple of months later, and observe how his own case illustrates the paralyzing effect of fear upon a man. For months he had gone over the structure daily, as sure of himself in those giddy heights as on the ground. He never took chances, and he never felt afraid. But one day a workman fell from far above him and was crushed to death right before his eyes, and this was more of a shock to him than he realized. How much of a shock it had been was shown weeks later when the hour of peril came. It was a pleasant day in September, and the bridge was singing its busy song in the morning sunshine. The engineer in charge had made his round of inspection, and was standing idly on the false work under the end span. He was just over the street, and could look down upon his own office 100 feet or so below. Every timber and girder here was familiar to him. Rumbling along on the trestle track came the big traveller, its 4 booms groaning under their iron loads. The traveller came on slowly, as befits a huge thing weighing 150 tons. The engineer was whittling a stick. The traveller came nearer with one of its booms swinging toward Bedell, but lazily. He had plenty of time to step aside. 1 step to the right, 1 step to the left, 1 step forward was all he needed to take. Of course he would not think of taking a step backward, for that was destruction. There yawned the gulf. It was inconceivable to the man on the traveller that his chief, who knew all about everything, would take a step backward. Still the engineer in charge did not move. The boom swung nearer. Still he whittled his stick. His thoughts were far away. The man on the traveller shouted, and Bedell looked up. Now he saw, and a sudden fear he had never known surged into his heart. He had still time to step aside, but his mind could not act. The boom was on him. Up went his right arm to clutch it, and back reeled his body. His right hand missed, his left hand caught the stringer as he fell, caught its sharp edge, and held there by the fingers, the left hand fingers, for 5, 6, 7 seconds or so, legs swinging in the void. Down sprang the man on the traveller and leapt along the ties to his relief, and reached the spot to find the fingers gone, to see far below on the stones a broken huddled heap that lay still. So died the man who had been kind to me, as I say he was kind to everyone, and who had warned me to take it easy and be careful. Despite the constant peril of their days, the nights of bridge builders are often spent in gaiety. The habit of excitement holds them even in their leisure, and many a sturdy riveter has danced away the small hours and been on his swing at the tower top betimes the next morning. They are whole-souled, frank-spoken young fellows. There are few old bridge-men, and to spend an evening at their club on West 32nd Street is a thing worth doing. On a street-floor café, not to say saloon, where the walls are hung with churches and bridges and towering structures, monuments to the skill of the builders who have passed this way, and if you will join a group at one of these tables and speak them fair, you may hear enough tales of the lads who work aloft for many a writing. And up and down the stairs move lines of bridgemen, all restless, one would say, and some pass on crutches, and some with arms in slings. There is a story in every cripple, and you hear that New York has half a dozen one-legged bridgemen still fairly active in service. It's once a bridgeman, always a bridgeman, for the life has its fascination, like the circus. As I sat in a corner one evening with Zimmer and Jimmy Dunn and some of the others, there came down from overhead a racket that almost drowned our buzz of talk and the frequent ting of the bar register. The bridgemen were in vigorous debate over the question whether or not the interests of the craft called for more flooring on dangerous structures. Some said yes, some said no, and said it with vehemence. More flooring meant less danger. That was all right, but less danger meant more competition and less pay. So there you are, and a majority favoured danger with a generous wage. What kind of men make bridgemen? I inquired. All kinds, said one of the group who was drinking birch beer. Some come out of machine shops, some out of locomotive works. I was a shanty jack. Lots of 'em come from farms, added another. I know one fellow tried it who had been a tailor, said he changed for his health. This struck the company as highly amusing. There's a lot of 'em try it and quit, remarked Jimmy Dunn, who is one of the oldest and also one of the youngest men in the guild. I had seen him nearly killed a few days before by the sudden upswing of a 16-ton strut. I knew a telegraph pole climber who said he didn't mind any old kind of a tower. He'd go up it all right and work there. Well, he got all he wanted the first morning, came down white as that paper, said he wouldn't stay up half an hour longer if they'd give him the whole blamed bridge. Why, it gets us fellows dizzy once in a while. I'll bet it does, agreed the shanty jack man. I saw an old hand once start to ride up a barrel of water 170 feet on a bridge over the St. Lawrence. The barrel was swung on a single runner, and you ought to have seen it spin with his weight tipping it lopsided. And any bridgeman going could have kept his head there. It was a fool thing to do, and the only way this fellow got up alive was by dropping plumb into the barrel of water and shutting his eyes. Talking about close calls, spoke up Zimmer, I can beat that. It was out in Illinois. We were riveting on a high building where the roof came up in a steep slant from each side to a ridge at the top. There were about 20 of us up on this roof, and the way we'd work was in pairs, one man on one side and his partner on the other side, with a rope between them reaching over the ridge, and the two men hung at the two ends, each one balancing the other like two buckets down a well. We had to get up some scheme like that, or we couldn't have stuck on the roof. It was too steep. Well, that was all right as long as both men kept their weight on the rope, but you can see where one would be if the other happened to let go. He'd be chasing down a nice little hill of corrugated iron on a 60-degree slant, and then over the eaves for a 110-foot drop. It wasn't any merry jest, you'd better believe. But we didn't think much about it and riveted away until one morning a fellow on my side got his foot out of the noose somehow and began to slide down. Say, was about as cool a man as I ever heard of. I'll never forget how he sort of winked at me as he started, and what he said. "Going to blazes, I reckon," said he. Those were his very words, and down he went. Couldn't stop himself, and we couldn't help him. It all happened so quick. He got to the eaves, his feet went over, he was just plunging into space, when his overalls caught on a rivet that somebody had left sticking up there, and there he stuck. Then he said with the same comical look, "Saved by a miracle! By thunder!" Must have been a double miracle, for the man on the other side started to drop too when the rope slacked, and he'd have been killed sure if a knot in the rope hadn't happened to catch under a piece of loose iron on the bridge. Say, it's that kind of business whitens out a man's hair. "It's a bridge man's fate settles these things, friends," commented another member of the group. "Instance a case where this fate had followed in cruel pursuit of two brothers named Johnson. Michael and Dan, good men, both on the girders. Dan, it seemed, had been crushed by a swinging load on a West Virginia bridge and lay crippled in hospital, only the wreck of a man, whereupon Michael, zealous in his brother's cause, had followed the work over into Kentucky, where a bridge was building across the river at Covington. His purpose was to bring suit against the company for the injury done to Dan. And here came the fateful part of it, for scarcely had Michael set foot upon the structure, he had certainly not been 10 minutes upon it, when the false work gave way, and two iron spans, unsupported now, tipped slowly, then smashed down into the river, carrying with them ruin and death. In this catastrophe were numbered some dozens of wounded and killed, and among the latter was Michael Johnson, found under the river, standing upright in a tangle of wreckage, caught and held by the bridge man's fate. Then another man told the story of a fallen bridge that thrilled me more than this one, although there was in it no loss of life. I always feel that a man who faces death unflinchingly for a fairly long time shows greater heroism, even though death be driven back, than another man who suffers some sudden taking off with no choice left him. This bridge was building at White River Junction, Vermont, over the upper waters of the Connecticut. There was a single iron span reaching 200 feet between piers and masonry, and everything was ready to swing her off the false work except the driving of a few iron pins. And a bridge swung is a bridge practically finished, so it was merely a matter of hours to put the contractors at ease of mind against any dangers of the torrent. Meantime the dangers were there, for heavy rains had fallen and angered the river with a gorge of mountain streams. At 5 o'clock of an afternoon the engineer in charge saw that a crisis was approaching. The waters were sweeping down runaway logs in fiercer and fiercer bombardment, and it was a question if the false work could hold against them. And for the time being, until morning, surely the false work must carry the span. If the false work went, the span would go and the bridge would be destroyed. So the chief engineer ordered all hands down on scows and rafts, which were straightway jammed close against the false work by the current. Down on these lurching platforms went 17 bridgemen, and set to work with iron-shod pike poles, spearing the plunging logs as they came by and swinging them out through the vents of false work, down roaring lanes of water 20 feet wide between the legs of scaffolding. If these could be protected from the logs, the bridge might be saved. If they could not be protected, the bridge was doomed. It was the strength and skill of the pike pole lads against the fury of the river. For 9 hours the battle lasted, and all this time the bridgemen worked wonders down in the black night, with rain beating on them in torrents, and the logs coming faster and harder as the hours passed. Every man in the crew realized that the false work might give way at any moment, for the whole structure was groaning and shivering as they swung against it, and they knew that if it went at all it would go as one piece, without a moment's warning, and that would mean sudden death in the river under the crush of a broken bridge. Yet no man shirked his duty, and long after midnight they were there on the scows still, fighting the logs with bridgemen's grit and the comfort of steaming hot coffee. Well, we may call it coffee. But it was a hopeless flight now. The engineer saw this, and at 2 o'clock ordered all hands off the scows and back to the shore. There is a point beyond which you cannot allow men to go on offering their lives, and scarcely 5 minutes later, indeed the last man was barely off the structure, so our friend declared, and he was one of the 17, the false work ripped loose and he was swept away, and the iron span crashed down into the furious flood. After this Zimmer described his sensations in his fall of 135 feet from the 8th story of a skyscraper they were putting up out west. He was sitting on an upright column of the steel skeleton, waiting to pin fast a crossbeam, when a girder swung over from the other side and struck him. It weighed a matter of 6 tons. Down went Zimmer, and as he dropped he caught a granite book resting loose there and toppled it over with him, and the thought of his mind as he fell was that here was an interesting illustration of what he had learned at school about a heavy body falling faster than a light one, for although he had a start of 8 feet on the granite block, it passed him 1 story down and smashed ahead through a staging. that might have saved him. Then, as the stone sheared off, he estimated, did Zimmer, falling still, that his weight was about 1,500 pounds. Then he himself smashed through 2 stagings and caught a rope, which burned through his gloves, and the next thing he knew was days later at the hospital, where somebody was bending over him saying, "Will you please tell me about your sensations coming down?" "And there was a newspaper reporter trying to interview me," said Zimmer, "which is what you might call rushing things." "Tell you a fall that stirred us boys all right," said another man. "It was in the big shaft at Niagara Falls. You know where they send electricity all over the state? The shaft was 180 feet deep, and they used to lower it down in a boat swung from an iron cable. Well, one day the drum slipped and let the whole business fall free with 5 of us in the boat. We went clear down 170 feet, and the boat fell away under us just like that granite block of Zimmer's, and there we were hanging fast to the corner chains, and every man of us expecting to die. But somehow the engineer got his brakes on just as we were 10 feet above the bottom, and blamed if we didn't land fairly easy without a man hurt. Just the same, we'd looked over our lives pretty well in those few seconds." After this came tragic memories from other men. One recalled the terrible wreck of the Cornwall Bridge over the St. Lawrence, another the disaster at Louisville, when 2 great iron spans reaching 1,000 feet went down into the Ohio with forced work, Traveler, and 65 men, of whom only 4 escaped. And one of the Forcer was a Traveler, 200 feet above the water when she went down, never had a scratch. So the talk ran on, and I came away with mingled feelings of wonder and admiration and sadness. Here are men who leave their families every morning with full knowledge that before nightfall disaster may smite them, as they have seen it smite their comrades. Why, one asks, do they keep to such a career? And if they believe, as apparently they do, that bridge men are fated to violent death, why do they not leave this work and seek a safer calling? I suppose the same reason holds them to the bridge that holds the diver to his suit, the climber to his steeple, each one of us to his particular path. It is so hard to find another. And then there is the lash of pressing need, the home to keep, and no time for experiment. Yet there are the hard facts always, that no insurance company will take a risk upon these lives, that bridge contractors are not philanthropists nor issuers of pensions, and that if a man fall from the structure, say at 11:50 a.m., his pay stops short not at 12 o'clock, but at 10 minutes before 12, which is probably excellent business, although it seems poor humanity. End of The Bridge Builder, Part 3, Part 20 of Careers of Danger and Daring. Recording by Ashley Jane.